Prosperous Living with Toyia. You're new here on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, like button, share because you care, and comment below. I'm streaming on both YouTube as well as TikTok. TikTok is Prosperous Living with Toyia. And today is a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday. Over here on this platform, we talk about the Bible from a psychological perspective. We understand it is a prosperity message. The things that we were taught in our religious organizations, our churches, all of the indoctrination we received about Scripture was all deception. It was all an illusion. It just simply was not true. The Bible is not a historical text. It's not about any people that existed in time and space. It is all about the mind, and more specifically, it's all about your mind. How your mind is the creator in your reality, and what you think about, you bring about. And the Bible is reminding you on that truth. It tells you if you want to experience something different in your world, you must what? Be born again. Well, first of all, it tells you to repent. And repentance is the same thing as rebirth. All right, repentance means a radical change of mind. You must change the way you think. You better think. Think about what you're trying to do to me. Hey, I say think. Thinking is creating. Your words are creative. Your word is the creator. Speech and mind. That what we humans have. We have speech and mind. And that's how we create. You can create with the spoken word, or just your inner thoughts, what you focus on, what you give your attention to. That's the name of the game. Life is a game. You got to know how to play the game. Where's the game played? On the field of your mind. It's the field of dreams. You have many dreams, many aspirations. To miss that, to miss your aims and goals in life is to sin. That's what sin means. It's an archery term. It just means not to hit the bullseye, to miss your mark in life. Who cares? We're all going to depart the body. No one cares. How about what is life? How about what is life? Because that's all there is. There's only life. We only want to speak life over here. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. And those that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. So we're going to talk about life. The abundance of life, joy, peace, love. Hey, Nico, how are you? Welcome. Hello. Focus on the now. That's what you need to focus on. Give too much energy to things you don't know really have an answer for. And what we do have an answer for is how to live this thing we call life. Can you make sure you close my door, please? I thought I closed it already.
I thought you wasn't here.
I'm on live. I thought I closed my door, but obviously I didn't. I hear a lot of noise in the background.
My bad.
No problem. So yes, the Bible is a book all about abundance. It is a prosperity message. It's not about the saving of a soul. Your soul doesn't need saving. What needs to happen in your reality is you need solutions to your problem. That's what salvation is. It means to salvage, to get the answer to be saved, right? So you want answers to the situations in your life, and you think someone else has the answers, but the answer is always within you. It's always contained within your own mind. And the answer to any problem is always what? Righteousness. Righteousness saves you from sin. What is righteousness? Right thinking. What is sinning? Missing the mark. So when you think right, you won't sin. It's so simple. When you think right about your situations, your circumstances of life, when you stop complaining, being negative, doubting, operating in disbelief and limitation and fear, then you'll stop sinning, which means you won't miss your aims and goals in life. You got to get that mind right, though. That's what the Bible is reminding you. Get your mind right. When you get your mind right, then life will be right. That's what it's all about. Right thinking. You have many teachers reminding us of this, right? You had Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, Reverend Ike, right? Bill Donahue, Florence Scovel Shand, Ernest Holmes, Emmett Fox. You have many people. You have yourself, the Bible, your own mind reminding you. Yes. Hey, Stephen. How are you, sir? Mr. Stephen Randall. Abundance is our salvation. I love that. Abundance is our salvation. Love it, love it, love it. Yes. As you are here to prosper in all that you do when you understand the law. The law of mind is it is done unto you as you believe. Whatever you assume to be true will be true for you. Other people want to limit you and want to, imprison, keep you in prison, a prisoner of your own mind. That's the only place where anyone can ever truly be imprisoned is in their own mind. Because once you understand the laws of mind and you operate from a place of certainty, when you operate from a place of confidence, the world can't tell you nothing. There's nothing that the world can do with you. With someone that's free in their mind. Free your mind and the rest will follow. So righteousness is right thinking. How do you think? Because as you think, so are you. That's what the Bible reminds us, right? Proverbs. Whatever you're thinking, that's what you're creating. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So what are you constantly thinking about? What are you constantly giving your attention to? You are constantly complaining, constantly living in fear, constantly worrying, constantly doubting? Or do you operate from a place of ease and joy and love and peace? That's the place you want to rest at. None of the churches are. All churches are organizations that look to manipulate and control. I don't care what denomination. All religions, not just churches, all religions. They're not about freeing people. They're all about confinement, constraint, restriction. So I left the church a long time ago. It's all about set of rules. It's all about division. It's all about manipulation. Can't be a free thinker. You have to think their way, do things their way. And if you don't do it their way, then you can't be a part of their club. Right? It's the reason why the Bible tells us not to be conformed to this world, right? Because this world is just full of rules, do's and don'ts. Don't do this, don't do that, don't look this way, don't say this, don't look like this, don't dress like this, don't. It's all about a don't. And then the true things that you need to do, they lose focus on. Like, do be loving, do be kind, do be generous, do be open, right? Do be compassionate. Be at peace. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Adore Speaks. As I know, in a lot of times in the religious organizations, their whole premise of their teaching is all about sin, right? trying to convince you that there is something wrong with you and that you're in need of a savior. The moment you're able to loosen, let that mindset go, you truly will be free. Because that's the truth that makes you free, to recognize you are not a sinner. Not in a sinner is the way that the church preaches or teaches. Now, have we all missed our aims and goals in life? Yes. With that, we have sinned. We have erred from the faith. We operated in doubt and limitation. But it's not something that you can't be reconciled with. Because what all you have to do is stop being, is to start thinking righteously. That'll free you from sin every time. It's a script that says, I just can't remember how Paul says it. But he talks about righteousness helping you with sin. Right? Because the Bible, those who wrote the script understand that righteousness is about right thinking. And then when you think right, you do right. It's not about who you slept with. It's not about any lies you told. It's not about, if you were taking something that didn't belong to you. In the grand scheme of things, consciousness, God doesn't care. And it doesn't care because you've seen people been stealing, been taking stuff that didn't belong to them all the time. They call it being conquering, right? They call it colonialism, imperialism, right? They talk about empires, right? And people are always going about conquering one group of people and conquering another group of people. Yes, it will. Religion will use the truth to deceive you. But they don't even know the truth, says the script. They don't know the way in and prevent you from knowing the way in. That's the thing. Hey, Miss Kitty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So welcome to YouTube as well as TikTok. YouTube, make sure you subscribe, like, share, and comment. All right, Elizabeth, on to you lawyers, you scribes. The synagogue of Satan. What is the synagogue of Satan? They love to talk about the synagogue of Satan. It's just a person whose mind operates in fear and limitation and doubt and negativity. Full of demons, full of negative emotions, negative thoughts. That's it. And so we're here to, I'm here to help you remember how to think. Because there is a way to think. There's a right way and a wrong way to love somebody. Hey. Keith Sweat, right? There's a right and a wrong way to love somebody. There's a right and a wrong way to think. And it's about you being convinced of your own thoughts, you being convinced of your own desires, you being convinced of the path on which you want to travel. You see, we see many people are successful with the stories that they tell, right? And many of us would say they're lying, they're being deceitful. This is what consciousness does not care about. It doesn't care if you're being deceitful. It doesn't care about if you're lying. It only cares about if you believe what you're saying. And you realize that that's how most of the world operates too. People only care about what makes them feel good. And if you can make people feel good, if you can make people feel like they are heard and someone loves them and someone sees them and someone understands them, you can manipulate and control them. if that's your ammo. What I've come to realize, the Bible was never about other people. The Bible is just about my thoughts and my beliefs and what I want out of life, and recognizing I don't have to go to great lengths trying to convince someone of anything. I just need to convince myself. That's it. Yep. They need outside validation. And when you, and the thing is, unfortunately, most of the world operates from that mindset. That's why you're told to be not conformed to this world. I come to realize people really don't want to think for themselves. They really want to be told what to do. People really, that's why churches are filled to the guild, right? That's why a lot of these life coaches and, spiritual teachers and healers, everyone's going outside of themselves looking for someone else to give them the answer, right? Everyone's in search of truth, in search of the answer, not realizing that the search begins within. But unlike the rest of the world, many of us have been there. We were searching for truth, and we always started outside, right? We went looking to everything outside of ourselves, looking for guidance, looking for truth, looking for illumination, looking for the guiding light. The whole time we recognized it was within us. It was never out there. It was always within here. And the thing is, when you create the reality that you don't have the answer, that someone else is more, is more intelligent, or just that someone else knows something that you don't, and you put your life in someone else's hands, you create the reality for that. You write the role for someone to play that part in your world. So we get away from blaming others for the circumstances and conditions of our life. We have to recognize that you were thinking a certain way, which is why the reality played itself out with all the circumstances and situations you found yourself in. You have to be willing to take full responsibility, which is something most people will never do. Take full responsibility for the way you were thinking, or at least the beliefs you accepted. And what is belief? It's just a continuation of thought, an endless thought, a thought on a loop, a thought that you keep repeating, that you keep accepting. And so, yes, you kept accepting what the world said about you, what your religious institutions told you, what your parents told you, right? What the government said, or whatever. And you listen to the outside noise. That's why the Bible's telling you, you got to go within. Within is where you begin. You got to be still and get to know yourself. Thank you, Stephen Randall. But all of us were in some type of cult. I believe all of us fell prey to that, because we all come here thinking that somehow we're less than, that we're not enough. I'm not going to say everyone came here thinking that, but many of people. I mean, you could just look out on the world and see all of these different religious organizations that are filled with people seeking and looking. And most of the time, they're looking up to someone. Like, oh my goodness, this person, they're just so this and they're just so that. And it's like they can see the strength, the power, the intelligence, the brilliance in someone else, but they will neglect to see it within their own selves. They will neglect to see the power that they have. They'll see all the beauty in another, but can't see the beauty in their own lives. Can't see the intelligence that lies within them. So the Bible's reminding you of who you are, and that you are not to, give your power to an external source. Hey, town. Hello, sir. It's easy to get caught up in that mindset. But we're going to be loose. We're going to loose that mindset and be free. And we're going to stop believing in external things and only place the belief and power within ourselves. That there is a law that runs this universe, that runs the world, that runs the third dimensional space. And that law is, some people call it the law of assumption. Some people call it the law of belief. Some people call it the law of mind. Whatever terminology you want to use. Whatever you continue to give your attention to, you see it becomes a reality for you. I appreciate that, A-Town. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so right. I don't know why they filtered that. I'm not a forecaster. I'm not a, what they call it. I'm not any what do they call those people that look into their little crystal ball and all? Oh. What do they call those people that look in their little crystal balls and they're trying to tell people fortune? I'm not a fortune teller. There you go. I'm not a fortune teller. That's how people get caught up thinking somebody else knows how they're gonna meet how someone's gonna meet their soulmate. Give me $200 and I can tell you how to meet, where you're gonna meet him at, how long it's gonna take, what kind of clothes he will be wearing, what kind of car he will be driving. Yeah, you keep thinking that the answer is in someone else. You are your soulmate. The only reason why people don't have what they want is because they're double-minded and they don't believe that the thing they're asking for is a possibility. That's it. You have all 10,001 reasons why the thing you're asking for can happen, instead of having 10,001 reasons as to reason why it can. So you don't got a word from God for me? No, Elizabeth. No, sorry, I don't. You are the word. You are the word of God. You are the word of God. Oh, people need, stop seeking from without. You want instructions? Go within. Commune with thy own self. Yes, that's right. A soothsayer. Yes, they would. Yes, they would. And I'm not going to say that some of those people, don't have like a gift, right? But a lot of times those people, they won't necessarily charge you. And it's all, and at the end of the day, it's all according to belief. Because people, and folks have a tendency to believe, things that will harm them. Believe a negative forecasting, right? People prophesy over people's lives, and the prophesying is always doom and gloom. It's always out of correction. God is always angry and mad, Be like, what's her name? Is it Shaka Khan? Tell me something good. And tell me that you love me. Yeah. They rarely have to tell you something good. If they have to tell you something good, it's always going to be strings attached. It's always going to be, well, before I give you this good news, I'm going to need, $500 about you. The only way I can give you good news is going to cost you some money. Right, Shaka Khan. I know, right? You just need to tell yourself something amazing. Like, do you talk good to yourself? Do you talk good to yourself? So many people are always worried about what someone else is going to think, what somebody else is going to say, and it's really not important. The only one that you need to care about what is being said is you. You are the only one that matters. You're the only thinker in your reality. So you are the only creator in your reality. So many times we'd be so concerned about how someone else is thinking, what someone is doing, how someone else is living, when it really isn't any of your business. You have to learn how to mind the business that pays you. And the business that pays you is your own thinking, what you're giving your attention to, what you are accepting as true for you. And what's true about you is that you're abundant, even if you don't recognize it. Even if you are so caught up in the appearance of lack and scarcity and fear and negativity, you have to let go of that mindset. You have to stop thinking that in order to get something, you have to be a certain way. No, you only have to think a certain way. You're already enough the way you are. You just have to stop telling yourself it can't happen, it won't happen. Oh my goodness, I'm so stupid, I'm so dumb. Oh my God, I'm so triggered. Oh, like that self-talk, boy. Do y'all pay attention to it for real? Like, because that's what has to be changed, the self-talk. How are you communicating with yourself? You really, really do have to change the way you talk about you, what you think about you, how you are, who do you say that I am? Like, what is your self-concept? Like, be honest. Say, my self-concept really isn't up to snuff. My self-concept is the thing that needs work, right? You don't need to go back into your past. You don't need to go back and look at all the wrongs you've ever experienced in life. I get it. Some people feel like they need to do that. So, they got to tell the story one more time. Because they told the story to the best friend. They told the story to their significant other. They told the story to their teachers, to their counselors. And they just got to tell it. Now they need a therapist. And, now they got to tell it at least one more time. But that's the reason why you can't be loosed and set free. Because you keep talking about it. You keep giving it energy. Remember, you are the life source. You are the cause. Yes, that part, Elizabeth. That shadow work, boy. Because here's the thing. Our world has been convinced that if we don't make people believe in illness and in sickness, what will we do? This whole world is based on something being wrong with you, right? We get it from our medical institutions and from our religious organizations. They pride themselves on telling you something, you're not right. You're not enough. There is something absolutely wrong with you and it needs to be corrected. We've been hearing that since we came into this world, right? Many of us. Now, we don't want to say everyone has, right? Because some people, some people drew the lucky straw. Some people came in and had wonderful parents, wonderful childhood, right? And they were just pumped with confidence and love and nurturing and, and all that. And we're told you're amazing. You can be anything you want. Whatever you put your mind to, you can have it. Trust yourself. Love yourself. Some people actually were told those things. Unfortunately, many of us were told that we were sinners in need of a savior. So we come off the back being told that we're depraved human beings, right? That's how we're told. So double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. I'm streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. YouTube, you're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like button. As we talk about the Bible from a psychological, metaphysical perspective, we understand that the Bible is a psychology book. It's the psychology of money, the psychology of abundance, the psychology of prosperity. Because it's all psychological. It all starts in the mind. That's where it begins. And like you that are desiring a certain mindset regarding money, what are some of your beliefs around it? Like, right? Like, do you really ask yourself, what do I get the belief about money? And what is it I truly, truly understand about money? Do I need to understand money? How am I seeing money? And so I've heard all kinds of things, and I'm not gonna say any of them are wrong, because it's what resonates with you will be true for you, right? So we hear that money is spiritual. We hear Reverend Ike will call it a woman. It needs to be treated with a tender care in a certain type of way. You know, some people see money as power. Some people see it as just a tool, right? How you are understanding money is going to be your association with it, right? A lot of people think they have to work really hard in order to get it. Some people know that, that money comes effortlessly and easily, right? But it's about your concept of it, right? I decided not to spiritualize money. And this is why I decided not to spiritualize. I know people say, oh, it's energy, it's spiritual. To me, you're trying to put it on a pedestal where it doesn't belong. I'm the spiritual. I'm the energy. I'm the cause. I created money. I create money. Money is just no different than a hammer. It's just a tool that we use, that I give you this and I get that. But here's the thing. We know with the law of mind, you don't necessarily need money to get the things that you need. So how is it spiritual? How does it have this great power when you know that the things you want, you don't necessarily need money to get it? At least you don't need your money to get it. You don't need the money to be in your bank account or in your hands. The law tells you just see yourself with it. That's what the law says. The law says where you begin is in the end. That's where you start. And how do I know this? How do I know this? The law says this. What do I have to clarify this? Well, first of all, you can just test it. That's one way you can know this without a theory, through experience. But like I said, I like to reference the script, the Bible, one of the greatest books of all time about the mind and manifestation. And we can go to Mark 11:24 and Matthew 21:22. Mark 11:24 says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it. That's past tense. And you will have it. So that's how you know it's about the end state, already having it. Not how you're going to get it. Not where is it going to come from? Who hands you gotta shake. What rich people you gotta come into contact with. How many jobs you have to work. How much you have to make on the job. What's the right career to get. All of those are just experiences you're going to have on this third dimensional space. Right? And we believe in the law of compensation. We accept in transactional relationships. However, the law is not transactional. The law is unconditional. It doesn't say you need to have a bachelor, master's, or doctorate in order to get money. You don't have to be an entrepreneur. You don't have to have an MBA. All you have to do is use your imagination. Who did they say? Did they say Einstein? Was that Einstein that said imagination is greater than knowledge? But people think knowledge is supreme, is superior, when actually it's your imagination. Your imagination is supreme. Because if you just use your mind to see yourself with the thing you want, it is something that money can't buy. It far exceeds money. Your mind is your wealth. Yes, God is your imagination. That's it. I don't know why they keep, I don't know, Elizabeth, it seems like every time you put God, they filter it out. They don't want you talking about God here on on TikTok. Every time you put God, they filter your comment. Yes, use your imagination to your benefit. Imagine you have all the things you want in this reality. That's what you should be using your mind for, that you are living a life of ease, love, joy, peace, that all of your good comes with ease, love, joy, peace, and with speed. All of your good comes with ease, love, joy, peace, and speed. That's how you want to see your manifestation showing up in your life. That is a great affirmation. You should affirm it daily. All of my good comes with ease, love, joy, peace, and with speed. Whatever thou do, do it quickly, said the Christ. Whatever you're going to do, do it quickly. Yes, let's do it quickly, right here, right now. No waiting, no half stepping. Just let whatever, all the good that needs to happen, let it be quickly, expediently, expeditiously. Well, why are you here then? Maybe go find content that doesn't go against the word of God. Why are you here? There are other platforms to go on. Actually, your content probably goes against the word of God. My content is perfectly aligned with God because I am God. And beside me, there is no other God. So my content actually is perfectly aligned. Yeah, perfectly aligned. Yep. Yep. Stephen, yep. Imagination has absolutely no boundaries, no limitations. There are no boundaries when it comes to the imagination because the imagination is God. It is the creator. It is the cause. It is the reason for the season. You can imagine anything. And so, since you can imagine anything, why would you not imagine the best? Imagine better than the best you know. Why would you use your mind for anything other than the very best? Like, what are you using your mind for if it's not for the very best? If you're not assuming, believing, accepting that all things are for your good. Ooh, yes, money, health, and abundance comes with ease, love, joy, peace, and with speed. The fivefold ministry. Love it. Say that again. Money, health, and abundance comes with ease, love, joy, peace, and speed. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. You better say that. You better say that. Why would we expect anything less? Why would we expect anything less? A-Town, like, I loved I had to say it a second time. I know that's right. Love it, love it, love it. I wish we could pin that one. But I know because I have the panel, can't pin it. You know, if I was here by myself, we could pin it. I know. And did. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, it's time to take the limitations off, right? This whole remembering is all about unlimiting. Unlimit yourself. Expect the very best. Like everything that you want in this life, right? You have a certain belief surrounding it. Make sure your belief surrounding your desire is with ease, love, joy, peace, and that it comes with speed. Because what are you desiring? Whatever you're desiring is desiring you. That's the reason why you're desiring it, right? We hear that all the time, but it's not a cliche. It's because you are supposed to be experiencing it. You are supposed to be experiencing it. You are supposed to be enjoying it. It's a wonderful, wonderful, absolutely wonderful, amazing thing. You can have the money, you can have the relationships, you can have the health, whatever it is you're desiring. And it's just what you think about it. What do you think about it? What do you do? Like I said, what do you think about health? What do you think about money? What do you think about relationships? Right? Because it was to be done unto you as you believe. So if you think relationships come with all of this baggage, that there's just certain things you're just going to have to settle for, you're going to have to compromise, you're going to have to sacrifice, well, guess what? You will have to do all of those things, even if you don't want to, because you believe that to be true. That will be your experience. It won't be anyone else's experience. It'll be yours. I would suggest that you make your own rules when it comes to the relationship you decide to have with another. There are no a woman should do this or a man should do that. It should be whatever you think you want it to be. Whatever you're saying it should look like. Because you're thinking it, that makes it a possibility. Because you're thinking it makes it real, makes it a possibility. Remember, the only consciousness is reality. Reality is only your imagination. It's your awareness. It's your consciousness. It's your acceptance of a thing. And so what do you accept about life? What truths do you hold that you probably need to be loose and set free from because they are limiting, they are stagnant, they are restrictive? Because it's about total freedom. Total freedom. Being free to have, be, and do whatever you desire. Good afternoon. How are you, Cheryl? How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Life is an amazing thing. It truly is. And, you know, a lot of people have this mindset where they want to focus on all of the negative things, all of the heartache, all of the struggle, and you have to decide what side of the fence you're going to land on, right? Some people like that middle road, right? The middle being the mucky in the middle. Nope. You got to pick a side. Pick a side. Pick a side. Which side of the fence do you want to land on? I choose light and easy for 2,000, Alex. Light and easy. Light and easy, says the script. Oh, I appreciate that. Really, really, really consider what you are holding to be true. And if it does not benefit you, just change your thoughts about it. The more and more you travel down this path of awareness, you come to realize, right? The more you travel down the path of awareness, that surrendering is the only way to go. That's the only option. You really don't want to be fighting the tug of war, the push-pull, the debating, the arguing. You just truly just want to surrender. Surrender to the state of all is well, life is good, life is amazing. I'm flowing with ease, I'm moving with ease, I'm in no rush, I'm in no hurry. I'm smelling the roses, I'm being present, I'm being amazing, right? I was watching this this YouTube channel. I told you guys I like Real Housewives, right? I like to watch Real Housewives. And so they were doing a recap of Real Housewives of Atlanta. And one of the panelists on the channel was talking about, being successful and being unsuccessful, and how both of them are stressful. I was like, may that mindset never find me, because what? I feel like people make success stressful because they're always competing. They're always trying to figure out how to be in the next moment instead of in the present moment. And that's what she came to realize. She said she's living her life. She's doing the things she wants. She has the team, she has the business, she has the money, but her focus is so much on the next step that she hardly ever is paying attention to the current reality. She says that she gets up in the morning and instantly she's looking at her phone and she's checking emails and sending emails and all about the busyness of entrepreneurship. And she said if she was married, her husband probably would never see her face because her attention would be so focused on the business. But that's the whole point. Ain't that supposed to be the whole point of entrepreneurship? You're supposed to get to dictate the terms and conditions and how much time you will give to a thing. But remember, we learned that we don't think like the world thinks, right? The world is all about hustling and chasing and trying to figure out how to get this person and get that person, get this sale and get that client. But if you use your imagination to see yourself as already having all those things, you will find out it's less doing and more being. You would discover that. But people don't want to take that chance. People want to chase greatness, chase success, as opposed to attracting it. But that's what the law tells you. You no longer have to chase success. You are to attract success. But most people won't take time out to focus, to meditate, to decide what the day will be like today. To sit with a few minutes and imagine the best day ever in their mind. Most people won't do that. They wake up instantly chasing success, chasing clients, chasing the next deal, chasing the next client. If you understood the law of mind, you wouldn't have to chase anything. You would set the tone before you went to bed, and when you woke up, the state of alignment you wanted to find yourself in. And then you recognize there is no chasing involved. There's only beingness. Yep, grinding and getting at it. Unfortunately, it's something that only the people know. They only know one way, one thing. And then they're like, oh my goodness, and they wonder why life isn't fun, why they don't enjoy it. Because they were so busy being in the next moment as opposed to being in this moment. Like, really, sometimes you really have to take time to smell the roses, to really look at, man, I really am living the life that I've desired and appreciating it. Truly being appreciative of the reality you created for yourself because you understand you created it. Not getting so caught up in the numbers. Because, what's the sense of having all the money if you're not going to enjoy it? Right? You have the big old house, but you don't even enjoy it. You're never there to enjoy it. You went and got the big old, the nice car. Don't even enjoy it. So busy doing all other stuff. You can't even enjoy your own manifestations. You never want to find yourself in that state. You want to appreciate the life that you've created for yourself, that you've curated for yourself. Like, it's not going to hurt you to sit 5 minutes and just look around you. take time to just look at life and appreciate it. Like, man, I remember when, like the Neville Goddard technique. But this is not even about a technique. This is just about observation, appreciation for your creation. Hey, pretty as Monet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on, guys. We have 37 people in here. I know we can get to 10K. We're not tapping this screen. Come on. We should have been at 10K. 10K the easy way. Let's go. Double tap the screen. Come on. Let's get to it, guys. Tapping is clapping. Double tap the screen. The question is, what do you want? Remember I told you 3 questions. Really 3 questions. The what do you want is the second question. The first question is, who do you say that I am? Your self-concept is everything, because your self-concept really determines the thing that you want if you can see yourself as having it. Right? So who do you say that I am? What do you want? And then do you believe you can have it? Those are the 3 questions. Who do you say that I am? I am successful. I am prospered. I am loved. I am amazing. I am brilliant. I am whatever. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a teacher. I'm a healer. I'm a whatever it is. I'm a stay-at-home wife, a kept man, whatever it is, a doctor, a lawyer, a judge, whatever it is, whatever your desires and aims in life, a mechanic, I own my own auto business or auto repair shop, whatever it is. And it's booming because everyone, through word of mouth, people have come to realize that I'm great at what I do. I keep my word. I'm honest. I'm honest, I deal honestly with my customers and my clients. And I get most of my business comes through referral. I don't even have to, advertise. I don't have to pay for any advertisement because my work speaks for itself. Happy Tuesday. I am Tam. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know Stephen Randall. He said, when the food is good, nobody is talking. Oh, yes. Like, that's what we have to say about whatever we're doing, that we're the best, right? Not the best as in competing or comparing with anyone else, understanding, but that there is no one to compete or compare, right? When you're the best, the very best that you can be. Right? Like are many of us declaring the day, the type of day we want to have? Are we decreeing and declaring that this day is a very, very successful day? That the thing that I intended, I am commanding, right? Like, are we really intentional about the day? Like, when we go to bed at night, are we saying, okay, I am prophesying. I am going to speak. I'm going to call those things that be not as though they were. I'm going to call things into my experience, and I'm going to set the tone for the day while I rest this body and I dream these beautiful dreams of success and joy and peace and health and wealth and money and prestige and opulence and extravagance and lavishness as I think about these realities. And I drift off to sleep. And then when I wake up in the morning, oh yes, I appreciate it. Like we talk about it in past tense as though it's already happened. I appreciate it. This was the best day ever. Like, what's his name? SpongeBob, the best day ever. Like, ask yourself, what will be the best day ever? Like, what would be the best day ever? Can you imagine what the best day ever would be for you? Would it be getting that first client that's multiple hundreds of thousands, millions, whatever it is? you work with 10 people today, or you worked with 5 people today, and it was or you met the love of your life. You met the person you knew you were supposed to spend the rest of your life with, or whoever you wanted to date for a fun time and maybe not a long time. Whatever it is, what will be your most happy? You got to visit the place in the world that you have just been desiring for many years. And the best day ever is that now you know that not in a day, not too in a far distance, not too far distant future, that you're going to be in that space, enjoying that culture. Like, use your mind to expand, to see yourself living the dream, living the life. Now that you have X amount of dollars, because that's your desire. My desire is to have X amount of dollars coming into my experience on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis, whatever you're saying. And now that I have X amount of dollars, man, how much has your life changed as a result of it? How is your life different as a result of you having the money you've been desiring? The money that you've been claiming? The health that you've been speaking over? You've been speaking health over your body. Now that you have that, now that your body is at ease, there is no longer dis-eased, but it is at ease. How's life different now? Really think about that. Now that my life is exactly the way I want it to be. It's better than I could have ever imagined. It's greater than my fondest dreams. Like, man, I couldn't, the stuff that's happening, like, it never even entered my mind. See, that's what the script says. The script says that. How does it go? I'm trying to remember. I've quoted it before. I could just catch the end of it. And neither has it entered into the heart of man the things that God has in store for them that walk up right before him. Eyes have not seen. There we go. Eyes have not seen. Ears have not heard. Neither has it entered into the hearts of man. It's telling you the things that's going to be bestowed upon you, you never even thought was possible. It never even crossed your mind. The things that are in store for you. Why? Because you walk upright. What is walking upright? Thinking right. That you let go of the negativity. You let go of the fear. You let go of the doubt. You let go of the complaining. You let it all go. And now you're only living from a place of Philippians 4:8. You're only thinking whatever so things are lovely, pure, honest, true, virtuous, noble, praiseworthy, and of good report. See, the God in you, the womb of creator in you, your subconscious mind takes what you say, your imagination, it takes what you says, and then it forms and fashions it and molds it, and then it blooms. It comes into fruition. It becomes a part of your experience. Don't worry about it. I'm good. You don't have to worry about anything I'm doing. I'm not a Christian, so I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any damnation, no condemnation. Hey, Plays, how are you? Thank you. Let me pin that. Yes, we still got a little over 3,000 likes to go. Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way, and the panel opens up. Yes, we don't want to argue over any one belief system, right? This is an echo chamber. We are in a silo. We only want to hear the good stuff. We only want to hear, you know, people talking about their desires, their dreams, their goals, their aims in life, how to realize them. Maybe they may feel like they're a little stuck, and we'll help you get unstuck. And I'll tell you the only reason why you're stuck is because you're saying so. If you stop saying you're stuck, you won't be stuck. It's so simple. If you would just speak differently, life would be different. I know we want it to be some type of rocket scientist type thing. It's not rocket science. It literally is what comes out of your mouth, what you're thinking constantly, you're creating. And if you just would think differently, if you would just change the script, change the narrative, change the inner conversation, life would be different. And you don't have to set my word for it. You do have to try it. You do have to test it. And I get it. People are like, I got the can't help it. Here's the thing. The reason why most people don't test it, because most people really believe that the reason why they are having their challenges in life is because of the world. That's really how most people really think their problems in life is because of the government, because of their parents, because of their significant other, because of their children, when if they just would recognize, no, it's because of their own thinking. But that is a very hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. I like how one people said, abundance is our salvation. And if you're a Christian and you're saved, I don't understand how you could not be saved and not experience abundance. To me, that's an oxymoron, but that's because most religious organizations tell people that God, that there's virtue in poverty. Because they misunderstand the beatitude, blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of God. I think that's how it goes. That's how it goes, right? Blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven or kingdom of God. But it's talking about not poor monetarily, not poor. It's talking about those who are not too haughty or think they know so much, right? See, rich and poor in scripture actually has the opposite meaning. Like when the Bible says that the rich young ruler he went away sad because the Christ said, if you want to enter the kingdom of heaven, you have to go sell all that you have and follow me. We're talking about giving up your old belief systems. It's not talking about your earthly possessions, because the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and all that the Father has is thine. So the Bible is constantly telling you how to prosper on this third dimensional plane. Since God is a God that does not change, which means the law of mind never changes. When we go to the Old Testament, the whole point of the Old Testament was about prosperity, but you're going to tell me you're going to get to the New Testament now the whole point is about salvation? Salvation just means a solution to the problem. God didn't change. If God promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob wealth, Solomon, the kings, Hezekiah, David, if those would promise wealth, you're also promised wealth. Because we understand that those people are states of consciousness. Yes, I can't even say Miss Kitty. I didn't come up with that. Stephen Randall said that on YouTube. I got to give him his credit. He was the one that said it. Abundance is our salvation. To see the difference with this message than those of prosperity preachers, I know God does not require 10% of your money. The tithe that the Bible is talking about is your desire. Give your desire to God and watch God work. Work it, work it, work it. Work it. Watch God go to work. That's the tithe. That's why it says, bring all to me the tithes unto the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house. And prove me now herewith and see, if I will not open up the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that you do not have room enough to receive. Bring all your desires to the storehouse. Where's the storehouse? The mind. The kingdom of God is within you. Bring all your desires unto me. Give it to me. Give it to me and watch and see. Will I not open up the windows of heaven? You'll have ideas flooding your mind with prosperity, peace, joy, love, opulence, abundance. All those good things will rain down on you. You won't have room enough to receive it all. We are the Levites. We are the lawgivers. Every man is a law unto himself. For I am the way, the truth, and the life. And no man comes to me unless the Father within draws him. Who is the Father within me? My own awareness, my own consciousness. Who are man manifestations? Yes, antique. Actually, saved is just about getting a solution to any problem. And I say if you stop creating problems, you won't need to be saved. You won't need any solutions. Stop saying you have problems and you won't. It's just that simple. Because what you think, as you think, so are you. So if you think that life is all about solving problems all the time, then guess what? You'll always have a problem to solve. I'm not here to solve problems. I'm here to experience life. That's what I'm here to. I'm here to experience what? The abundant life. I came that I may have life, and that more abundantly. That's what I came here for. We're almost there. Double. We got one more 1,000K to reach 10K, and then the panel opens up. Oh, I love it. Salvation is knowing we are whole and free from any limitations, healthy, wealthy, and happy. Yes, A-Town. Yes. Y'all have heard this song. I forgot. It was one of them. Was it Beetlejuice? I can't remember if it was Beetlejuice. When he said happy, he said, if you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Take it from a personal point of view. Get an ugly girl to marry you. Have you ever heard that, A-Town? Oh, that song is crazy. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty girl your wife. Take it from a personal point of view. Get an ugly girl to marry you. He said, heck no. You heard that, Miss Kitty? It was in one of those movies. I forgot which movie it was. Ooh, I love it. Oh no, it's not a typo. It's not a typo. I said exactly what I meant to say. Abundance is our salvation. I like the way that, my friend on YouTube said, abundance is our salvation. However, the Bible is a prosperity gospel. No one needs saving. Folks just need to be awakened. As Paul said, oh, awake thou. Well, Paul didn't say, he was quoting an Old Testament script. Awake, O thou that sleeps. Arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. We're just supposed to remember who we are, and then we will most certainly. All right, 10K the easy way. We up to 10K, okay? So the panel is open. If you're on YouTube and you're looking to have a conversation and you want to join the discussion, the panel is open. as we talk manifestation, as we understand that the Bible is not a historical text, the Bible is a psychological book. I disagree, Antique. I know the TikTok filtered your message, but I can see it. The whole Bible from Genesis to Revelation, from my perspective, my understanding, and how I decide to interpret scripture is that it is all psychological. None of those people existed in time and space. None of them. And every story, every book is a remix of ancient Kemet, Eastern philosophy. It's all about the mind. Make sure when you come up, we mute up. That's the rules of my panel. We mute up when we come on the panel. Thank you. And then I'll greet you and we'll have a conversation. No, I'm my history. I don't know anything about history. I know my story. I don't listen to nobody else's story. I don't listen to his story. I listen to my story. And I am my own story. I write my own book. I don't listen to the book of another. So, but to each his own. Everybody got their own path, their own way of perceiving reality. And I perceive reality strictly as metaphysical, as mental, that this world is make-believe. We always making ish up. We make stuff up every single day, all day long, all day strong. Hello, Sweet Peaches 2022. You can unmute. Welcome. Sweet Peaches, did you mean to come up? You can unmute. If not, I'll go to the next caller. Okay, no problem. So the next caller is Handsome Ponderer. Welcome. You can unmute. Are you there? Did you mean to come up? Hello? We can't hear you. Oh, okay. Maybe they didn't mean to come up. I take the Bible as all psychological. None of those people, and even if you want to say that they did exist, even if you want to make, an argument for history, what do we glean out of the Bible by making it his story? Making it about someone else's story? How do we benefit from someone else's story? I feel we benefit from the Bible when we understand it's my story. When you can personalize scripture and you can glean from it its truths and its instructions and actually apply it to your life so you can see a difference in your world. But you don't have to use the Bible to get the reality you desire out of this life. When you can make the connection between your thoughts and things, your world will just be greater for it. When you understand that your thinking is your speech, and what you're thinking and what you're speaking is what's you're calling into your reality. Hey, Lamont. Welcome. How are you? I know, A-Town. I know. They had to change your mind. That's okay, because if they're coming up to debate, I'm good. Yeah, and then how does that help you, Antique? Okay. We see a beautiful plane of existence. Now what? And now after that, now what? Okay. It's a beautiful world we live on. Snow-capped mountains, beautiful cascading waterfalls, beautiful beaches, oceans, lakes, seas, and rivers. Okay, now what? We see the beautiful fruit trees, Trees that don't bear no fruit, beautiful green grass, sand on the seashore. Okay. Now, how does that help you in your life? Because if my life can't be changed by this information, then it's just information. It does me no good. Yeah, because some people don't even see a beautiful world. Some people see a decrepit world. Some people see a cold world. Some people say people don't even acknowledge a God based on what they see. They're like, that's not an evidence of a God just because we live on a rock, just because we live on this third rock from the sun. That's not for them. That's not sufficient evidence because a book says it declares the mighty works of a creator. They said that's not evidence. Have you ever talked to an atheist? They could care less about that book. That book absolutely means nothing. It's no proof of anything. But you know how you get your proof? Through experience. You must experiment with your own mind, which is what the Bible is telling you. Yep, everything is perfect. If you don't see that, you don't understand what perfection is. Absolutely. Everything is beautiful. Everything is amazing. Life is wonderful. Absolutely. Nothing can separate you from God. We already know that. Regardless of what people try to tell you, nothing can separate you from your mind. You can never be separated from your own thoughts. Your thoughts go with you wherever you go. See, for me, God is your mind. The creator and man is the mind. And you are always, that's what it says, he'll never leave you nor forsake you. If you make your bed in heaven, I am there. If you make your bed in Sheol, I am there. Your mind is always with you. Your consciousness. And even some people, they may forget their name, they may forget where they are, they may forget how old they were, but they never forget that they are. They know that they are still existing. Hello, Miss Kitty. How are you?
Hi. I just came up to say if you love everything you see, then you'll see everything you love. And what do you see? Your thoughts.
And some people can't stand their thoughts. I love it. I love it. When you love everything you see, you will see everything you love. And what do you see? Your thoughts. Your thoughts made manifest. That's what John 1 tells us, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, and then what? The Word becomes flesh. Paul said it this way. I don't remember the rest of the script. I only recall like the part of the script. But it goes on to, this, it kind of leans into the Christian doctrine, the rest of the script. So you have to break it down further. But it says, great is the mystery. And I say, my story. Great is my story. God manifested in the flesh. Is he just repeating the same thing John 1 said? That's the mystery. The mystery of creation. That God literally became his creation. And that's the thing that religion would try to tell you just isn't so. They want to think God is here and his creation is over there. When Jesus, the central figure of the gospel, told you, I and my Father are one. The creator and its creation are one, not two. There's no separation. Are those created? Is the sun, moon, and stars creations? Or maybe they just are. Because they're all energy, right? And energy was never created and thus can never be destroyed. So the sun, moon, and stars, they just exist. Everything just exists. On this third dimensional plane, things just are. Everything comes and goes. Everything makes an appearance and becomes invisible, then visible. Invisible, then visible. It's cyclical, right? Just like if you live in the North and the Midwest in our country, we experience what? The 4 seasons. We see leaves come, and then we see leaves go. And then we see leaves come, and then we see leaves go. And then we see leaves. And we will call that death. But is it really death? Or is it just rebirth? It's always experiencing a rebirth. Because what did the Bible say? I'm going to use the Bible again. What does the Bible say? For I am the God of the living and not the dead. And since the God is the God of all things, and is not the God of death, what does that tell us? There is no death. There's only life. That death is the illusion, which is what the Christ supposedly swallowed up. When the Christ mind returns, when the Christ mind awakens, it swallows up the belief in what? Death. You come to recognize there's only life. There is no death. Hey, 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 Divinely Honest. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, 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 DNA Mindset Matters. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome all. Nothing dies. And so what do you want to resurrect in your reality, right? What do you want? What do you want? Hey. Interesting. Oh, that's a wonderful statement. That's why y'all believe in a rapture? Or a second death or a second life? Because maybe that script is taken out of context. You know, like how they like to tell me, Miss Kitty, you're taking it out of context. I'm gonna say that script is taken out of context. Because what's the first script? What's the one before it and what's the one after it? What is Daniel actually talking about? Hey, Renee. Yeah, they said Daniel 12:2 says, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting. Okay, and what does that mean? What does that mean actually? Because maybe the Bible is talking about a spiritual death and not a physical one. It's about shame and contempt. Interesting. I agree with that, because when you awaken the Christ mind, you no longer operate in condemnation. That's what Romans 8:1 says. I know you don't like the New Testament, but that's what Romans 8:1 says. There is therefore now no condemnation to them that are in Christ Jesus. Who's Christ Jesus? The power of God and the wisdom of God. And who is Jesus? The I am. So it's the power in you. When you awaken the power within you, you no longer operate from shame and contempt. You operate in your authority, in your God-given power, in your awareness. That's how you operate now on this third dimensional plane. Yep. I know Steven said, if we are wrong, I don't want to be right. Say that again. Oh my goodness. Jesus just means I am. That's all. Jesus just means that which saves. What saves you in a time of trouble? A solution, an answer. That's what saves you. So if you're sick, what saves you? Healing or health. If you're hungry, what saves you? Food. If you're homeless, what saves you? If you're clothesless, what saves you? Jesus just means the answer to a problem. That's it. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
If you got bronchitis, what saves you? The money.
Money, money, money. Money. Money, 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 money. Money. Hey, Kev. Rich Rising. Don't get it twisted. The New Testament is all about the I am that was concealed in the Old Testament. That's all the New Testament. The New Testament is revealing God in man. That's what it is. That's the revelation. Revelation of Jesus Christ. The book of Revelations is the book of revealing God as man. Like, what are we doing? I know people just want to hate on the Bible, but there's no reason to hate on the Bible. It's all about understanding the Bible. It's okay though. You don't gotta accept it. But that's all the New Testament is about. Because that was concealed in the Old Testament. People thought God was separate from them in the Old Testament. Not understanding that God was one with, never separate. So New Testament comes along to clean it up. Because it was concealed. That's all. But you don't have to accept it. If you know who you are, you don't need the New Testament to tell you. You most certainly do not need the New Testament to tell you. Because when I discovered who I was, it wasn't through the Bible. Right, Miss Kitty? When you came to the knowledge of self, it didn't come through reading the Bible, right?
It did not come through reading the Bible. I'm telling you, I shifted and sifted and twisted and turned the pages, sat so many nights and begged for Jesus to reveal himself to me. Nothing.
Now, some people say they get the revelation through reading the Bible. I didn't have such luck.
I didn't have that luck either. I didn't get it.
I didn't get it till after I had get through the Bible. Because I don't even own one. Unless you want to count them on phone, the little websites, BibleGateway.com. That's what I utilize.
I had a sister friend tell me just the other day, I hadn't talked to her in a while. She said, I thought you probably had just stopped calling because you just got tired of me talking about Jesus. I said, and I did.
Ooh.
I did.
Ooh. She was Jesus this, Jesus that.
Jesus and the devil.
Oh.
I couldn't. One day I was like, there is no devil. It's all you. No. Just no. And now and she listens, not to say that I'm any authority or anything, just my girlfriend. Mm-hmm. We be talking. And she listens, and the other night when we talked, she was getting some epiphanies, I think, but that's not my mission or my desire to transform her thoughts.
Right. That part.
Right. I'll just be talking about where I'm at. And so, but yeah, I just want the answer to how to have a better experience, a more prosperous and loving and abundant experience. And I've learned that I've realized that it's all about my thoughts. I can trace everything back to my mind.
Man.
Every experience that I've had, whether I deemed it wonderful or not so wonderful, I can trace it back to my thoughts. And I'm so grateful for that. So now I know how to steer the boat. And because life is eternal, because I'm claiming my consciousness when I shed this body this time, and I come back with my next consciousness, with the same consciousness next time, if it should be so deemed, then at least my consciousness is continuously growing.
Yes.
And I'm not burying myself in darkness and in untruth. Yes. And I'm willing to take the responsibility for that.
I love that. Love that. Oh, that was beautifully said. I love it. Burying yourself in darkness. Woo! Were we not knee deep in darkness? We was head deep. More than knee deep. We were head deep.
Crying about the past, blaming my mom. And she's like, I'm just loving you the best way I know how.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I'm doing. You know, if I knew better, I would have done better. And I've had the mystical other side experience where her spirit came to me and told me that. I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I loved you. You were my baby.
Aww.
I loved you.
Yeah.
You know? So then so that means that we have to forgive these people that hurt us, because we're not gonna not say we didn't experience pain,
right,
or trauma,
yep,
as a result of the people that were around us that we call family, and friends and teachers, whoever, wherever, bosses, all of that. But we have to forgive them for ourselves, not for them.
Not for them.
For ourselves, so we can progress.
Yep.
In our own consciousness, in our own being. It is freeing to take responsibility for your shit. Because then it's like the path opens up. The light gets bright. It gets very bright. And now you are in total control. You're resting in your omnipotence, your omniscience, and your omnipresence. In your world, not the world. In your world, because that's all we're talking about, is navigating through our own world, the reality that we've created for ourselves. Yes. And so when we look back now, some of us have been more fortunate than others in that we were smarter and better in our thinking, and like you said earlier, had experiences, our environment was that their parents were talking to them, you are a star, baby, you are a star, make no mistake about it. And the world is going to bend at your command. But all of us didn't get that. So, and it's okay. Because in the end, it's just an experience anyway that proves itself not a fake ass simulation. Come on. It's really a simulation. Because it's just the universe having fun. With itself. And it all comes back to that self being one, the supreme, the creator, the source of it all. Yes. And the source is like, get what you can, do what you will.
They don't like that, do what
Claim
you will. They say that's what the Satanists say. Like somebody was saying earlier, they were like, they called the Satanists and asked for food and help, and they said, come on down. They called the churches, they said, we couldn't help you.
Ain't that something? See? So,
yes, please make sure you mute up when you come on the panel.
My mind. Better take responsibility for it and stop looking to Jesus, because he's not coming back. I tell you. And as many times as I laid on my face, calling him forth, he never showed himself to me. And I was mad about that. Look, and then I had to forgive him. The answers lie within. Every answer to every question that you have is inside yourself. You just have to trust that you are the source, living out its life as you.
Yep. It's funny that you answered that question because someone asked, "Who is the source?"
You
just said it. You just said it. You are the source. You just gave the answer.
Go look in the mirror. You want to see God? Go look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror. And start living by that. It's a process. It depends on where your mindset is at. Some people can get it instantaneously.
Yep.
And for those of us who aren't that far advanced yet in our thinking, or the fertile ground of our mind is not that we can receive it and bloom it right away, that's okay, because it's still gonna bloom. Look in the mirror. Stop looking outside yourself.
Yeah. DNA Mindset Matters asks if get mad when you first started deconstructing. I didn't, because I had been left Christianity by the time I started deconstructing. I had been left. I wasn't mad. I didn't even know that, I knew something was up with the Bible. I just didn't know what. And then when about almost, 15 years later, that's when I came to the realization, oh, this Bible ain't even a historical text. What? Okay. Makes more sense now. Makes more sense.
I remember when we were teens, I remember this boy saying, I don't want to go. You know how kids sit around and just ponder. He was like, if it's a heaven and a hell, I think I choose hell, because they partying down there. If in heaven, they just humming and rocking.
Not humming and rocking. That's funny.
Just trying to discern and get to the truth. That's all. Humming and rocking.
Wow.
If I'm humming and rocking, look, I don't have a problem with humming and rocking. If I'm humming and rocking because I got them 6 figures in my checking account, then I'm a hum and rock. I'm so happy. I got this money. Listen, you can have all the money you want. You just have to settle into the idea and to the fact and embrace it. That I can have all the money I want. Start saying that shit out loud. Walk through your house and say it. Sit in that chair instead of watching TV. Not to say there's anything wrong with watching TV. I'm just talking about accelerating the experience. Sit in that chair and call forth the money. Use the power of your voice. I'm preaching to me. Use the power of your voice. You have a strong and powerful voice. The power lies in the power, and strength lies in the tongue. However, life and death lies in the power of the tongue. Yes. Call it forth. Dare you call it forth. Dare you make it real for yourself. Then come back to the live and testify to that. Don't be getting on here arguing and fussing. Debating, challenging. Nobody want to hear that.
Yes. At first I used to. It was entertaining. I will say it was entertaining, but it get to be a bit much, because you find yourself being just repetitive, and you realize most people are not coming up to listen or have dialogue. They're just here to preach, and it's just like, I did the preaching already. I'm good. I'm good.
And to prove you wrong and themselves right. Nobody have time for that. Prove that what we're saying is right, or prove it to be wrong in your experience, but through your experience, not through pontificating what you've read in the Bible or what somebody has conditioned you to believe and to think.
Yes. Money is the construct we all agreed upon as exchange for things. Instead of, like I was talking with ChatGPT, right, about money and the whole purpose of it. And so they gave like the history lesson saying, okay, well, back in the day before we came up with paper money, right? And before we used coins as an exchange for things, we used to say, well, if I have, chickens, I got to see who else wants the chickens that I have in order to get the thing that I want, right? So I had to go around trying to find, okay, if I wanted, a pair of pants or something, right? And I didn't know how to sew it. And I had to look for somebody that's willing to exchange pair of pants with chickens. And if I couldn't find that, then I couldn't get the thing that I wanted. But the whole purpose of the whole dollar bill or the coin exchange for things was that you no longer had to look for somebody who wanted the thing that you had, and that they had the thing that you wanted. Now you would just give people the coin or give people the money. That, yes, a better system. That's it, barter, right? Because the bartering did kind of make things difficult if you couldn't find people to take what you had, or you couldn't find someone to give you what you needed. Whereas with this new way of bartering, you didn't need that. Everybody agreed upon, let's just use this money. Let's just use this paper bill or this coin. And then that became a much more sufficient way of exchanging goods and services. That's it. That's all. Money is just something you exchange for goods and services. You can make it energy, you can make it power, you can make it God, you can make it spiritual, you can do whatever you want to do with it. It's your life. I say we demystify it just like we demystify God. Stop putting it on a pedestal. It is nothing but a tool of exchange. That's all it is. It's just a tool. But yes, some people have made it their God. They have said, no, it's power. No, it's spiritual. No, it's energy. No, it's this. No, it's that. And all it is just a thing that you use for goods and services. But we know the true currency is the mind. That you don't even need the quote unquote fiat money. You only need your mind. And if the money is required to be a part of the experience of getting the thing you want, then the money will make an appearance in your reality. If it's necessary. It's not always necessary. It's not always necessary. But again, it's all about how you decide to perceive it. You get to determine the reality for yourself. You do. And the moment you decide what that means to you, then that to me changes your reality and changes your perspective and outlook on life. Hello, user Jonathan. How are you? You can unmute.
I'm great. And yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I don't have a whole lot of words to say other than you spot on. Like, I can always come to your page and get the word. That's going to go over some people's head because they think I'm talking about the Bible, but common sense. It's just thinking. I don't know why we made common sense so hard and we made it religious. If you want something, all you got to do is have a desire and watch this. Walk away from it and you'll see it materialize. You ain't got the hope for nothing. You ain't got the want for nothing. You just got to have a desire.
Woo.
I'm telling you this because, see, what you don't know last time is when I stopped by your page, I've had some things that happened that I hadn't been able to catch you on Wednesday to talk about. But with your permission, if I could just say it.
Oh, sure. Manifestation is always the order of the day.
Listen, one day I was out working on some equipment, and then you know how you get somewhat feel like a heaviness that comes on you, but really it's your mind getting your attention and say, hey, you need to take a moment.
Mm-hmm.
In that moment, I just opened my mouth and started saying, thank you. And here's why, because what we call heaviness is not always heaviness. Mm-hmm. It is how your soul gets your attention. When you start looking within yourself and then you begin to sit with yourself, your mind is trying to help you manifest all the time. But you still over here, Father, I ain't gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that part. So here's what has happened since the last time I talked to you online. I had in my mind that I said, you know what, I'm gonna get me one of those smokers. Now this done been 2 or 3 years ago. And I was looking at it on the brochure, and I was looking at the price. I said, man, oh, get me one of those. Done walked away from it, not even thinking about it no more. I get a phone call. The last time I talked to you, they said, hey, George wants you to come by the house. I said, okay, what's going on? She said, he wants you to get this smoker he got over here. What?
Not your money, right?
Come on.
Not your money.
Listen to me. Hey, and just for those that's out there listening, I ain't just talking about no cheap one, because I got one of those grill smoker, pellet smoker. Baby, this made out of that old gas tank. Got the real chimney on the side. I'm talking about levels where you turn and get the right amount of air with a smoke box on the end. So when you want to put that real wood on it, you want to start smoking on that meat the day before, all you got to do is feed the fire, let it do what it do. Listen, that's what listening and stopping by your page that day manifested then. But it didn't stop there. See, I own some land, so I was like, you know what, I'm going to get me a tiller ply. And when I get the tiller ply, I'm going to start turning this dirt over, just to plant, because that's what my people did. Everything we ate was in the yard. Now, I ain't like my dad. My dad got, I bet you, 100 goats in the backyard. Like, I don't know how you do it, horses, but that's what he loved. My dad is 72, and that's what he lived for that, like to feed them. And so here's my dad said, I'm gonna buy me a tractor. My daddy don't be hoping that he gonna buy a tractor. My daddy said, he told me, he says, if I tell you I'm gonna buy me a tractor, that means I've already spotted one. It took me back to something you said. I bet you 2 weeks after my daddy said that to me, and I started thinking about, he sound like Toyia. I get a phone call. Hey, JJ, I said, yeah. He said, man, I got stuff I need you kind of look at. Okay, all right. How about I got a brand new, somebody say brand new.
Brand new.
Short bill tiller ply. Not them weak ones with the axles in the back. These babies digging and turning from the front. That's that big dog. It's got a mold on it. So, oh, wait a minute. I didn't pay nothing. But it didn't stop there. I needed a pressure washer. I lent mine to a family member of mine who started a business, and he needed something to work with. So me just being generous, I lent him mine. Now, once they take it, it don't belong to you no more. Because if it tears up with it, they don't want to fix it. You go through all that rigmarole. But I knew the sacrifice that I was going to make to help this gentleman. Need I say, I also got a brand new pressure washer over there. Brand new.
Look at that. You just getting all you. Love it. Love it.
Oh, and on that note, I'm going to tell you how much I paid for that. Nothing.
Look at that. I got to do another fill. Woohoo! Brand new.
Listen.
Brand spanking new, as they would say. Brand spanking new.
Spanking new. And so I was listening to the young lady that was also speaking, and she sounds like you. Like, just sounds like you. And I don't know her, and I haven't ever met you in your physical form, but we linked up but it's the correlation of words that I guess I'm referring to that just like, wow. And it made me stop for a moment what I was doing, because remember that feeling I said I had where I needed to get with myself that we think is heaviness and your mind trying to I had to get here for this moment. Yes. Because I was struggling with all this stuff that I know. Why I don't sit on TikTok and just spew with people and have fun with this and and watch this in reality help build their mind. They ain't giving me nothing. Now, if you want to donate, then do so. I ain't going to turn your money down.
Right.
Somebody say, okay, you want to give.
Yep.
So you don't ask for money. But if you got in your heart that you want to give and the Lord talking to you, we'll accept the Lord talking to you. Amen, somebody.
Amen, somebody. Amen. I don't ask for it, but I ain't turning it down.
Okay.
Amen.
Okay. We ain't. But watch this here. But your gift's supposed to make room for you.
Yeah. That's it.
You see how I shift? Because now I need to talk their language.
Yeah.
Your gift will make room for you, but you got to use the gift. You still hoping God sent it to you. You came with it. This stuff that we talking about, anointing and oil, is the life that's already in you. You holding it back. I'm gonna tell you how I know. I'm gonna hush.
Well, first, before you hush, I need you to read Antique's comment down there. But go ahead with your thought and then answer what he put there. Or she. I don't know if it's a he or a she.
Can I tap that for it disappear on my baby? Okay, you read it. It says, bro, I need you to manifest the destruction of these devils in the world. Bro, how can the devil disappear when he's the devil? He's acting who he is. You call it the devil because those are his actions. Remember this, we are a reflection of our thoughts. Whatever we think is what you see, because it's how we reflect this avatar you call a body in the earth. We need this body because this body is just like a fish body. A fish can't live on dry land. He got to live in his land. That's his kingdom. This our kingdom. But make no mistake about it, all you are really is awareness, consciousness. That's all you are. You want to call it God, then call it God. But God is still one. There is no division in God like there's no division in you and God. But you got a problem when Jesus come along. This is what your Bible say. When you see me, you see the Father. I and the Father, we are one. The problem with it is, you go and start listening to a preacher preach a message to you about devils, and he reminded you of something you ain't never saw. Then we keep repeating and repeating and then regurgitating and regurgitating. You can't forget the devil because you remind yourself of it. Hey, if you look in the mirror, you'll see him.
Boom.
Dog. Oh, okay, let me get back. I'm sorry.
No, you good. That's it.
Cause I don't think they're really ready for this. Like, when you see this kind of language and know this kind of stuff here, I started having conversations with myself like this one day. Wait a minute, you give all of this to everybody you meet every day, and you feel drained when you come home because you're pouring out. Watch this. And you're not pouring from your overflow, you're pouring from yourself. Forget that overflow stuff. Anything that falls from the overflow, you deserve to get. That's called the extra that I had that rolled off. But as for now, I need this. You see what I'm saying? For myself, because it's called life. When you oozing life, you're frustrated, stressed, and all these different things that you call in a devil. And you don't know how to sit down with yourself and stop hoping that a God show up and do something for you that he gave you the ability to do for yourself, devil. Good Lord, today. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. So Jesus said, when you see me, you see the Father. I and the Father, we are one. The problem is you keep looking at the skin of the man instead of the consciousness that the man was seeing from.
Yeah.
And just to sum all that Bible up, in the beginning was a story that someone had from an image that he was thinking about, and he created it, and you living in it. A dream. If you're talking about a separation between you and God, which is why you won't make it in, because you can't believe that you won with it. Devil. An evil man thinks evil of himself, but an evil man that thinks evil of himself do evil to others. Because as a man thinketh, so is the...
Ooh.
Come on, man.
Clock that. T, you need to say that again for the cheap seats.
Evil man do evil things because he's evil within himself. So evil men do evil things to people because the evil is reflected who he is, and you see it.
As you think, so are you.
As the man thinks.
Evil is as evil does.
Okay then, stop playing with it. So now, to answer the devil problem, you ain't gonna get rid of that. Okay, wait a minute. Wait, can I do it, Toyia?
Go ahead.
Okay. If God destroyed the languages at the Tower of Babel, right? And there was a separation in the languages, and now you're speaking a broken language, but you don't understand that you're speaking a broken language. Don't you trying to show y'all when y'all stayed over there in that wilderness for 40 years? Wondering. Notice it says wondering. You was wondering. You left Pharaoh and you was wondering, but the God that you said you believed in was taking care of you. Now you living under a government or a God that ain't doing nothing for you, and you won't return to the one that had your back. Moses, go tell them people that I'll be their God and they'll be my people. the problem is, and preachers ain't gonna tell you this, is you looking to Moses, but Moses was looking to God. Moses is, and for I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Moses was looking to somebody that didn't have a body. Means Moses within himself. If Moses was talking to anybody. Now Moses came back, your preachers, and started talking to you. My people hear my voice, and a stranger they won't follow. He was saying sheep, but he was talking about people. My people will not follow a strange voice. This is why the world don't understand how to get free, because they keep listening to voices that won't lead them to life. Didn't Jesus tell you, I am the way, the truth, and the life? And see, these are the things that, and then so we get all these different 1,000,000 religions, and neither one of them ain't helping you because you won't help yourself. Return to yourself, man. Call it what you will. Man, return within yourself. Why? Because everything you need is already in you. Now we mad because they making money off of us, and you don't want to bless Toyia line. You don't want to bless my line. I ain't even doing a line. But for the sake of, if we did, this kind of information is something you couldn't give us money for, because we do this willfully. You can't pay for this. Let's be clear. This kind of stuff happens when you go within yourself. People get doctorate degrees and they call themselves this, call themselves that. But this information is within you. You just won't do what the Bible say and travel the land. And everywhere you put your foot, I'm going to give it to you. He wasn't that. All that book is about is expanding your mind. Stop thinking that it's real and read it for what it is. Stop. They are characters somebody made up. And they're using it to rewrite your mind. Didn't Jesus tell you, and be ye transformed by renewing your mind? That means you got to go back to something you once had. A freaking mind.
Love it.
I'm sorry, T. I'm gonna hush you.
You good. I love it. I love it.
See, the truth is, here's the real magic. Have you ever seen something that's supposed to be magic? Watch this. They showed it to you and then made it disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And then watch this. In order to get you to believe that it was magic, they had to make it reappear, didn't they? Right. Because wait a minute, what did they do is what's on your mind right now. And why can't I see what it was at one time? Someone created magic. It's through words. And the fact that we can see that you don't know how to think for yourself tells us that you don't even understand any language. I don't care if God did break it up. The broken language is within yourself. When I started learning how to talk to myself, this is how it happened. I started saying, wait a minute. You give all this information and other stuff to other people, but you don't even coach your own self. Now, I'm winning on the outside. I'm winning. Life is wonderful. But watch this. But something still feels broken, and that was me. I was broken because the little boy that I thought should have a great life, I was going back to rewrite his story. I had to write the pain out and start telling myself, I love you. Listen, I know it sounds crazy to some, but you got to renew your mind, right? Jonathan, despite everything you walked through, and it was tough and all these different things that you remember about it, look at how great you are right now. Look how everything that you ever desired. I've been a business owner for, I bet you, over 35 of my living 50-some years. Raised 5 kids, then drove I don't know how many vehicles. So manifesting was something that I didn't know I was doing, because I had became the person that my mind knew. But I became that person when I became a father. See, now I had to put somebody to the side, because my kids got to win. Hey, if you don't have that kind of passion and love for your family, you don't even need to talk to me, because I'll be honest with you. You're going to hear ooze out of me. You're going to hear me say, I'm so proud of my kids. My kids gonna hear these speeches every day till now my grandbabies can repeat them. Why? Because I'm teaching them what someone didn't give me. I am the light. I am the way. I am the truth. But I was busy being that person, but I wasn't giving it to me. I was depleting myself because I needed to hear myself say that to me. You are, man, dude. And I'm like, what? He said, look at you. You wanted to lose weight. You start drinking beer, your stomach went in, and you toning up. What? I said, I am, ain't I? But you know how I figured it out? Somebody gave me a reality check, and it shocked me, and then it also sent it sent my adrenaline into a rush. I hadn't realized that I lost the weight because I was busy doing the work. Okay. And they said, well, I hope you don't lose no more weight because you're falling off.
Wow.
I said, what? I hadn't got into a zone. Walking, cut back on the fats and all these different things that's unhealthy and stuff that I know that ain't. No. You heard me saying I wanted a tiller-ply, right? I was already in the zone. I started becoming my ancestors.
Okay.
My mom's mother still living. She 98. Still doing crossword puzzles.
Nice.
And you know what broke my heart? She looked at me and said, I don't know you. Broke my heart. In that split moment. All this time, when I see her, she hugged her son, her grandson. Because I'm originally her grandson. My mom is her mother. I mean, her mother's my, And so what it told me was, they said she was having dementia. And what it is she's not having a regular conversation anymore. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Because watch this, she can still do crossword puzzles. Right now, she had a book open with a pen on the bed. Okay. She's not walking, she's pushing herself, right? And but she's been telling me the whole time, she says, I miss Robert. Robert was her husband. Okay. He went on transitions years ago, 30 or 40. Oh, wow. So when she started telling me that, I went and told my mom, I said, you need to go and talk to your mom because your mom is missing dad. And I said, she's ready to go, but this body won't release her. You feel what I'm saying? Like, she's ready to go see her family because she's saying, I done lived long enough. I'm tired of this. So she needed a conversation that uplifts her. And that's how we give life. See, all that's in us. We still hoping and looking for stuff, man. Your life is everything you want it to be. If you want some more, then qualify yourself to have it. Coach yourself.
Gotta speak life over yourself.
So now, everything I said, Christians or anybody of any faith can understand that because all that stuff we name it is just what you need to call it, to make you believe and think that it's right in you. If that's what you need, fine. But Toyia is giving you life. And you can't see it. I'm speaking, I was about to put a word there that I learned. I don't hope I'm speaking life. I know I'm speaking life. Because it resonates with you. My people hear my voice. A stranger they won't follow. That's the real village. That's why you can determine between friends and all these different things. Why? Because you don't vibe with them. Am I wrong, Toyia? Please fact check me. Please fact check me, because I ain't trying to be disrespectful or overstep or overspeed. None of that. Please check me because I understand what it is to be fact checked.
Well, I will say you shall have what you say.
Yes.
It's whatever you say it is. So you need to speak what you want because you get to have what you say.
I land my plane on that. I appreciate it, man. You gave me the vote of confidence. I promise you this to start doing this. It's just that I couldn't figure out why I struggled, but I struggled with not having these type of conversations. That's my fault. I don't get off into all that other stuff because it takes a lot of work to renew your own mind. You feel me? So I struggle with not having, but talking with you today, man, it's like drawing on life, and you give me that vote of confidence. You know what I'm saying? So that's
I'm just your reflection, as I say. You know, it's
right.
all coming from within.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
beautiful, man.
You just had
It's
to you just had to step out and just let your voice be heard. That was all. And then this platform just gives you the space to do it, but you created the platform. We're just all reflections of you. We're just all forms of you, different aspects of you. That's it.
wow. I tell you this, I feel great. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna run with it, and man, I'm telling you, like, as they were saying in church, you know, you say well, this is what they call the Holy Ghost. They feel that fire. Woo! I'm on a football field, and it's crazy because I just had a birthday. So when I say 50s, I'm on up in the 50s, right? But man, I feel like I bet you I'm 35.
Oh, love it.
And
timeless.
And
ageless.
Yes. And man, so I say to anybody, if you can get out and get you some of that out there, that son, your best friend, your cousin, your family member, stop thinking that it's too high. It know how to adjust to your avatar. I promise you.
Oh, you talking about how? Woo! I was out there this morning. It was like 90 degrees at 10 o'clock. I'm like, and then that humidity. I'm like, woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! You talking about? And I know the South is probably, because I'm in the Midwest. I know the South is even on fire. Because I know that heat in that South ain't nothing like the. It's on a whole nother level. I'm like, I don't know how y'all do it in the South. I don't know how you do it. Woo! I would never go outside.
This gonna sound crazy, but it's funny. If let me say it this way, I have to go in the sun. I've worked over 40 years in the sun.
Yeah, my husband too. He works outside. You know, he's a diesel mechanic. So his whole job is out. You know, but he is extreme cold, right? Because we're in the Midwest, so his job don't go inside because it's cold outside, because it's 20 below, 30 below. He's still out there. So I'm like, he's you know, his body adjusts to all that type of weather. Yep.
Do that man take pride in getting up, going to work?
Oh, of course. He wouldn't have it no other way. He got 2 jobs. He do that, and then like we started our own business where he does woodworking and he makes different stuff for different like event spaces and party decor and stuff like that. Yeah. Yep.
Man, that's beautiful.
He loves working with his hands, as you can see. He loves working with his hands.
Yes.
He fixes on construction equipment, and then he builds different wood products. So loves, but he loves what he does. And that's the beauty, when you can find what you love, what you do, and you can do it through and through. Like that's the whole point of life. It's to find what you love what you do, and do what you love.
Listen, if I'm off sometime, I have to put my work boots on. I don't put them on every day so long that sometimes when I'm off and I'm just walking in the yard, I put my work boots on. I need to feel like I'm doing something. And then I tell myself, this is what I tell myself, well, you don't want to injure your feet by picking up limbs and that stuff, because, you know, I got some property on the side of me, and the tree limbs will hang. So every now and then they come out here with these long blades, long arm trucks with the blades on them, and they cut the limbs back from the wires and all that. Well, some of them still be hanging, and now it's more weaker, and that limb ain't gonna catch it, so I gotta cut it. Anyway, that's called country living.
Country, all right.
See, and I used to wouldn't say things like this, but when I tell you I take pride in being self-employed, listen to me. My wife is in the house right now. She's off in the summertime because she's a teacher. Okay. Listen to me. When I walk in the house and see her feet kicked up, she only have to say she love me. You see what I'm at with that? Like that. I'm that dude gonna still open the door. I love country. I'm gonna open the door. I teach my grandkids this, and I tell them things like, now, Papa gonna make it a little hard for a man in the future to do this, so you'll know the right one, because this guy here gonna remind you of the man you love, and that's me.
Beautiful. I love it. Love it. That's it. Love it.
So this is the way I move, and then I tell her stories for a preparation day, that when that time come and I transition, then here's what you're gonna know. I'll never leave you, baby. You just can't see me in this suit, but you're gonna hear my voice in your head. So remember this, I'll always be with you. I never leave you, nor will I forsake you. And I tell this story, but I tell people this. My grandmother had transitioned, my dad mother. And I was out here wilding out, fresh out of Fort Lauderdale. I come to the country, which is in, Georgia and all these areas. So I got a different mindset. And what we do down here, I done came out of Florida with this in Georgia, and I'm a radar, like the cops, everything. Like I got all kind of, shootouts and stuff, just everything, right? That's who I had became, and I came back this way, and I'm living that life, and I come to a club out here where I live 5 minutes away from right now. I came to that club every Saturday. And so I went and took this lady home who we live called in the hole back there. It's a whole community back there just off to itself. And on the way back, I got them 15 beating in the trunk. And I'm speeding. I done dropped it down a gear. I done went from 5th gear to 4th just to rev the engine up. I'm talking about I'm wild. I come into what we call a dead man curve, because you actually got to make a turn to turn this curve. If not, car come around that curve and hit you, or you go straight and hit a tree. Guess what I did? I caught myself, hit the clutch, downshifted it while the RPMs was still up, and so the car didn't slow down and sped up. Went down into a little ditch and started up a tree. Car stopped. I heard my grandmother, who had been gone, she says, I didn't raise you like that. I stopped for a minute. I started looking around. You got to understand, it's dark. And so I'm like, I don't know. I can hear her voice just as plain to me and you talking right now. And some lady had been inviting me to church, and invited me to church 3 months before then. And I finally went, because, growing up, that's what our grandmother did. I just didn't know she was a hell you boy. That grandma throw hand. But watch him. That woman would get us right. How was it that I was able to hear my grandmother speak so clearly to me from the grave if she is gone?
Right.
How is it that Jesus can call a man who ain't got a body no more, and he come back and get in the body if he's gone? All that started to make sense to me when I read the book. Then, as life progressed and I begin to start having questions about certain things, this is what they call an awakening. It's actually me coming to myself. I'm sorry, Toyia. I keep going on about this stuff. I appreciate y'all. Love you.
Yes, we appreciate you as well. I know you don't come up that much, so we appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. It definitely was a beautiful, beautiful time. We definitely enjoyed you. So thank you for sharing so much. Man, right. 3 manifestations back to back didn't pay for a thing, not a thing. Love it.
And you sent the energy, the vibe, you just, that day I stopped and I started listening to you having a conversation. I love how you clean people up too. I do. Man, you got a cheerleader over here. I'd be like, what?
Appreciate you.
And you be so poised with it, like, whoa, that's. Oh, they don't know. That's called the fruit of the spirit, right? Self-control. Drop me down.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Love it. Ah. Hello, Miss June. How are you? Hot Atlanta.
Hi, T.
Hello.
Hi, Kitty.
Ooh, South Carolina.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just over here reading. I'm on YouTube too. Some of them saying where they at in the South Carolina, hot Atlanta. Woo! Yeah.
Hi, June. Yeah. Hi, how you doing, Kitty? And hi to everyone in the room. I just wanted to really elaborate on what he was saying. I love what he was saying. I love conversations that just feed the soul, that feed the spirit, the mind, and the body. Like when your soul is fed, everything is like replenished. From the inside out. Your physical body become replenished, your mind. I just loved it, and I loved what he said when he was saying like how his grandmother was in transitioning and missing her family, and how he was going back to his mom and saying, like, we got to speak life. And that just made, that's the part I want to speak on. It's like, we do have all this power in us, and we walking around with it. And kind of want to use an example of I love when you say, I love this example that you use about empaths. So I always do refer back to this. If you're so empathic and the vibe is bad, then why can't you lift it? The same thing with us having so much life in us. If we are givers of life, and power is really, life and death is in the power of our tongue, then why are we being selfish? Not only with we being selfish with other people, but we really being selfish with ourselves. We being selfish not only to ourselves, we being selfish with the expression of God himself, God itself. I don't even want to like labeling God as a gender. With God, the supreme being, all by his lonesome, the all in all. We are being selfish with the all in all, meaning that we are not even grasping the fullness of the part that we are playing in this. And it's like, if you're going to be a part of a whole, then be the greatest in all of that part of that whole. And like, and it just goes back to even just me giving you your flowers. Like, I love giving you your flowers, because like, that is so right. You really do express what it's like to be showing the fruits of the spirit. Like, you really do. And I love seeing other people that shows gives God that room to express oneself, like through the being that is carrying the God that is within them, like the spirit of that part of God that he placed in them. I love how you carry God. And I love how you express. I love the expression you are of God. And that goes, so this Sunday I went and I sat with my grandmother, who's going to be 84 this year. So we're throwing her a matriarch party. She doesn't do birthday parties, and she don't like to be celebrated or nothing like that. She's a very, I don't know, she a Virgo. Like, she could be fun, but she could also be standoffish. She got, she's unbothered. You know what I'm saying? Like, she don't need a crowd. Like, she don't need to be a leader. Though people want to be led, she just sits pretty. She do what she want to do. She pretty much dance to her own drum. And I said, well, no, because her name is June too, so they call me Little June, and she raised me. And so we do have a connection, a different type of connection other than all the other grandkids, because, you know, she's like a mother. She was a mother to me. She had to mother me and raise me. So it's kind of differently. Even with my relationship with my aunties and them, I kind of look at them like, yeah, y'all my aunties and uncles, but y'all my big sisters and brothers. So, you know, the authority can only go so far.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, you're going to have a party this year? I'm like, you're going to have I said, we're not going to call it a party. I said, we're celebrating you as a matriarch. I'm like, because you need to be celebrated. I'm like, and I was sitting, I'm like, dang, I'm like, you sitting here with 3 different generations. I said, ain't that something? And she just looked and she goes, yeah, it is. She's like, but I wasn't worried about nobody. I was worried about you coming over here, because I hadn't been over there in a while. I mean, due to some of the things due to me being in my feelings about some things, you know, personal, that I felt like, even though me and her talked about it, but I was just my body wouldn't move me to go over there. And this Sunday, and even my kids, like, they would still have a little talk, like they talk like old ladies. So they ain't trying to force you to do nothing, but they'll say some stuff to where you thinking about it, especially my oldest one.
Okay.
She just, because she spends a lot of time with my grandmother. She takes her to the grocery store every weekend.
Oh.
So, and she walks my grandma walks every aisle in the store, even if she's not getting nothing. She's been that way since I was a kid. I mean, every aisle. And
so she's not in a rush, huh? She's like, I need to
yes,
see.
and my daughter takes her because she doesn't want my grandmother being rushed. You know, when other people take, you know, some people be be impatient, and then my daughter, like, she don't want my grandma lifting nothing. And even within that, like, everything just ties in. But I was sitting there saying to my grandma, I was just sitting there, and she was so happy that I was over there. And to go back to what he was saying, was like, we have so much life in us. And what he said, that it made me realize, like, when I went over there, my auntie, and I got 2 aunties that live in there with my grandma, and my oldest aunt, they live in there, so they still kind of live like back in the day, you know, like when the older kids come back, take care of the mom, they all live in the house. So it's like 4 older women living in the house.
Okay.
And but so one of my aunties, she never gets up out the bed and walk. She always having people do stuff for her. But when she heard I was there, she got up out that bed, she got herself together, and she walked down 2 flights of stairs with her cane, came and sat on the porch.
Beautiful.
And I was just sitting there, and me and my daughter was sitting there talking about this yesterday. I said, dang, she's like, Mama, she's like, see why people really be missing you? She's like, you see, she said, when you came, she's like, the light sparked back in grandma's eyes. My oldest aunt, she was so happy, and my oldest aunt to take care of everything, she was so happy and relieved to see me. And my daughter was like, you just don't understand. She's like, you have a very rare heart. She was like, the way you love. She was like, the way you forgive. She's like, some of the stuff and all the stuff you've been through and the things you forgave and how you wasn't bitter about things. She's like, just sitting there giving my flowers yesterday and telling me how much she appreciated me as her mom.
Yes.
How she was so thankful for me to be her mom. And I was just sitting there saying, like, dang, well, all this came from grandma. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of how it is I felt about whatever it is that we had our little disagreement about, just even that, like, love is so strong that even the walls that you think that you have put up, when it's pure love and it's true love, and you literally live and abide in it, it's nothing that you have to try to do to force a change. The change will literally happen just like that. And it's like magic. Yes, it's literally just like magic. It's like a switch that just goes on and off. It can click on and off. And that's how love just set in when it is truly intentional and pure. That is how love works. And that is what life does. It gives you can be so magnetic when you walk in love that you can walk into a place. And yes, the bones that didn't want to move can get up and walk. And like you said, we are Jesus. We are that story. And when things like this happens, it's living proof that we are this. Like you said, we're going to do greater things than he did. And he did great, amazing things that some of us can't even wrap our minds around and fathom. But those who do not believe with boundaries and believe in endless possibilities and knowing of being in that, just being, we know that is possible because we live that, we walk that. And that's why I always give you your flowers, and I always tell you, like, I know I do not know you, but I can't truly say that I do love you. And I do love your family. I love the people that come on your panel that speaks life. I just, love just flow for me, and I love to love. If I can find any reason to love, I'm going to love, even in the most deadliest places that love don't exist. I'm going to be that place. I'm going to be that part of love that walk in there, and I'm telling you, I done changed environments. So I do know that love is real, and love can and is in all of us if we just choose to just let it flow. And I land my plane.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much, June, for opening up your heart with us, sharing your vulnerability. That's beautiful, because we do need to see love expressed, because love is the only transforming power. It's the only transforming power. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We definitely need to hear that share. It's such a beautiful, beautiful platform. We all enjoy it. We all love sharing with one another. You know, these real life experiences, these real life examples, these real life shares, you know, because it's helping all of us remember when we think we're doing too much, we ain't never doing enough. Never get into the state where you think that this life is supposed to be transactional. No matter how transactional it may appear, it truly is unconditional. No matter different constructs we built up to make us believe that it's transactional, it truly is unconditional. That's what love is, when you can do with no ulterior motive, no expectation, just because it's in your heart to do. We need to see more of that, where we just give for the sake of giving. When you can just give and not have to have a reason for it other than because you simply want to. No matter what the world is doing. Because we get it. The world is a transactional place. Unless you say it isn't. Unless you say, no, my world is unconditional. The world I decide to experience is unconditional. You get to determine that. And so it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And so you know if you're coming from a pure place, you know if what you're doing is because it's in you to do, or because, well, I did it for you, I need you to do it for me. You know that's not unconditional. You know that's a transactional mindset. And no judgment. It's not any judgment. But the law is unconditional. God is the absolute. Well, the law, let me take that. The law is conditional because the law requires faith. But the absolute, the creator, the I am, that which we call God, the imagination, your awareness, is unconditional. It's going to give you everything you give it. It's going to give it pressed down, shaken together, running over. So it's a beautiful thing when you can give love unselfishly. But is it ever really unselfishly? Because every act is a selfish act, because every act is a you act. Everything you do is always about you, regardless if it appears to be about another. Everything we're doing for someone else, we're really doing for ourselves, because why? There is no one else. There's only God in the world. So when you whatever you're doing for another, you're really doing for you, another aspect of you. You created that experience to express your divinity, to express your love, to express your peace, your compassion, right? You're doing all this because life is all about expression. God desired form and became man. I know the script says, what is man that thou art mindful of him? You made him a little lower than the angels. Nope. Man is not lower than angels. Man is one with God, because man is God. And that's what the world has not come to remembrance of. That God became man, that man may realize it is God. Love is so freeing, right? When you truly decide to, just be, I love Jim saying her presence just lighted up her family's home, right? And things that people wouldn't normally do. They couldn't continue to be in the old state when love entered the room, right? When light comes, darkness must what? Flee. So beautiful. So beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it.
June came up and got my eyes all wet.
Didn't she? Because I know her life was just swelled. Her heart just swelled, right? Hearing your child tell you, how, appreciative they are of you, and, and they're so thankful that they're part of your world and you're a part of their world. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And so we all can experience that, right? We all can experience that. You can decide what it is you want. As I was saying earlier, how are you decreeing your day? What are you declaring, right? How are you shaping your reality? Nothing's off limits. There's no limitations. You get to decide what it is, right? Like truly decide, right? Like Jonathan saying, there were things I wanted and I just told myself I could have it. and then he did nothing to get it, and they all just appeared. This is the law that you need to prove to yourself. That imagining really does create reality. Like, that's the whole point of our experience down here, is to remember that the mind is the creator in man. That's God. That imagining really does create reality, and there's nothing to do. There's only to be. He didn't say he tried to figure out how he was going to get it, when he was going to get it, where it was going to come from. He just decided that he wanted it. That's how it happens. You just got to decide that you want it. Just decide. Make it as simple as that. It's so simple. I know the reason the mind wants to complicate it, it wants to argue you down and tell you that's not how it works. But this is where practice makes perfect. Because practice is perfection, right? When you can just decide with no excuses. You don't need any explanations. You don't need to explain why you want a thing. You just need to decide that you can have it. That's it. So ask yourself, what do you want? Because nothing is off the table. All is available. All of it is all available. Nothing, there's nothing that you cannot have, nothing that you can be, nothing that you can't do. And a lot of times we keep going through that prodigal son process where you have to keep coming to yourself. I came to myself, right? Gotta remember who I am. Who am I? Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. Well, who's the Christ? The power of God and the wisdom of God. So wisdom and power together is explosive. Nothing can stop it. When you know you are the power and the wisdom of the I am, that's who you are. You are the angle of light that came down to express itself in form. Sun is angle, angels, angles of light, suns. We are suns. We are stars, suns. We are little suns, not great suns, big suns, amazing suns in our own little universe. See, I know that Bible tried to play tricks with our mind by putting S-O-N. Remember, vowels really don't mean anything in our dialect, in the English dialect. They are transferable. You can change any word and put a different, take any word and change out the vowels, and you'll probably end up getting the true sense of the word, right? Because remember, everything we see is not what it appears. So when you see anything that says mystery, say, oh no, it's talking about me, it's my story, right? It's all about me. So if I'm the Son of God, S-O-N, I'm the Son of God, S-U-N, I'm the sin of God, because you also can be the sin of God, the sign of God. Just add an E, right? Cosine from geometry, right? You are the sign of the times. I saw the sign. I opened up my eyes and saw everything is everything. Right? The more we try to separate it, you come to realize it's only one thing. Everything is the same thing, because there's no other thing than that one thing, which I am the thing. I am that I am. Right? And they say, well, the original Hebrew is I will be that which I will be, as if to put God in the future. But we must understand, when we see will in scripture, it's not talking about a future moment. It's talking about the power. So if it says in original Sanskrit, is I will be that which I will be. I will it into expression, which means I will power it into expression. That's what the will means. Not a will is in future moment, a future reality. Never. Because God is always a present moment. It's always a present now. It's never a future time. It's never a later time. It's always a now time. So if God is willing something, it is powering it. It is empowering it. It is the cause. Always the cause. So what's the cause of our reality? Our mind. Because our mind is God. And it's always causing an effect. It's not cause and effect. It's cause and effect. Our thoughts are literally things. What we think about, that's what it is. What we have to master is our attention. Become a master of attention. You have to focus. You have to focus. You have to be aware of what you're being aware of. You have to pay attention to what you're giving your attention to. You have to be aware of what you're focusing on. That's why you're told to guard your heart with all diligence. Guard it. Be the watchman at the gate. Because out of it flows the issues of life. The issues of life. You're always giving life to every situation, whether it's wanted or unwanted. You're always giving life. That's why the script says, I am the resurrection. I am the life. So that thing you thought was dead and gone, the moment you give your attention to it, you resurrect it. Regardless of what it is. It doesn't matter if it's good, bad, or indifferent. It doesn't matter what it is. The moment you give your attention to, you put the spotlight on it and you gave it life. That's why you got to pay attention to what you were giving life. What are you giving your attention to? What is your conversation about? What are you constantly talking about? Things you don't want? Okay. Keep talking about it. You're going to keep saying it. You'll never be free of it. Right? People, I don't understand. I said I wanted this. I'm like, you don't understand because you don't pay attention to what you're talking about. Because I can listen to you and hear where the conversation is going. And so the moment I'm listening to what you're saying, I can detect what you're going to continue to experience. How the script say, a fool is known from as much speaking. Not calling anyone a fool, meaning that someone who's unaware of what they're creating. That's all it means. A fool has no knowledge of what you're doing. You're just doing stuff. You're just talking. I'm just talking to be talking. You're never just talking to be talking. Your talking is always creating. It's always manifesting. Because God never sleeps nor slumbers. It's always at attention. It's never at rest. So don't just be talking to be talking. That's why you keep getting what you're getting, because you just talking to be talking. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Okay. Keep saying what you don't want to be happening, and you're going to keep getting exactly what you don't want to be happening. So just decide what you want. Be diligent. Be purposeful. Be intentional. Operate in your dominion. Operate in your authority. You don't have to try to persuade. You don't have to do anything but decide. That's just as simple as, and if you can't decide what you want, sit with yourself long enough to make a decision. That means it's time to be still. That means to stop doing all this moving, stop doing all this doing, and just be still. It's okay to be still. It's okay. Be still and know. And know what? What am I supposed to know? that I am God. Who's God? I am. Wait, well, what is God? I am God. Who is this I am? Your mind. This I am in you is the power and wisdom. Where does power and wisdom come from? The mind. So your thoughts and your thoughts can do way more than your actions ever could. And people really don't believe that. People really think they have to go out and make it happen. But your thoughts will do things your body could never dream of. Because see, your mind can be in every place, everywhere, all at once. The body is the limitation. Even if you're talking about astral projecting or liquid lucid dreaming and all of that, that's still the mind. The body's always stationary. Even if you can make someone see you in another state, what are they seeing you? If your body's here and then someone's seeing you in LA, someone's seeing you in New Orleans, New Orleans. All right, that's still the greater part of you going forth, not the limited part. The limitation is the body. The body is the limitation. God put on limitation to what? Overcome the limitation. Jesus overcame the limitation, right? That's the whole story of Jesus, is overcoming the carnal mind, the physical reality. And show people you can go beyond the material, the matter, and make the matter do what you want it to do with the what? Careful use of the mind. Whatever the mind says to do, the body must follow. And so psychology, psychiatry, all of that has told us how to manipulate this mind, how to get this mind, understanding the ways of the mind and the different parts of the brain that works in unison with consciousness, and how the mind is all that logical mind, not the Christ mind. Remember, there's two minds within you. Your lower mind that operates from the physical sphere, and then your spiritual mind that operates beyond the physical. Where the logical reasoning mind is only going to talk about things it can see, touch, taste, feel, and hear, right? The Christ mind goes beyond that. It's vast, it's everywhere, and it's everything all at once. That carnal mind is limited to where it physically is. It only operates from appearances. And so it is the limitation. That's why you have to unlimit yourself. And you can no more walk by sight. You have to walk by faith. You have to operate in the realm of what you cannot see physically, what you cannot hear physically, where you cannot be physically, what you cannot. You have to operate from that place. So that's when you have to talk to yourself and say, it's not my business to know the how. That was never my concern. Because I, my own self, my reasoning mind, can do nothing. Can do absolutely nothing. It's my Father, my own awareness, my own imagination, my own consciousness. That's who's doing the work. It knows how to go out and call those things and bring it to me. Calls and brings it to me, right? It brings it to you. So you never have to go out and do anything. The doing that takes place is a compelling and automatic thing. Again, that the body must go wherever the mind takes it. This is where we get in the script where it says, in my Father's house, in my awareness, there are many possibilities, many manifestations, many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. But guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself. Because where I am, there you shall be also. Wherever I go in imagination, the body must follow. Let the imagination take you to amazing places. That's why you got that. That's why you do have to be still. You do have to get still to allow the mind to take you places, to journey you into other expectations, other realms, right? Just allow yourself to go there. That's what it was like. Okay, the 5 minute going into the silence. That's to allow your mind. You're going to direct your mind and you're going to tell it, this is where I want you to go. And then the imagination is going to take it and it's going to expand upon it. Do you give the imagination the location and then let it expand it? And that it keeps expanding it and it keeps expanding it and it keeps expanding it. And you're like, oh, you just went on a wonderful trip. And it felt so real. And I'm like, oh. Like you talk to it and you ask questions. And you commune, as the book says, commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still. Commune is not being quiet. Commune is a conversation with you and you. You're having an amazing conversation with yourself. And you could just take one thing and let it focus. Take the one thing and just say, just give yourself, just focus on that one thing over and over and over again. Then sometimes the logical mind wants to wander around and then you just bring it back. And then eventually find yourself getting lost in the focus of the thing wanted. And then you find that the imagination will expand it. And then you journey into places you never even dreamed of. And this is where you get confirmation and when you get solutions and when you get answers to different things that you have been concerned or questioning. Because your world is always communicating. The greater part of you is always wanting to lead you, wanting to direct you, wanting to take you to the place that you should go. But we ain't always listening. Sometimes we're just too busy. Like, no, I got this. I know what to do. No, you don't. Yeah, you don't. You don't know what to do. Stop thinking you know, because you don't. And it's okay to say that you don't know. We so quick to not just I have no idea. It's like, how you gonna do that? I have no idea. I just know it's done. Right? So I'm like, what do you want? Well, I want this and I want that. How you think that's gonna happen? Well, you don't know nobody ever did that. You don't know that. I don't need to know. I just need to trust. The ways of infinite of our higher mind, the ways are past finding out. For its ways are not our ways, and our thoughts are not our thoughts. Right? We know we have manifested things, and it never entered into our mind how it was going to pan out, how it was going to come into fruition. We know we just said, I would really like this thing. And we figured out how to release it and give it over to the divine mind. And then it just showed up and showed out. And then we question ourselves, why don't we do that more often? Do y'all think that, like, how come I just don't pass it off to divine mind more often? Why do I always try to keep stuff and try to figure it out and try to work it and wrestle with it and pin it down and put it in a head neck? Head neck, you know what I mean? But like, we try to, like, it's like, why don't we just always just release it? Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
It just brings up a story, a life experience I had before I moved in the place where I'm living now. I was living in an apartment, and it's urban living at its best. So it's just nothing but streets and traffic. And I would always say to a friend of mine in conversation, this is driving me nuts. I just can't hardly stand it over here. I've got to have some trees. I need some trees. How come the place I'm living in now, I'm looking straight into a park?
Love it. Love it. Love it. So you wanted trees?
I wanted trees.
Here's a field of trees. Love it.
Oh, the power of the tongue, I tell you.
And it's just like, just let it be.
And just let it be. When I started looking for a new place to live, I wasn't looking and saying, as I was looking, where's the trees at? Where's the trees?
Because then if you were looking for the trees, you probably wouldn't have picked that place. You probably been somewhere where ain't no trees because you looking for trees. That's why you ain't like, damn.
Yeah, I promise you, I look right out my window. Trees everywhere.
That's how it happens when you can let it go, right? So I get why people say you gotta let it go. But what they're saying is, they're saying let go of the desire. It's saying let go of worrying about it and trying to control and manipulate the outcome. Right. It's when was be still and know. It's not be still. It's also part of being still and just sitting down, but it's really being still in your mind around whatever it is you want. Just be still. Yep. Don't fret, don't worry, don't try to figure it out, don't plot, don't plan. Yep. Yeah, I'm never talking about physically. It's all about mentally. Right. It's all about mentally, because you can be still in the mind on the bus, in your car, in the shower, cleaning your home, right? But it's all about the focus, focusing on just being at ease. Yes, being in the flow. I cannot tell you how many lottery numbers I got. Sitting on the, you know how in the city where you, because at this time I was living in a suburb and I was working downtown. So I did the park and drive on a big luxury bus, and just sitting on that bus and reading the course and all relaxed and look out and see a number on a license plate and go, I'm going to play that. And hit. And hit. Well, just being relaxed and paying attention and being quiet. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Love it. That's it. And so, we just, and I know some people may feel like, they just sound so simple, they just sound too easy, but that's the thing. I guess that's I don't even want to call it challenge. That's what has to be done, is to recognize the simplicity of the law. It was never meant to be difficult. It was never meant to be hard. Again, I'm referring to the script. It says the way of the transgressor is hard. Those who have no faith, the unbeliever, your way is more difficult, more challenging. Not to say that you don't get what you want, but how you end up getting, you went the long route. You went all around the mulberry bush, up the hill, down the world, around the curve, and you took the winding way. When the script tells you that it's straight and narrow. The path is straight, and the path is narrow. For some reason, religion took that and said straight and narrow means hard and difficult. No, it doesn't. The Bible tells you what leads to destruction. The broad way, where everybody clamoring in. He said that way is vast, and there'll be many that go in, and that path leads to destruction. But the straight and narrow path leads to everlasting life, and that path is the easy way. That is the easy way, light and easy. But people were told, no, life should be hard and difficult. We're told nothing in life is easy. Because even when it starts being too easy, people get scared and stop. They're like, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute. This is too easy. And they get spooked by the ease of life. Because that conditioning of hard and difficult You know, and so the mind, the subconscious was not what? Renewed. It wasn't renewed. And so what did it do? Reverted back to hardship. Even though you got the taste of the easy life, you thought that was too simple, that was too easy. You got scared, like you didn't feel worthy. That's what a lot of people say. Well, I didn't feel worthy. I felt uncomfortable. That was just coming too easy. I didn't feel like I deserved it, right? Because that is the programming. The programming tells you if it's too easy, there's a trick to it. If it's too easy, something else, you know, like you're programmed for something being taken away or something being snatched from you. And so you don't even wait for it to be taken away. You give it away. You say, I can do this. No, I got to work for this. This easy way, I got to work hard. You have to reprogram it. But again, there's no wrongness in hardness, in life being hard, but it's unnecessary. And I think a lot of times it's because the world validates difficulty. And if the world finds out, oh, you only got your money from a lottery win. Oh, you only got your money because you got an inheritance. Oh, you only got that money because somebody left it to you. For some reason, it feels like you don't deserve it, right? And like that you shouldn't even have that. That's just luck. That's just dumb luck. How dare you? How you think you better than me? All you did was get, you got lucky in the lottery hit. How did But that's that conditioning. I know, right, Mia? So, but then that's how you know. Are you seeking approval for your desires? Do you need someone to agree with what you're choosing, with what you want out of life? Do you need validation? And some of us may say we thought we didn't need it until the rubber hits the road. And then the things start happening with ease and effortlessness. And then the true revelation of who you truly say that you are will come up. You will meet yourself, your true self, what you truly, really believe. And if you truly, really do care what other people think. Because I used to think I didn't care that much about what other people think until I did. Until as I was, saying to myself, I want to have two eyes too pure to not behold iniquity. I want to do it, and then situations start happening in my life where I was being shown, oh, you really do care about what other people think. I was like, heck, I didn't even think I cared that much. I guess I do. Okay, let's rework that. Let's change that. Cause what? But the whole time I was like, I don't care what nobody thinks. I don't really care what anyone thinks. I don't care what anyone thinks about me. I don't need no validation. I don't need this. And then as soon as you start, having situations where how people thought played itself out in your reality, where my reality, I was like, oh, I do care about what people think. I'm like, oh, well, I need to change that. I need to rewrite that story. I don't like that playbook. I don't like that storybook. That's a limitation. That's a hindrance. I have to change that narrative. I gotta rewrite this story. And so for me, in order to rewrite that story, I had to start asking myself questions of why I want things. And really let it come from a place of, because I want to experience it. Like, and let that be the only reason. No other reason is that I want to see what it's like. That's it. It ain't because I'm trying to save the world or I want to help my family. Not to say that I won't do those things, but I'm just trying to save the world and help other people be the reason, because there are no other people. But so a lot of times we try to justify our desires by saying, well, I just want to be an example to the world. I just want to, save others or help other people realize it, and then it becomes about them. And then that's when you start getting that in that place of feeling like you're being used or taken advantage of, right? But when you're doing something from a pure place and you're doing something that's unconditional, can you ever be taken advantage of? Because I thought about that. I was watching again. I love my TikTok algorithm. I just love it. And this one girl was talking about community, right? And she was saying that she had went to this tennis. She went to this place in her where she lived, and she was playing tennis, and she met this guy who also played tennis, but he used to be like he used to work at USC or something like that, and he was like not a trainer, but maybe an equipment manager or something like that. And and the trainers gave him like all kind of rackets and balls and all kind of gear stuff for tennis. And he recognized that she didn't have the gear or the bag that you use to carry the racket in. And he told her, well, I have stuff in the car. You could take whatever's there. You could have it or what have you. And from her perspective, she was like, because she's talking about, he has to be careful because of his heart of giving, that he's not taken advantage of. And so I thought to myself, I said, well, why would he ever feel like he's being taken advantage of if what he's doing is coming from a pure place? Like, he's not doing it to be seen. He's not doing it to be patted on the back. He's doing it because he truly just is a giver. He was just truly wanting to share what was shared with him. I feel like when you come from that space, you never have to worry about being taken advantage of, because you're not expecting anything in return. So you could never be taken advantage of. I feel like you're taking advantage of is when you do things expecting other people to treat you the way you treated them. Well, I showed up for you. How come you don't show up for me? Or all the things, they have to roll off everything they ever did for you. I did this, I did that, I did that. Well, why did you do it? Did you do it because it was in your heart to do so? Or were you doing it because you wanted to be celebrated, or you wanted an award for it, or you wanted for me to run around talking about, oh, look what you did. Oh, look what you, oh, she did. Were you seeking validation? Again, not to say there is any judgment there, but when you do stuff looking to be seen, and then the moment you're not seen, you're going to feel some kind of way. You're going to be all in your feelings. You're going to feel like you give and give and give, and no one ever gives back. Oh, you just have this big old heart. You're always helping people. You're always giving to other people, and they just never give back to you. They always taking. They're just, what do they call them? Those that they suck you dry. Right, recording good deeds. What's those little insects they call them? Where they suck you? They suck the life out of you. Hey, Glaze. Go ahead. Hey,
Leeches.
Yes, that's it. They just leeching off of you. Yep, a leech is leeching. They just trying to take everything, but no one can take from you. You give it away. And then if you come from that space, then no one can ever take anything from you. You're the one deciding to do or not to do. So you have to check your feelings at the door as to why you're doing it. Because I come from the place of, I know how to say no. So just because you ask does not guarantee a yes. Just because you ask me does not mean I have to say yes. I can say no. Yes, Dana. Yep. That's it. Doubt creeps in when others say to you, you can't do that. Yep. But that's how you save yourself a lot of hurt and a lot of grief, if you do it because you want to, not out of obligation, not out of necessity, right? You're doing it simply. It's in your heart to do so. And then you could care less if you ever got it in return. You could care less if someone ever looked out for you. When you do it from a place of, it's no quid. What is it? Quid pro? No, I forgot how you say it. Yep, do things in abundance, not out of lack. Quid pro quo. That's how it goes. No quid pro quo, right? It's not I scratch your back, you scratch back. What? Because we have to prove this law to ourselves. What does it say? When you give, it shall be given unto you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. So you may not get it back from those who you gave to. It may come from another source. Because remember, the source is you. Whatever man that's playing a part to replenish or to give you back the things that you gave out, never say in which way and in what way or who it shall come from. Yep. I don't do anything I don't want to do. That part. Because you're the source, so it should not matter what channel it comes through. But trying to decide, it should come from this person because I help this person all the time. That's your problem. Stop helping them. You've become a crutch. You basically have become their God. Because you think you're responsible. You think you're somebody's savior. And then get mad when they don't appreciate the savior. Yes. You said at all costs. I know that's right. You would definitely be the better for it. You'll find yourself less complaining. You'll find yourself more at ease. You'll find yourself, you just at peace, because you're not doing things to be seen. You're not trying to, act like you're saving someone or you're trying to be Yana fix my life. Like you're not going around trying to fix people's lives. No, you're giving people the tools to help them fix their own life, which means you forgive the state that they're currently in. If they're in a state of lack, you forgive them and put them in a state of abundance. Not you personally doing anything for them. Because if you're always doing it for them, how will they ever know that they can do it for themselves? You're using that scripture wrong, Sherry. You're using scriptures, don't even know what that means. They love, Christians love to come in with the condemnation. Some your evil heart is seeking your desires and worldly desires. Be not deceived. Evil communication corrupts good manners. You're using a doggone scripture all out of context. I know you thought you ate with that, but you didn't. So Sherry, you don't have a job. You don't seek earth. You don't have worldly desires. You don't have a car. You don't have a house. You don't have a bank account. Actually, your whole sentence is the definition of evil communication corrupts good manners. Everything you said prior to that is the evil communication. Everything you said prior to quoting the script is the evil communication. You're speaking death over someone's life, but actually you're speaking death over your life because you can't speak into my life. Only I can speak into my life. And so I don't accept. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you. I rebuke. I do not accept what you just prophesied. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. So you're not speaking life, unfortunately for you. I would suggest you change and transmute that and renew your mind and learn how to speak life over situations instead of condemnation and judgment. But that's okay. We're going to help you today. Remixing the scripture. It's like, I don't know why I can't say I don't know why. We know why, because of the programming of the religious organizations. They've convinced people, but they don't do a very good job of it, right? So you see that the religious minded are double minded, right? Because they'll tell you that how dare you want money while at the same time they're working for money. How dare you want earthly possessions while at the same time they have all of the earthly possessions? They probably got more clothes than they know what to do with, more shoes are that they know what to do with. They're driving the newest car. They have 401ks and IRAs, and they're always trying to position themselves for the most salary increases or promotions. Yet they're trying to convince you that you shouldn't have earthly desires. Like, the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. It's like we all are on this third dimensional plane. We are all in a material world, says Madonna. Because we are living in a material world. And I'm a material girl. Don't you know that we are living in a material world? And I am a material girl. And a material. Some boys want me, some boys. I don't let them play. No way. Only boys with the cold hard cash can only make my day. Cause we are living. I know I probably messed up those lyrics. But how can you say we can't have material things when we live in a material world? Because the thoughts become material. Your thoughts become a material thing. Matter comes from the unseen, because things that are seen are not made by things which do appear. But that's okay. Say Lucifer and I have tag teamed a few people. I'm retired now. I know that's right. Oh. And I guess what people don't fail to realize, and I get it, because they feel like they're doing the work. And they are doing the work of their church. And their church told them, go out and condemn the world. Go judge them, go condemn them, tell them how much of a sinner they are, tell them of their evil ways, their wayward ways, and hopefully you'll gain a soul. And so they don't realize how much power their words are. And the power and the words are creating their reality, although they think it's power in someone else's reality. In actuality, they're only speaking life over their situation. Because words are a boomerang. What goes out comes back. What you give, you get. That's why the scripture says, when you give, it shall be given unto you. Press down. What do you think the giving is? It ain't talking about money. It's talking about your beliefs, your thoughts, your words, your intentions. They come back to you. They always come back to you. Always. Because you don't ever have to give money, and you can get money. You never have to give. You don't ever have to pay a tithe, an offering, sow a seed of faith. All you have to do is see yourself with money, and you'll get the money. Get money. Get money. Because your money is created by your word. So all you have to do is decide that you have money, and you will. That's how simple it is. You can decide that your business is flourishing. You can decide that you have more clients than you know what to do with. You can just decide whatever it is that you want. Hey, Mia. Welcome back.
I forgot I was up here.
Yeah, you came up. I was like, maybe she's working. That's probably why you stepped away.
I know I work from home a little bit today, but I
Okay.
had got a little sleepy.
Got you.
And
Okay.
I said, let me drop down and listen. Because I don't want it to be my turn. Then they hit the mic and I just be snoring. So
You're funny.
I said, let me drop down and listen for a while.
Cool.
But
cool.
no, I've been enjoying the show and everybody's been coming up speaking. And no, it's just so true about, your words are very powerful. I was at the nail salon at the end of, I think it was last week. And I was talking to my nail tech and she was just like, yeah, I'm just so worried. Life goes by so fast. And she was just so now. I was like, what you worried for? She's like, this life is going by so fast. I just be worried about the future. I said, well, get your finger off fast forward.
I love it. Get your finger off fast forward. Slow it down.
Slow it down. You're thinking about the future. That's why it's going by fast. You on fast forward. Stay in the present, girl. And
I love that.
So we just had a little talk, but you just kind of run into people and it sounds so simple, but it's just like, what are you worried about? And when you get down to the real reason, and they don't even know.
They don't even know. They have nobody. I know. I'm just worried about the future.
I'm just worried about time in the future. Really? So go on and get you a plot then and end it today.
Not ended today.
I ain't telling that, but
I know.
I'm ingenuous because you ain't that scared. You ain't that worried about the future because you're still here.
That part.
So stop it. But you just it sounds simple, but it is simple. Mm-hmm. And I think sometimes it could be challenging because some people think, well, you just make it sound so simple. I mean, being negative is pretty simple too.
Say that.
So, you just have to pick which one you want to be. You want to be Lucifer or you want to be the God Almighty, and it's really your choice of what you want to have. And only one of them people is going to prevent you from having everything you want because you're going to be worried about the future and you're going to be in fear and doubtful of having anything. So, I don't know. I just try to be a light and to live by example and to just not be a worrier because it's just, that ain't fun.
It certainly isn't. Oh my goodness. Oh.
And you worry and you just be throwing daggers at yourself worrying. And you just like, why do you think the worst case scenario? And it boggles my mind. And I used to battle this with my mommy. I'd be like, Mom, you are so much good times. Because and it really is the good time syndrome because it's like you'll have some great news and somebody, well, you better be careful, you better hope, you meet a great guy, he could be love bombing. God damn.
I know, right?
It's such a beautiful day. Well, it might rain later. God dang.
It just shows how steep in the negativity we have been conditioned to, right?
Oh, yes.
It's like you just can't just enjoy the moment. That's like you almost have to train yourself not even to look at the weather.
I don't. Every day I get to work, my desk is right by a window, and I'm like, oh, it's a pretty day. Watch a storm. Every day a storm come up in Houston. It rains like every day for some reason. But I just don't care. It's like, is a hurricane coming? Do I need to pack up and evacuate?
That part.
Unless that's happening, I don't care.
Yeah.
For the most part. Do I need to get some water and some groceries and hunker down or not? Because I don't care about anything else. And, I always tell people, you watch the news for what? I don't need to know about the family that all got unalived in Mississippi.
Man, in the older generation, those baby boomers, that's all they know. It's like, you gotta watch the news. You gotta know what's going on in the world. No, I don't.
Is there somebody going around chopping people up in my town, in my city? I will get an Amber Alert. I get an Amber Alert if there's something around me.
Because they always have something in the news to draw up this racism type. It's always every couple of months. And let's remind them, Black people, we need to remind you. It's like something always happens in this country where they like, unless you fall asleep to this, we gotta remind you. It's just like,
I'm gonna tell you, and I watch these little clips. I probably should start watching it because it be getting on my nerves, and I don't like to watch stuff that get on my nerves. But I was watching these little reels, and there's this guy that goes around the country, and like he exposes the fact that a lot of law enforcement don't protect our laws and our rights. Right, our rights get broken. So he just goes and purposely exposes that police officers and everybody else just like literally infringe upon our rights all the time. And it just makes me understand how much of a world of belief you live in, that our rights even are not even upheld for the most part, and no one notices because they don't care and they don't read nothing and you don't know nothing. Someone tells you, they'll put a sign on the door that says no video recording, and you don't know that they're recording you on the damn cameras in the building. You're recorded everywhere, Toyia. They got cameras in the trees and shit, Toyia.
They just put cameras in for our subdivision so they can see who coming in, who coming out. I'm like, what?
Now.
Yeah.
Oh, so I can't publicly record, but you make a meta glasses, so I don't know who's recording me.
Girl, yeah, the meta glasses. Well,
you know what I mean? So like, stop it. So it's just like no one really. You just really winging it at this point. So you might as well just make it what you want it to be, because nothing's real. Yep. Nothing's real. And you believe anything. Why don't you just believe the good stuff you want to believe? Because all of this is BS anyway. So just believe the good stuff. Don't watch the dumb stuff. And just have a happy life. Isn't that better? Like, I just don't get it. And I don't watch the news. I'll get it, random stuff. But I'm just like, well, dang, how is this going to benefit me? And being angry about the world, that's not going to benefit me, because I know I ain't going to do nothing about it. If you want me to go march, I ain't marching nowhere. I'm not going to school. I'm not putting up no fit, because y'all been marching since the 60s. Ain't shit happened.
Miss Kitty can speak to that. She was all about the Black Power back in the day.
Look, the march didn't work back then. It's 2026. Find something else to do. We still marching in 2020. We have social media. Put a hashtag on it.
Mia,
take your ass home.
I always said, a friend of mine and I always said, I have done my tour of duty to save Black people. I'm done.
Look.
Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them.
They don't. They rather boycott Target. Look, I'm going to Target. I'm going to Starbucks. I'm going to everywhere, damn it.
Look, Jay-Z trying to show y'all the playbook.
Jay-Z,
he trying to show you the playbook while y'all sitting over here hearing and hauling. He crying all the way to the bank. He laughing all the way to the bank.
He put on that lace front dress. He put on the lace front wig.
Not the lace front. You think it was a lace front? Not a lace front.
It was fake. Hell yes, that was.
So you think he did that for 10 years, growing his hair out, growing his hair out?
No, he didn't grow it out. It's a lace wig. Steve Harvey had on a wig all them years too. Steve Harvey went full of hair for the head and a smooth bald head. Anybody who knows, if you have a head full of hair, you ain't gonna have a smooth bald head the next day. Your hair gonna be patchy as shit. Steve Harvey is Mr. Potato Head. That was a lace wig, just like John Travolta had a lace wig, just like Michael Jackson had a lace wig, but Michael Jackson had was burned, okay?
Right. He had an excuse. He had a reason. He had
the first lace wig with baby hairs, okay? We're gonna let Michael slide.
Right. He had a reason for his.
But Steve Harvey, I'm watching you. No, but let me stop. But still, it's just like they always have everybody fooled. Like, y'all just stop believing everything. Just have fun with it and just do it, because think of everything as entertainment. Think of everything as a tool. Don't get too deep in it, because it's dumb. Yes, girl. Everybody got a lace wig. The cat's out the bag. Y'all hear Cat Williams? Cat Williams told everybody it was a wig, and then he got mad at them.
He told who was a wig?
He saw that Steve Harvey had a wig.
Oh yeah, well Steve Harvey, we knew that. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, and way before Cat Williams said anything, we knew it was. It's like after it's like maybe during the time you didn't pay attention, but when you look back on it, like, oh wait a minute.
Like from a
that looked like that looked like a man. What they call them? They don't call them wigs.
A man.
What toupee? But they call it what
a man. What you call it? A man
unit. A man unit. I think. Like
a man unit.
A unit. Yeah, I think they call it like a unit.
Harvey, you didn't even take us through the phase. You ain't had no receding hairline. You ain't had no bald spot. You went from thick, full ass lace wig to bald. Come on now, Steve Harvey.
He did.
But we're gonna let you slide. But, yes, we just live in a world of belief, and you have to accept that nothing is true, but whatever you make true.
Yeah, because they was like Jay-Z. So when Jay-Z got the
Basquiat locks.
No, he got. No, I'm moving away from his hair. I don't care about this.
Oh,
no.
okay.
When he got the deal with the NFL, right? Did you know the deal was offered to Jermaine Dupri first?
Of course it was.
And Jay-Z talked him out of it.
Of course he did.
And then he went and got the deal himself.
Of course he did.
But here's my thing though. Hey. Jermaine Dupri, how you let somebody talk you out the bag?
Yeah.
That means you just weren't supposed to have it. You cannot be mad. Because I'm not going to Jay-Z to get...
That's where he went wrong.
I'm not going to get advice on if I should take a deal or not.
Exactly. How you going to go to somebody with just as much money as you and tell them about it?
And want the same type of opportunity. Y'all in the music industry. Y'all kind of in the same lane.
Who don't know who Jay-Z is in the first place? Jay-Z done took Beyonce from her own daddy. You think he ain't going to take an NFL deal from you?
He took... What did he take? What was that business deal he did with Dame Dash?
Yeah, he trying to take...
Wait a minute. My daughter said he sold whack to his own mama. Oh, he tried to take out his own cousin.
He has a grown son. He won't take a DNA test for it because his mama was...
Jay do not care. He said it's all about the money.
Like little girls. So we know what...
Right. He always like little girls. But here's the thing. They try to act like this is like... It's just weird. No, the Hollywood scene, whether you want to call it the music industry or acting or whatever, the entertainment, I'm not even going to say Hollywood, the entertainment industry has always had this PDF affiliation with young women.
Yes.
Well, not even women, young girls. I don't even call them women, young girls. 14, 15, 16 years old, 12, Aaliyah. Yes. And it's like in our community, and it's not just in our community because we know it happens and it's worldwide. It ain't just but I'm going to say in our community, I just remember growing up, it was always condemning the girl, right? The young girl, you fast, you hot, you just first of all, my mama buying my clothes, so who's fast? Because I'm only putting on clothes my mama putting on, buying me. So how am I fast if I'm wearing the clothes that my mama buying me?
How am I at an R. Kelly concert? Look, only time I saw R. Kelly was on the Apollo, and I was like, "Oh, he is thrusting it." My mama be like, my mama used to say he gonna have back problems when he get old. I used to hear R. Kelly on the radio.
You know what's so amazing is that I'm not gonna say that I didn't listen to R. Kelly music, right? But I was not an R. Kelly fan. What I mean is, when I had the opportunity to buy CDs, I never bought an R. Kelly CD. I never bought an R. Kelly CD. Like I had Tupac, I had Lauryn Hill, I had different, because they used to have that CD subscription back in the day, right? You buy so many for a penny, and then you had to buy so many during the course of the year, maybe $3 or $4. The CDs. Yeah, I was part of it, and he was never part of the catalog.
He was on my catalog.
Was he? But
I ain't gonna lie.
But not to say that I had no foreshadowing of anything. I'm just saying, for whatever reason, I never had a desire to purchase his albums or anything. Even though he's from Chicago, right? I'm from Chicago. And they said that's what he said. They said he used to go up to Kenwood. Kenwood was right down the street from where I used to live.
He chilled at the high school parking lot.
Yeah, and McDonald's and everything. I'm like, but here's the thing. When I was in high school, I had a friend I went to grammar school with. We went to grammar school and high school together. When we were in high school, she's a junior, 15, 16 years old. She was dating a man. I remember her bringing him. He was in his 30s.
Was it Robert Kelly?
It wasn't Kelly. It wasn't R. Kelly. But she brought him to our prom. But back then they had our minds so warped, right? Yeah. Although I was never interested in older men like that, I'm like, you can't be more than 4 years older than me. I just couldn't do it. But I don't remember it being like, oh, girl, you nasty. You dating old man. I don't remember. We wasn't doing that. We wasn't condemning her. It was like, ooh, you got an older man. Ooh, you must be mature. Ooh, we was oohing and ahhing. We wasn't, girl, what you doing? Like, right? Because
no one cares.
Our mindset, just the programming, right? The programming. Yeah. We have been programmed to this mindset that we didn't even see the wrongness of these things. Like, nobody thought it was strange. R. Kelly is on BT when they first come out the music thing dressed like a 12-year-old. Like they're matching
No,
publicly, and nobody thought that was weird.
I'm thinking that I'm like, this man 20.
No, but I mean, like, they're not saying like, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about publicly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, media.
You're right.
And like, nobody is saying this is weird. Not like individual people, like in their home, looking like,
daddy.
right?
Daddy pimped her out, just like all them other kids did. That's why I don't give a damn. I'm gonna listen to R. Kelly to the day he ain't here, because I Believe I Can Fly came out after he married that little girl, and they play that at high school graduations today. Okay, he sat up on Video Soul, and this little 15-year-old
That's what's
girl
called
said,
Video Soul. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's it,
I remember that interview, and she sat up next to that grown man and said, "He's my bestest friend." Ain't no best.
See, I never watched it. I just saw clips after the fact, right? I wasn't watching it because I think I was in church then. Was Video Soul 90s?
Yes.
Like early 2000s too?
No, 90s. It was gone by early 2000s.
Okay. Yeah, it just wasn't something like I wasn't a whole lot into music. Video Soul wasn't something.
I recorded music videos.
Did you? Yeah, my oldest daughter, she's really into music. Yeah, she's like when we was in church, she said she used to sneak and wait till I was asleep or something, and she would watch them, or she would try to get me to watch certain things. She was like, she would like, oh, Brandy, because I was like, I like Brandy. She's like, oh, Brandy, they're doing her VH1, and so we would sit and watch it because I was always intrigued with how people realize their desires, even back then, even if I didn't know what to call it, right? I was always intrigued. So that's what happened. Wow.
I was
she didn't give up.
I listened to it, but
and then come to find out all these people related. You be thinking like, oh, they just kind of just got discovered. No, her and what's the name of our cousins? Snoop Dogg. I'm like, but the thing is, they and first cousins at that. But you never heard that during their early careers in entertainment.
Yeah, I think what's his name? That soul singer. He's related to Marvin Gaye, Anthony Hamilton.
What's her name? Fantasia.
She's related to Anthony Hamilton, I believe.
She relates to somebody else that's more famous than Anthony Hamilton. I can't just remember who it was, but she won American Idol. I'm just like, are these people really? Like that whole call in there. I'm like, everything is such. I don't believe anything I see on TV because it's TV. Yeah, they say JoJo and Casey. Okay, there. I know. So I'm like, it's somebody more famous than Anthony Hamilton. Okay. Thank you, Renee.
To, them too.
Yeah. But see, I don't believe nothing now. Now that stuff become that, I don't believe anybody was calling in. I believe they chose who they wanted to be the winner, and it's just all. Just everything is it's nothing is what it seems. And it's like you just can't trust anything that you see on TV because it's all smoke and mirrors. It's TV. They can manipulate reality because it's television. Like they have free reign to tell you anything. That's why news was not about journalism.
Nope.
It was about programming. It was about making you believe something. Yeah. Tell lies to your vision. That's it. Telling lies to your vision.
Making you afraid to go out in your community, making you afraid to go to other places, making you afraid of the world. And when they found out people was working later and staying up later, they stopped playing that damn Star Spangled Banner at 2 a.m. and started making TV 24 hours.
Because they understand the psychology of the mind, right? They know if they can get your mind, and I know we say there is no they, but when you're asleep, these constructs we build up in our mind are just built up to remind us, yep, you're still asleep. Until you wake up and you're like, damn.
Your subconscious is like a pin cushion when you're asleep. You can put anything into the subconscious. You can put fear of things you've never even experienced. You can put like cultural things like slavery and all of this stuff. I get so tired of talking about damn slavery. I don't know what to do. All this oppression shit. Are you oppressed today? All the oppressed people ain't here no more.
I think the reason why, one of the reasons why they continue to talk about it, because they really do want reparations. They really do want, they want the government to do what the other governments across the world have done. Own up to the fact that this is all one big lie. But here's the thing. The reason why America probably will never own up to it, because they would have to admit on a level that there were no boats that came over here, that these people were indigenous to this land.
Ain't no damn boat.
Right?
You can find
right?
the Titanic at the bottom
they
of
would
the
have to
sea. Where are
admit,
all the boats that brought us here today?
right? Yeah, they would have to admit to the lie that has just been told for 300, 400 years, right? And that's just something that like they cannot pull the curtain back on that big lie.
Well, you
Or
know,
if
the
they
other
do,
thing,
but here's the thing, it can happen because consciousness, the awareness is there, right? The desire for reparations is there. So I
Yeah.
won't say reparations won't happen because they have been desiring this for a very long time, for decades.
it's a state of lack. You want reparations, you must be broke. You missing something. I'm already repaired. I don't need reparation. I'm whole. And if you keep calling yourself an African American, that's why you ain't gonna get no reparations. Reparations ain't for immigrants. You was already here. You better call yourself black. You was
that's
native
another
Negro.
reason. That's another
You a
reason it
native
would,
Negro.
right?
You ain't no African American. Ain't
That's
no
a-
Africans in my cousin. Ain't an African at my family reunion. Ain't a bunch of nothing but country niggas at my family reunion from South Carolina. Okay? Ain't nobody from Nigeria at my family reunion.
Yeah, because look at the game that keeps getting played. You keep renaming a group of people.
Yeah.
How many damn names are they gonna have?
At
for
least a
them?
Caucasian from the Caucasus Mountain. They came crawling out them Caucasus Mountains on
I
all
mean,
fours.
how many names it has been Negro, colored. It just keeps changing. And it's just like, and then they were like, okay, well, we don't want to say that they're really from here, so we're gonna say that they're from here, but not from here.
Exactly.
So let's call ourselves African American. You know. No, because that try to excuse the fact that melanated people are all over the world.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Even if we don't see it in Asia. Well, we know that India has the greatest population of melanated people, right?
Asians' nose is big as hell and they lips big too. Asians have big
You
noses.
may not
and they-
find
and
it,
they
you might
boobies
not
be
find
big.
it in China and Japan, but you will find it in India, in the Polynesian, in different places,
Yeah.
that you're gonna find darker toned Asians or whatever.
Some of them Indians blacker than me. I went to Belize. Some of them people in Belize darker than me. And got daggone Queen Elizabeth on the money.
Really? Oh, they
Yes,
must
and
be
the-
part
and
of the
Belize-
UK then. They're part of the
Yeah.
UK. Okay.
And Belize, Queen Elizabeth is on their money.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's no different than the Virgin Islands. They're
Yeah.
gonna have what's his name?
Yeah.
They're gonna have our dead presidents on
They tried to
on the
put
money.
Harriet Tubman on the money.
You
Like,
know,
damn,
people
y'all
were saying that she was a fairy tale, that she was a character that was made up.
Of course
People are
she
saying,
is.
they were saying Christopher Columbus is a fairy tale. Like,
These Negroes can't get nowhere without GPS. This woman went from that damn South to damn Canada without knowing somewhere. The only way she knew how to do it is she was here before. Oh, an immigrant from Africa that don't know how to read or nothing, just knew how to get somewhere with no damn directions. Yeah, because she was from here, maybe. Yeah, if I'm from here, I know how to get somewhere. Not if I'm a damn immigrant, ain't been nowhere but a damn cotton field. Yeah, make me believe something that makes sense.
yeah, it's just amazing how much, here's the thing, when I first started my awakening thing, it was more about how much the world was turned upside down, inside out. It was just like, man, everything that we were told was a damn lie.
Absolutely.
It was like, they didn't tell us the truth about not a damn. So like, remember they were talking about almond milk? And I was like, I don't see how almonds make milk, right? Well, I see a TikTok yesterday talking about how almond milk was made, and they were like, the guy was like, he was showing it, as he was talking, and he was like, what they decided to do was take the broken almonds and smash them up, liquefy them, put that hydrogenized no, what's that sweetener that they put in everything?
Like
Hydrated.
stevia or like.
That's too that's too fancy.
Oh.
What is it? It's the sweetener like they put in like concentrated drinks that they put. That sweetener. They put a sweetener in there, and it's something that they put in all concentrated drinks. If they're not naturally sweet, they add this sweetener to it.
I guess your algorithm showed you.
Yeah, I just couldn't. I just couldn't think of. And they were like, and then they were saying like all the things they end up happening as a result of it. You know, like they tried to tell you that milk. So I was reading the comments and somebody was like, "Well, I knew almonds didn't produce milk because they didn't have no nipples."
Oh my God.
I thought that
I
was
mean, if
so
you want to keep it
funny.
straight, you really shouldn't drink milk from nothing without no damn nipples. A human nipple at that.
Corn syrup, yes, that's it.
Put some breast
Corn
milk on the
syrup.
counter.
Putting
Some breast milk.
Yep, putting corn syrup, and they had like 3 or 4 ingredients that they were putting in this milk, and then they were like, "This all this was," and they got to sell it to people for $8 for a half a carton, making
And you
people
know what's
think
weird?
making people think that it has some type of health benefit to it. But we know when the government says put their stamp of approval on it, you better look with its side eye and crooked like.
For real. They believe that.
Because every time the government has told us they have decided, like when they came with the food pyramid, it was all because they wanted to help the dairy industry.
Exactly.
The dairy industry was losing money, so they had to come up with things to convince the public that this is what you should be eating because we need to help the fish markets and we need to help the dairy markets. We need to, right? So it's like everything is always about what? The world is always about what?
Money.
Money, money, money.
So eat 5 times a day so you eat more food. You got to buy more food. Because you need to eat all day.
Like she said, it's all a pyramid scheme. They showed you that pyramid. They showed you it's a pyramid scheme. But it's just us reinforcing the constructs we built up in our mind, right? Because we know it's no they, right? The government just means mind control, right? We let something external to us control our own minds. It's not until you awaken to the truth.
Control over your mentality.
Yep, it's not until you awaken to the truth and then you realize, oh shit, I get to command this. And I can eat whatever I want to eat. I just can't buy into the narrative that something is wrong for me. Right? The moment you eat off that tree of knowledge of good and evil, and you start saying that, oh no, if I eat this, this is going to happen. If I eat that, this is going to cause this. And then your ass going to eat shit. You ain't eat nothing.
Judgment. Exactly. Everything bad.
Everything bad, right? Remember eggs high in cholesterol, red meat.
Using a microwave.
Everything stays in your stomach for, gut health, all this. Oh, we should, the Bible tells you should only be eating fruit. It tells you you shouldn't eat anything that chews its own cud, which means you shouldn't be eating beef. You should not be eating pig. You should not eat any mammals. You should just be eating fruit.
And these same people will go give their newborn babies some boxed, pasteurized, fake ass powdered shit instead of some milk from their own body. Or these same people will turn their nose up if there was breast milk on the counters at the store. They would turn their nose up at that. But you over here eating donkey milk or whatever.
I do manifest things, Sherry. I manifested you onto my channel. and you just keep coming back. Look at you. I make sure I don't block you so you can stay here so you can see me every time you want to. Because, you could easily just block me. But you can't resist. What you resist persists. That's manifestation.
Ooh. That's a bar, too.
That's why your ass keeps showing up.
And don't block her. Let her come back. I don't block her. I'll let her stay. You. They might have got an invite. Let me find out. These people get invites when you go live.
I know. On YouTube, right?
It's giving.
She subscribed to me.
Some of them get invites. I believe Toyia. I think some of them get invites. Because they be here to do religiously.
Yep, like Lay said, breath is the most important meal of the day. You know why they did that? Because of when they had when they started the warehouse stuff, what do they call it? The assembly line, right? Mm-hmm. And they would eat heavy meals during lunch, and that made the people lethargic. So they had to flip the script and say, no, have a big breakfast and then have a lighter lunch so you could be more productive at work. Everything was about making sure these workers gave the best output possible.
And never told you that break fast means breaking your fast.
That part.
And eating a bunch of food in the morning makes me more lethargic. I don't know about nobody else.
That part.
But, whatever works for your body and whatever you believe works for your body. For me, my body works best the less food I have in it. But that's just me. Whatever works for anybody else's body is what works for their body. But whatever you believe works for your body, works for your body.
Yep.
That's most important.
Oh my goodness! Not said call out putting stuff in the cereal so they would stop them from getting
What?
Well,
what they do that for?
Oh yeah, Kenny said he said they used to eat heavy leftovers for breakfast. Yeah.
Really? But why?
Wow. It's just amazing, like when you learn the reasoning behind and you're right, because if anything, everyone has studied the mind on some level, right? Even if you're not fully aware or awake about your divinity, right? They definitely know about the mechanics of the mind, how the mind works, and how to get people. That's why you have these hypnotists and the psychologists and psychiatrists, and these medical they have definitely studied to see. And as we know, you can use this knowledge for good or for evil.
Absolutely.
And that's how you know consciousness, like Miss Kitty was saying, it's all entertaining and stuff. It's all a game to consciousness, right? Although we get caught up in the illusion and we get freaked out about the seriousness of it. Because I'm not going to say people are not experiencing some horrible and horrific things and detrimental things, right? Especially when they don't know the laws of mind. It's I don't know, the whole, I forgot where I was going. I lost my thought.
But kind of like it's a game. Like once you realize that it's a game, but you don't realize that you're in charge of it. You know what I mean? Like you don't realize that I'm the key player in the game.
Yeah.
Like creation in the game is like a world of, this world is yours, right? And you make the world, though. You make the experience. Your experiences is what make this thing fun. But you have to experience for it to be fun. You have to ask for what you want. If you want some stuff, let's go. Let's ask for it. You got to believe, you know what I'm saying? But you have to take a present, intentional role in the game. Now, if you don't, the game going to play you.
Yep.
And then when you feel I have had times where I felt like I got played by the game, and it's a very daunting, weak feeling. You like, man, this world whooping my ass right now. I don't like this.
Yep.
I don't like feeling like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, how is this world and these circumstances making me feel this way?
Yep.
I'm in charge, and you just kind of have to flip the script and know that you're in charge. So stop creating villains. Stop getting beat up in your own game.
Yep. And when I watch those documentaries, it just reminds me like, damn, people come to America because we have more, as much as they try to quote unquote take freedoms away, we have more freedoms than most other societies in the world. And when people are looking to make a quick buck, they come to America. Because America, you could be whatever the hell you want to be. Literally. You could be, this really is the land of dreams. A lot of other places are a lot more restrictive. They have more clamped down on what they allow their people to say about what can be said, publicly, right? We have freedom of speech. And we, in this, especially, and because we have separation of church and state. So because of that separation of spirituality and government, you are free to do whatever spiritually, as long as you're saying God. The only way sometimes the government interfere is when it comes to money. And they'll step in, but it has to be like, it's almost like you can't have money to buy off the politicians or buy off the system. Because even if you have money to buy those things off, even if you're hurting women and children, you can still get away with it. But if you have a lot of money and you have a lot of position and authority, and you have somehow gained the ear of some of these politicians or presidents, you can get rules changed with money. I'm like, I'm sometimes you like blown away, like, damn, in America, God is money. In America, God is money. I'm not gonna say maybe not even America, maybe in the world. It's God. God, but
it's the difference. Is it the difference between using money to change your world versus using yourself, using your God of your mind? You know, like how people, like you said, like some people use things for bad, and like these churches or whoever are using money as the power of change versus themselves.
Right. It's probably the biggest limitation that we have, right? That's why when you can overcome that limitation of money,
Right.
the world can't do nothing with you. But as long as you keep money as the limitation, the world will still be able to seduce you or have some type of authority or power over you.
Because it's like a God source. It's like money is what stops a lot of people from doing any and everything, and they don't even know if it's a real stop. They'll just say it. And I was to earlier when I came up, but I've noticed that when I talk to people who are very, even people who aren't even deconstructed, or if I don't even know how they think, but this person I was talking to is actually more on the spiritual side, and it makes sense. But I've learned that people who do the best in this world have a strong God complex.
Yep.
And you need a little, years ago, of course, before I have been enlightened, it was looked at as a negative thing when a person had a God complex. Because with that God complex, you are going to see yourself in a whole different light. You're going to see your abilities. You are going to be what other people would deem delusional about your abilities and what you can do and what you can be. But it is very powerful to hear someone speak who sees themselves that way. And it's like empowering. But years ago, I just remember like people acting like that's a bad thing to have a God complex.
See, to me, it's when you use your God-given authority to manipulate and control. So many people again, we're going by the people that wanted fame, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are many people that have a lot of money and we never heard who they were. We have absolutely no idea where they live, what they drive, what they have. But we see that, we know that there are multi-million, billion-dollar, people that we are absolutely not aware of, right?
Yes.
That we're not looking for power and fame, just wanted a good life and leave a legacy for children and children's children.
Yes.
To me, it's those who want fame.
Yes, and to be others' God.
To have the God complex, right?
Mm-hmm.
The God complex and thinking that you're someone else's God.
Absolutely. Like our pastors, like some of our parents, like our educators, like our bosses, like people in the media, to control others and manipulate others.
And because it's not just in religion, it's in the spiritual community too, right? Right, when you have all these people like that's what I'm saying. When people talk about authenticity, right? I said authenticity is bullshit because people like confidence. These people be the most inauthentic people you can imagine, but because they say the right things, because they have learned how to get that emotional set point, right? Some people really do study psychology just so they can manipulate others.
Absolutely.
Right? And so they will, and so it's not about authenticity. It's about how convincing you are. It's really about how confident you are. It's about the message you're delivering. And if you're looking to lean into people's emotions, because they know once they can get into your emotions, you won't think. That's why the Bible tells you to think.
Yep.
It tells you not to be led by your emotions. But I don't care where you go. You spiritual people, I was like, you got to manifest your emotions. You got to get emotional. No, they want you to be emotional so they know that's the gateway into
planting seeds,
right, and gaining control.
Yes.
Right? Because unfortunately, those who are asleep don't like to think. They don't want to think. If you tell somebody, well, all you got to do is change the way you think. Why I got to do it? Why you just can't tell me what to do? Why I got to be changing the way I think? Why I got to, I don't want to, just tell me what to do. They don't.
Then you're not thinking it. It's not yours.
People don't want it. People, I was like, man, people really don't. And I was like, man, because I was like playing, I was toying with that. I was like, but see, I would never, if I'm going to tell you to do something, I'm not here to try to be the God over anybody. I'm not here to rule over anybody, right? But I'm just like, you can, but you got to be careful with it though. Because I'm like, man, like trying to tell people what they should and shouldn't be doing can only go so far. Because that means people are just going to always be coming to you. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think I should do? What do you think I should do? Like, so you got to be so careful because you will fall into that. Into that hole of now you're not now you're you put on this pedestal, oh my goodness, you're so amazing. Oh my goodness, you're so. And as much as we say that we are immune to that, we're not.
Right.
We're not immune to somebody always praising you. Right?
Yeah,
If
that's
somebody's always praising you, that can go to your head. And you get the big head. And now you're like, and then you start trying to be God and Lord over people.
But isn't that wouldn't that be I guess a mark on the person that it made their head big? Because that means you need the validation.
Yep.
Because you should really be indifferent about the praise. You already know you're amazing, and you already know your intent, right? So if you are doing it for the right reasons, right, the praise is just a byproduct, right? You know,
I'm saying
like,
you can't take it in. You can't just be taking it in, right? Because that's why you got to guard your heart. You got to guard your mind. You got to remember that I'm not great because someone else tells me. I'm great because I know I am, not because someone else is co-signing me. You have to see it as they're just reflecting me back to me.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That you have to see it as a mirror, right? Like they're just mirroring my own beliefs.
Yes.
Right?
Because the minute something don't work, let's tell you lied to me. Look.
That already happened.
Right? So that's why
I trusted you. Like, but well, they didn't say lied, but they said I trusted you. I'm just like,
that's your first problem. You should trust yourself, number one. And that's why people be mad. They put all of their hopes and love and dreams and expectations on another person, and then you gonna be mad because you shouldn't have done that in the first place.
But you notice the people that, like you said, are very successful from the world standpoint. You know, they have all the followers, they're making all the money, they have all the thing. You know, they told the story that people could believe regardless if it's true or not. They told the story that was believable and gained people's attention and are looked at as being some, you know, and I'm not, again, there's no condemnation there, because here's the thing. You have to remember the people want it that way. People don't want to think.
Right.
And most people that are asleep are not thinking, right? They're all being driven by emotions. They're on an emotional roller coaster.
I'm on an emotional roller coaster. I thought you were supposed to sing my song by Vivian Green.
I don't know that one. I don't know that one. Sorry.
You gotta look at Emotional Roller Coaster by Vivian Green now.
Sorry. Sorry. I don't know that one.
Look it up.
You know what, that is so true though. People really don't want to think. I remember one time I was here in the house, and my youngest daughter, she had did something, and she was like, she's like, I just don't want to think. I don't want to think today. And it just really blew me, and I just really sat there, and I did take it to heart. I took it personal. I said, yes, you do want to think. I said, you want to think at all times. I said, because that's the only thing that a person can't take from you. That's what you got to give away. I said, your mind and your soul. I said, yes, you do want to think. I said, I don't ever want to hear you say that. I said, you want to think. I said, now say you don't want to be just, you don't want your mind overworking. I said, you want to rest your mind. Okay, that's fine. But to literally say you don't want to think, oh my goodness, that just literally, I'm almost flipped out of my seat.
So don't you ever say that, huh?
And then sometimes she just getting this little, when she in this little loopy la la land stuff, and she ain't getting her key. I said, what I tell you? I said, you think. I said, I don't like that. I said, you think. And she was like, what? I said, no. I said, ever since you told me that you don't like thinking, I said, now I just be on her ass like white on rice. You gonna think every time I think, you ain't thinking. And you in my presence, I'm on you. Because that really did, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, well, dang, if you sat there and just said this at the blue, how many other kids feeling like this? Even adults. You know, like, I'm just like, have we been worn down so bad by the construct of society that we literally have just gave up our minds?
Yeah, we give up our minds when we come into this third dimensional plane. Right?
True. I mean,
and not until you awake out of the stupor, out of the sleep, right? Your mind is continuously being programmed, right?
Yeah, but then you have those ones that do come into the world doing what they want to do, but then we get labeled as problematic or what's the favorite one they love saying? They definitely love saying you problematic. But it's another one they loved, especially back in the day. They just loved saying it when you was just a child that was just doing what you wanted to do or was speaking your mind. And then not even that, hell, we had to get, I know I got a lot of whoopings. I got a lot of whoopings in the neighborhood. I got whoopings from the playground all the way to the house. I mean, I got whoopings in
like
school.
rebellious. You mean rebellious?
Yes.
You're rebellious.
They be like, oh, she got a rebellious spirit on her.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you grow up in a religious house. Oh, you got a rebellious spirit on you. I had to get put on the altar so many times. And I mean, I came from, like I said, my grandma and them was from the old church. You ain't got nobody come laying hands on you. You're going to sit up there on that altar till you feel a change in your own body. And they will literally leave you up there for hours. And the old people will come and check on you. If they feel like ain't nothing broke on you, I'll leave her down there a little bit more. She ain't done yet. And I'm talking about by the time you get up from the altar, church over with, the old ladies on the pews looking at you. You feel anything? Yeah, I do. I'm ready to go home. I got to go to school the next day. I was on the altar all night. And I ain't doing nothing to piss me off. So I hope a teacher don't say nothing out of line. Because that was the thing with me. I always questioned everything that those said. If it didn't make sense, I'm going to ask you. And if you asking us as a collective, I'm going to speak out as a collective. And I did that even in my household. If I seen say like when we kids, yo aunties and them, they sitting on the porch right by the refrigerator. You out on the playground. You call me all the way up here. Don't even let the kids be out there. I was the type person. Why you didn't call your daughter over here?
Right.
Who you getting smart with? I'm like, you got your own kids out here. You calling me?
That part.
All the way over here to get you something to drink. Or I say stuff like, you was right here in the kitchen. You down here right by the kitchen. Why you getting smart with me? Yeah, you go ahead and get that switch. Like, damn, like I got to get a whooping because I'm asking y'all about some stuff that didn't make sense to me that y'all mad that I called out and bust out. So they call us, what they say now, they call them the whistleblowers now. So some people did come out being whistleblowers. It's just that we got labeled and then they call you rebels.
Yeah.
They say you a rebel.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of us did.
Yeah, when you challenge the system, like you're not supposed to disrupt the system. You're supposed to conform to it. Yeah, so that's why I always think like, well, we say coming into an awakening. Like, no, I say, well, was we ever really hijacked, or we was just going with the flow of. We weren't thinking.
The rhythm of how the world
to me,
was moving.
Right. I feel like a lot of us just weren't thinking.
Yeah.
We were not told. We weren't really not taught how to think. We were taught how to regurgitate, memorize these things, and then feed it back to us. Right. It was just all about making us behave. School was all about behavior. It wasn't really about learning or teaching. Not to say that some of us didn't. It also depends on what school you found yourself in. If you found yourself, quote unquote, in a good school. But we know schooling for the most part is indoctrination, especially when you talk about history and some of the different things you had to learn. Now, mathematics, one thing, grammar, that's another thing. But we do know that English is a spell casting language anyway. So that again, they weren't giving us the etymology of words, right? They were giving us words and giving us the layman's definitions for it. And then you're going to realize, God damn it, words don't even have a meaning anyway. Words only mean what we say they mean.
Right. Literally, they said, what does being put on the altar mean? So in the Black community, what they say put it on the altar, that means literally exactly what it sounds like. You going up in the church before the pulpit, and you literally kneeling down in front of that altar, or wherever that pulpit is. You are at that pulpit, and you are on your knees praying at the altar, getting put on the altar.
I never heard that. Now they never made someone getting an altar.
Yeah, my church, they didn't make it. They asked you.
What it mean being put on the altar? I'm saying that's what it basically means. You in front of the altar on your knees praying.
And they made you go up there?
When I was bad in church, you had to go to the altar. Yeah, go to the altar. Even in church, like even in a real old church, like they would have these things. They used to have like when they would get up and they'd be like, oh, we haven't open for prayer, like where they would even come let you drop your name and put people name. See, that's what I'm gonna tell you. Like, that's how I know this is. It was a whole bunch of spell casting going on in church, even in the real old church. Because now I'm even finna sit here and say this, and now it's gonna come out of my mouth. It just even made me think. Like, it was, you would be able to put a name of a person that you wanted to be prayed for, and they have you write your name on this slip, and they will all tell you, come put your name, come put the names of whoever you want to pray for, on the altar. And you had people coming up with people's names, and they'll be putting them on the pulpit of the names they want to be prayed for, or like even when they say they do this the opening where they be like, oh, come to Jesus today. There's a door that's open. Will you let Jesus come in? When they even making you, how they even coach you into joining the church. Like, yes, they was making me go to the altar. Like, yeah, you need to go up there and get prayed for. Oh, you got it. Oh, it's a spirit on you. Like, yeah, go get up there on that altar. Them old people do not play. Go get on that altar.
That spirit on you is wild.
We didn't do that in my
I was
church.
raised around my great grandma, my great grandma.
Wow.
So I really come from the old church, or from those that come from the old church. Like, yeah, like. And I mean, those people, they were still washing each other feet and selling Avon back in the days when I was in church 7 days a week. And I'm talking about, don't have a revival. Oh my goodness, revivals! The months when revivals was coming. Oh my God, you better be ready. You better be ready for church every day. Almost, it's gonna feel like the whole month of revival. Like, yes.
See, I grew up in the South, in Southern Baptist Church, and we did have the altar, but ours wasn't like that. Like, we had an altar, like altar call, but what it was is for anyone. Like, what our pastor would do, they would play us songs like, if there's anyone who has anything on their heart, they want to come up, the altar's open, and anyone could come up, and they would just go up there, and that would be it. Now, if they wanted to share, they could, but it was not a requirement. Right. And you would just go to the altar, and they would just have prayer, and then the church would just say a prayer for everyone that was on the altar. If you were going through something, you didn't have to tell the whole church what you were going through, unless you wanted to share. But otherwise, you would just kind of go up there for prayer in front of the church, but you wouldn't have to say it. But we did have altar call.
Right, them Pentecostal.
I ain't never been up there.
Them Pentecostal churches is a little bit different. They love demons and devils and Satan's on my. Everybody got a lust demon. Everybody got the demon. Everybody possessed. Everybody got to go through a deliverance, because the church that I went to, they still had people coming up there apologizing for getting pregnant.
What?
Yeah, and some of them older women, like when I went to church in the 90s. You had some women there, the Mother's Board or the missionaries. They was in their 70s and 80s, and if they got in the spirit, they would come grab certain people out of their seat and bring them up to the altar and make them praise God or whatever. Or they'll come through with their prophetic messages about how God is mad at everybody and they need to, and God gonna send a punishment or condemnation to the church. I'm just like, it was just so manipulative. It was just so controlling. That's why it's just like, when you come to this awakening part and you realize that the game that we played with ourselves, right? The whole manipulation of believing all of these things, thinking that we were separate, thinking that we had to earn love. Because it's basically what the church is telling you. The church is telling you, you must earn love from God. And the only way you can earn this love from God is that you have to do these certain things, whether it's accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, giving your allegiance to Allah, of course, with Judaism, they have, most people are birthed into that religion, right? Unless you convert over there, you have to learn all of their rituals and all of their ways or what have you. But even in the East, those religions are also very, when they talk about the different karmic debt and making people feel like, if they acted a certain way, they could be punished and come back as an ant or as a mosquito or something. And they, and so they're trying to make sure that they, know their place, stay in their place, so they don't end up with a worse life in the next life.
I just want to ask that, I'm just so confused because, and it's kind of annoying because, you know, I deal with a father who had trauma, and a lot of his, and at 73, he still has like some anger and frustration behind it, because I can only speak from my experience being a person of color, but I just feel like with these religious churches, they want you to dwell on this trauma, but then they don't want you to deal with the trauma. And then you're just traumatized and waiting on someone to come save you forever. And you never heal because your healing doesn't come from you. So how the hell you gonna ever heal? So that's why you got a bunch of church people full of trauma about everything that happened to them their whole life. I'm telling you, why are you in here crying on Sunday and you've been in the church since you was a child? Why aren't you healed?
Yeah.
Why are you shouting every Sunday and you 35 and you've been in this church your whole life? Why aren't you healed? That should tell you something. It ain't built for no damn healing.
Mm-mm.
It's built to keep you in the place where they need to keep you so you keep coming back. You should be able to retire from that damn place.
Yep.
I know I did, because I ain't been to a church building probably since 2017. I'm retired. I think I got all I need.
Well, you'll never be good enough, right? You always have to remind yourself. You almost is like Alcoholic Anonymous. I'm a sinner saved by grace. You always have to remind yourself of how of a depraved being you are, that you are always insufficient. You were never enough. You are a lowly soul. Your righteousness is as filthy rags to God, right?
And gracefulness is a slap in the face. Oh, I gracefully dealt with all this bullshit while you sat back there with your legs crossing that moo-moo and didn't come help me. Dealing with all the bullshit of life gracefully. That's my reward.
You see, and you see how the excuses
at my mama's funeral.
The excuse is built in. The excuse is built in, right? The excuse is built in for God not taking accountability for not being God.
Exactly. I did it gracefully. I dealt with being abused and everything happened to me gracefully. Thank you.
And they're like, well, I made it through. I had all of these, these suicidal thoughts. I'm just trying to make up a word. Suicidal thoughts, but God saw within me to, spare my life. But did he? Because isn't the situation that you found yourself in the reason for the suicidal thoughts? And God didn't keep that from happening. So why is he getting glory for you recognizing that you actually do have something to live for? That's the part that just will never, it's just like, it's like the gaslighting, it's manipulation at its finest, right? It's like God has this power to stop evil, but won't stop evil. And then somehow gets the credit when you're able to overcome the evil.
Because there's a rainbow at the end of every storm, Toyia. That's why we're supposed to just wait for the rainbow. We got to get through the hurricane, though.
Well, free at last. Now we recognize we're free. But because the world is a world of illusion, right? And it's like, sometimes I wonder, do people already, because we say this world is imaginary, right? We say it's all made up, right? And so because there is no great consequence at the end of this life, some people have figured out, when we were talking about people with the God complex, right? They recognize that this is my reality. And if I want to be the God of other people, I can be it. It's my reality. Everybody else is just playing a part in my movie. And I decided to be God in my movie. And I decided to have people follow after me, worship me, give me all the glory, because it's all a play. It's not real.
Gotta find something for the sleep people to do. Look, might as well stack some paper and be abundant off the sleep people, I guess. If y'all ain't gonna wake up, might as well get some paper out of it. Y'all want to be taught so bad.
That's what I'm like, some people have to have it in them, because I'm like, it's not in me. I was watching this one girl. She was like, please God, in the next life, make me not have no consciousness. She was like, please allow me to be a schemer, because these scammers, boy, when they were talking about the lady who said she had 2 doctorates. Cheyenne Bryant, and she was like, and she was talking about her YouTube, and she was like, Lord, please, because she talked about when she was scammed in one of those multi-level marketing campaigns, and it was something about having some type of concierge to like book to like go to these Michelin star restaurants or go on private planes or whatever. And she said she's like 2021, and to join was like $1,500. And she was, I think she's from like Haiti or Jamaica or one of them. And she was like, so she's always worked, and she always had it, and it was in her church. And she said after she joined, and after a month when she's trying to get other people to join, she finally realized, oh, most of my age ain't just got $1,500 to be given to join to this business, this. And then she was like, what she had bought it for, she was like, I don't really have the money to go to none of these places. I don't have the money to be dropping $200-$300 on a Michelin star restaurant. It kind of like, again, she wasn't thinking. All she was like, they were just like, it's a great business opportunity. You're gonna make, they get you with the X amount of dollars that you can make, and this is a really great opportunity, and you're really tired of your 9 to 5, and you're a college student. You want to make some really quick, easy money. It sounded all good. They make it sound real easy. Until you get in it, then it's like, nope, it's not. It was never what they made it out to be. That's why I realized no one else can sell you on your dream. No one else knows how you're going to make money. Right? Like, even if, let's say AT&T is hiring, right? They don't have people coming to your door saying, you want to hire for AT&T, you want to work for AT&T because they're hiring. No, they put a cattle call, they put it in, whether they put it in a newspaper or they put it on one of these hiring boards or what have you. They go through, I don't even know Monster.com is still a thing, or LinkedIn, right? They're not going to personally come to you and tell you that you should work for them. No, they tell you they're hiring, and then you have to put in an application. Then they have to decide if you're worthy enough to work for them. These people are trying to convince you, and it doesn't cost you anything to work for AT&T, right? They're going to pay you to work for them. But these business models are always trying to convince you that this is going to be your get out of jail free card, or your get out of poverty free card, making you think that you won't have to work as hard as you do with your 9 to 5. And come to find out, you're going to have to work 2-3 times as hard. And then it's something, they're selling you something that can never be. Like, you'll never reach the top or the top echelon of the company to realize the amount of money they're claiming. And like, you'll never get to that. It's all smoke and mirrors. And it's just like, and my thing is, just be leery of people that are always telling you, oh, I made $2 million in 8 months on TikTok selling courses. Really? Really? And I can tell you how to do it. Really? You gonna create competition? That's what you're doing. Jeff Bezos ain't showing nobody how to make Amazon, how to go into business and be like Amazon.
Ain't no way I'm gonna make $2 million and show you how to be my competition. I'm gonna show you how to be my damn employee and help me make more. That's it.
That's what they end up being, right? They end up being employees for them, right? They end up being built-in customers, thinking they're built-in entrepreneurs when actually they're built-in customers. And the people think it's a quick rich. There's a shortcut to wealth. The shortcut to wealth is within you, not in another person. Like, no one can show you how, no one knows how you're going to become the wealth magnet that you're desiring. Because, hell, you don't even know. You just know you have a vision, you have a desire, you have this passion, this yearning, you have this vision. And then every day, like, that vision is expanding upon itself. But you're not, a lot of people that have these visions, they can't go and share it with other people. Right? Or try to seek advice from other people. They kind of have to, like, most people be like, I figured it out, right? I figured it out. There was some, bumps in the road. There was some things that I didn't really know. I wasn't, because a lot of times they get into the chasing mode. and they think they have to try to do something to make it so instead of allowing the vision to unfold. And we don't have to chase wealth, but that's what we've been told we had to do in this society. We were told that you have to chase the wealth, not that the wealth will be brought to you.
One thing I did used to know, like one of my makeup gurus that I used to follow, like back in like 2010 when I first got into makeup Shayla. One thing she did years ago that I thought was so cool before like streaming and stuff kind of blew up, like going live. You know, everybody was trying to learn how to do makeup. So what she would do is she would go live. I think it might have been on YouTube or something, and she would open her live up like private, and all you had to do was pay $1 to watch. But she had like thousands of followers. But it was cheap for us, but she benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And you're teaching, you're going to watch her do her makeup, and you're going to learn tricks and stuff while she's doing it. But you're only paying $1 for an hour worth of time. But if you got 10,000 people in there, paid $1.
I know, right?
You just made $10,000. Even
That
if you got
part.
1,000 in there, you made $1,000 in an hour.
Yep.
It benefits everybody, doesn't it?
Yep.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
But you're not going to tell me you making $2 million and you're charging me $1,300 for a course. And your broke ass couldn't pay $1,300 for a course before you got the $2 million. So what you going to charge me that for?
That part.
You didn't use a $1,300 course to become a millionaire. So what did you do? You used some simple ass steps that you could literally tell me that I can go do on my own.
Yep. Because you don't even know if what the steps they use actually work. At least this person, you can actually see the benefits of the tutorial, right? You could actually see the finished result. You could see what the product she was using, how she was able to match it up to her skin tone and see what works and the tricks, right? You actually learned from something because you actually saw it in real time.
Absolutely.
Yes. Like I Am Janae says, hey, Janae. She said, nobody makes money off healed people. They need you exhausted, fearful, obedient, etc. They're easier to control and leave dependent. Rinse, wash, and repeat. That is the playbook. That's the playbook. Whether you're, a religious person, spiritual person, a coach or whatever, life coach and all of that. Life coaches work because a lot of their clients are desperate. A lot of clients that these life coaches, and then they end up not helping anyone. These people are like, oh, I went to this coach and I went to this coach. How many damn coaches you gonna go to? You mean I tell me out of 3 to 4 coaches you went to, you still seeking for another coach? Yep, the broken and unhealed is a moneymaker. But again, just gotta say, that's the reality that they're creating because, they think someone else is a miracle maker. They think someone else has the answer. They're looking outside of themselves. And as long as you look outside of yourself, you'll always be disappointed. Always. You'll always be disappointed searching for answers external to yourself. Hey, Soul Evelyn.
Divine Day, how are you?
Divine Day, wonderful. How are you?
Divine as always divine.
Beautiful. Love it.
My new high is quantum physics and cognitive neurology. So when you be talking, right? So I'm going to do a little teaching, but when you be talking, and the reason why you should have the end goal in mind, or the end goal in mind, is because we have no idea how it's going to come into play. So I'm going to read some stuff or whatever, but literally, we have no idea. So
that's all we were saying. That's all. I have no idea. That's why you're supposed to be still and know. You're not supposed to be doing all this moving around.
No, you're not. So in quantum mechanics, they're realizing that breaking the whole into pieces does not give you the whole picture. So they realized that you should keep it together. So there's a theory called the theory of everything and emergence. So it claims that knowing the physical laws of individual particles doesn't let us predict how billions of them will act together. So the science is, this is called a concept called emergence. It says that it was by a physicist called Robert, and he came up with the theory of everything. Even though we have Schrodinger's equation, which is the box, is the cat alive or unalive in the box, but quantum mechanics destroys that. So even though we have Schrodinger's equation to describe electrons, we cannot easily predict phenomenon like superconductivity just by looking at a single electron. The whole is fundamentally greater than the sum of its parts. So when we thinking in terms of definiteness, locality, and our classic world, like our everyday reality relies on things existing in specific states. This is what we call definite, and only interacting locally. This is what we call locality. Quantum mechanics forces us to abandon at least one of these. So we can't use both of them, or we can use both of them at the same time. So what am I saying? I'm saying the three laws of logic of how we, interact with our world. The three laws of logic is the law of identity, which is A equals A. The law of non-contradiction, which is A cannot be B and B at the same time, simultaneously at the same time. And the law of excluded middle. A statement is either true or false. There is no middle ground. So going to the law of identity, A equals A. This assumes objects have distinct, independent identities. However, in quantum mechanics, particles like electrons are perfectly indistinguishable, which means you don't know which one it is. Furthermore, when particles become entangled, they lose their individual identity. You can no longer describe particle A or particle B. You can only describe the unified system of particle AB, the law of non-contradictory. A cannot be B and not B simultaneously. This is the core of human reasoning. This is how we reasoning on the physical or whatever, the law of contradictory. So this is the core of human reasoning. A door cannot be open and closed at the same time. Yet a quantum state in superposition is mathematically describing a linear combination of mutual exclusive states, which means a qubit exists as a complex probability amplitude of both 1 and 0 until measured forces it to choose. So what does that mean? Like, when it's nothing happening or whatever, but then when you focus on it, it must appear or whatever. So what we're doing, we're trying to break it down into pieces to get to our vision. Nope, that doesn't work. The law of excluded middle. A statement is either true or false. There is no middle ground. Well, if we ask, is the electron spin pointing up? Classical logic demands a yes or a no. But in quantum mechanics says that before measurement, the electron is in a state where the question itself is structurally invalid. It is not yes, it is not no, and it's not even I don't know. The property simply does not exist prior to measurement. So once again, we're trying to figure out how we're going to get to point A to point B, but you cannot, because you're separating the whole system from itself. The whole system works in completeness as the whole system. So when we're trying to figure out how we're going to get there, we're doing ourselves a disjustice. So we use reductionism in today. So the scientific method has relied on just basically reduction. If you want to understand a clock, you take it apart and study the gears. If you understand the gears, you understand the clock. Nope. Why this fails in quantum mechanics? Because of entanglement, breaking a system into smaller pieces destroy the very information that defines the system. As the universe is holistic. You cannot understand a strongly correlated quantum system by isolating its atoms. We've been doing this thing wrong. Human language. Language is inherently classical. Our sentence requires subject, which is discrete nouns, performing actions, which is local verbs. Why this fails? We literally lack the vocabulary to describe quantum phenomenon without using misleading metaphors. We use words like particles, which implying a teeny ball, or wave, implying a fluid medium, but a quantum entity is neither. This is why physicists ultimately abandon spoken language and rely purely on the mathematics of linear algebra and the Higgs field. So this leads us to the ultimate fascinating conclusion that we cannot use classical logic of what we're using with the three laws of logic or whatever. So basically, our mind is an emergent of the system. So when we talk about emergent is the idea that knowing the rules for individual parts does not hand you the behavior of the whole system. This is the exact problem scientists face when studying the mind. Your brain consists of roughly 860. Your brain roughly consists of 86 billion neurons communicating through physical and chemical electrical signals. If scientists look at a single neuron in a petri dish, they will never find a memory of your childhood, your sense of humor, or your feeling of consciousness. So the blueprint is that individual neurons follow basic rules of chemistry and classical physics. But the emergence is when you wire billions of them together, an entirely new property emerges that cannot be predicted by the parts. This is what we call consciousness.
What is consciousness? What is consciousness?
We don't know. There are over 400.
You don't know, sir.
One
Stop
second.
talking about emergence. Science are trying to fool you. There's no such thing as emergence. It's like saying wetness emerges.
Can I have my time? Can I have my time? Can I have my time, please? Thank you. Anyway, there are over 400 theories and conclusions of what consciousness is, because once again, relying on quantum physics or whatever, we cannot break the system apart. Everything is relational or whatever. So you be like, oh, this banana has blah, 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 blah. But no, the whole banana is the system. Do that make sense? Mm-hmm. So basically, we just can't break up what we're in or what we're doing. So when you be saying have the end goal in mind or whatever, yes, have the end goal in mind, because this can go in any direction. Yep. Because the whole system is one in itself. So trying to break it up, you're just doing yourself a disservice, because we are not seeing what's really here. What we're seeing is icons like TV, television, person, or whatever. Like, those are icons of the system, so we can understand or have a grasp of how to live or experience this or whatever. But the underlining feel of those icons, them shits are wild. Like, the mind, it's wild. Like, it's so much information, you wouldn't even know how to distinguish anything from anything, because in actuality, there is no distinction. This is why I keep telling everybody or people that you are God, you are consciousness itself. There are no parts, there is only whole. You can't have a pie without all of it. All of it makes up the whole or whatever. So when we're trying to break it down, we can't. We're doing ourselves a disservice. This is why quantum mechanics or quantum physics goes in with spirituality that makes up the whole. It's one system working upon itself. This is why you will never find self, because all is self. You're trying to be like, oh, this is me. No, all of this shit is you, because without it, there would be no you.
Yep, there's no separation. I love it. No separation. Yep. That's when we try to describe things in part. Well, this is a thought, and it's all everything. It's everything. It's not one thing. It's all things.
Yes. It's all things.
That's what I said. That's why the Bible, I'm gonna quote Paul, he said we know in part. We will never fully know all things from our limited perspective. We'll never know. We'll only know in part. We'll only see in part. But then once that which is come is fully known, but that, it's like everything is just connected, and there is no this and that. This is that.
Yes. Yes, right.
Yes. So that we do, like you say, we do ourselves a disservice when we try to figure out how. Yes. That's not your work. It was never your work. Yep. Your work was just what. What do you want? That's it. Your job is the what, and you leave the how to consciousness. To unlimited you.
Are you atheist or something? Are you atheist?
Hold on.
Are you a Christian?
I asked you a question.
No, I'm asking you a question. You're on my panel. Are you a Christian?
So nobody can ask a question on your panel because it's your panel? I asked you a question first.
No, here's the thing. No, because we asked you to mute up. And you unmuted because this is my panel. You go by my rules or you could just drop. What?
You can, that make you feel powerful.
I am powerful. What are you talking about? This is my panel. What? He want to be powerful. He want to come run my panel, and then want to argue about the rules on my panel. Like, dude.
Not him projecting.
Thomas, are you an atheist? Are you a Christian? Because that would settle it. That would just remove you from the panel. Because ain't nobody here up here trying to argue with you, dude.
And so this is what the old and I read a book. I forgot what the title was, but I read the first page or whatever. It said the old Christians, the Essenes or whatever, the things that we're talking about, they wrote the Bible or whatever. They're saying the quote unquote God is you or whatever, like how the brain works, the oil, the Christ is this oil that comes down or whatever. Like they wrote it as your God or whatever. And then now the new quote unquote Christians changed the God to be outside of you or whatever. This is the same thing with the Egyptians or whatever. They say your God or whatever, you're one with nature or whatever. And then now quantum physics is also proving that you too are also God, because the whole system works together in tandem with itself or whatever. So it can't separate or whatever. So if even if you believe in a God or whatever, you're God, because the system doesn't work without its whole self. You see what I'm saying? So everyone is saying the same thing. So to think that something is outside of you is illogical or whatever. Like, it's illogical. You have so much proof, and so much proof that shows you what we're saying is true or whatever. This whole system works upon itself. So that means it's only one thing going on: you, or it, which is you.
That's it. And all you're supposed to do is just make a choice, or don't. You can do whatever. Really, but the whole point was you get to choose and then let it be. Choose and then let it be. Unfortunately, people get to worrying, complaining, searching.
What that thing say? What you probably know the scripture. I call them quotes, but you probably know the quote or whatever it says: "Let go and let God."
That's a quote. That's not a scripture, but I hear you.
Oh,
that's what Christians say. Christians say.
Okay, but that's exactly what that means. Let go and let God. Like, get an idea, do something or whatever, and let it go and let God, because the whole system is you.
Move, get out the way.
Yes.
That's it. Somebody say same difference. Quote scripture, right? I call them quotes. That's That's all we doing. All we doing is quoting a book. We're quoting a book, but just like you just read us an excerpt from a book. All these books are saying the same thing, because everything is, like you said, everything is you. So everything that you're watching, everything that you're reading, everything that you're entertaining, it's all you. It's all you. So I know we'll sit here and we'll talk about, this church used to do this, and we thought this way, and we did this. We talk about our past experiences, right? And how we came to believing what we believed until we woke up, right? But we understand that was part of the play.
Of it.
That was the part of forgetting who you are, the state of amnesia or the deep sleep, right? That fell upon Adam. Deep sleep fell upon Adam. We would like to say Adam woke up. The Bible doesn't specifically say that. The Bible never says. He said a deep sleep fell upon Adam, but never says that Adam ever woke up. It just says that he got up off the ground and then he saw he hit a woman. And so now thou art bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh.
When they ate that fruit, they woke up. That's when they woke up.
Actually, that's when they fell asleep. They continued to dream. They continued to dream.
No, true.
Right? Because they believed in the illusion of separateness.
Yeah, and that's what the fruit do.
Yep. It makes you continue on the belief of separateness.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
but I'm glad that I know it's not real, but but I'm glad that they ate the fruit or whatever. I like this journey. I like it.
You like it?
Not saying you can just come out and not be separate or whatever, but this was fun. And now that I know or whatever, now I was like, oh shit, what game I want to play with myself or whatever. Cause that's all I'm doing. Like, how I want to intrigue myself or whatever. Like, that's why I'm now so excited about like quantum mechanics and cognitive neurology or whatever, because that's what the mind is or whatever. So if I can know with the mind, how now that I'm aware of what's going on, like now what kind of games I want to play with myself or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like what can I do with myself or whatever, Yeah.
The world is your oyster, as they say. Infinite possibilities. So what is it? Yeah. So what is it that you want to bring into your experience, or you want to call forth?
Chilling. Yeah, because for 35 years I've been go. Now it's slow. That's what.
Who you telling?
For real.
All about the flow, the ease and the flow.
Yes. Before I left Atlanta to come to South America or whatever, I was telling my I don't want to know what to call her. I've been knowing her since I was 9. I'm 36 now. She like probably 67 years old. But I was like, Miss Pudding, why y'all just be sitting on the porch and don't be doing nothing or whatever? I was like, I would never do that. She was like, okay. But now that where I am now, I get it. That's the best thing ever. That's the best thing ever. I get it now. They doing it. I get it. That's the best thing ever. Just to people watch and sit on your porch or whatever and watch the day. Just watch the day. I'm not gonna say watch the day go by. I'm just gonna say watch the day. I get it now. I see why they doing it. It makes sense now. Cause I was like, that's boring. No, it's not. They doing exactly what I'm trying to do now. Well, not trying to probably I'm not doing. I am doing. But they doing exactly what I'm doing now. Nothing.
And people really think life is like this big old, I guess for some people it is a circus, right? Some people it is a circus. I was just thinking about this earlier today before I came on live. The performance of it all, right? People are so into performing, into looking a certain way, into presenting a certain way, into being a certain way, into doing certain things. And it's just like, for what?
For why?
Why are you performing? Why are you going out your way to make people think that you're a certain way or a certain thing or a certain, and again, at the end of the day, if it's just you in the world anyway, who are you trying to prove this life to?
Because it's just you.
Who are you trying to impress?
Myself. I need to look good for myself, baby. When I step out into the world, I need to look good.
Hopefully that's the only reason why you do get dresses for yourself.
Yeah.
So we got
if their feelings hurt when somebody tell them they look ugly, then they're gonna feel like you better do it for yourself.
So we got Aquarius on the scene. Hello, Mr.
Divine
Aquarius.
day, God.
Divine day. All is divine. Divine as always. I am. So I'm just sitting here listening. I like what Soul he was breaking it down from a quantum perspective, right? Mm-hmm. It kind of was obliterating a lot of the classical or traditional, right? No, for real. Because,
for real.
Me personally, I'm more revolution. So I ain't saying to throw the baby in the bathwater per se, but everything can't come. We can't be talking about this new world and we trying to build a new world and we trying to bring the old world into the new world. Literally the whole world. The whole old world we trying to bring. It's like, come on, what are you doing? You know, we need originality. We need individuality. We need innovation. You get what I'm saying? We need out of the box thinkers.
Out of the box.
You know what I'm saying? I'll be tired of listening to these people with these narrow, restricted, rigid ways of thinking. It's annoying to me.
Convoluted.
Right, all these religious books is that what I just said? I'm tired of hearing it. It's annoying. It's just like somebody locking you up in a room or somewhere and just have you listen to the same song over and over and over. Like, it's just like, nah. You know, we need something new. We need something different. We need something, fresh. I just feel like we just need to start over, to be honest with you.
There's nothing new under the sun.
It's
all cyclical. It's all cyclical.
Right. It's nothing new under the sun per se, but just because it's not new under the sun don't mean that we have to just keep repeating the same shit over and over and over again either.
What do you mean? Who is we, and what are we repeating over and over and over again?
No, I'm not saying we as in us. Okay, well, I'm generalized. I'm just talking in general. I'm not saying we as in me and you per se, but I'm speaking in general.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what do you want that's new? What new day or new way are you? What's wrong with the way things are? What are you trying to change?
Well, what I'm continuing to change is me first, right? Because once I change myself, then my whole way of thinking and my perception will align with that. Right. But at the end of the day, I'm really not trying to change really people per se. People gonna people. I just choose whether I want to engage with these people. So yeah, but I don't know. Just hearing the same thing and doing the same thing. I don't know. It's just getting annoying to me anyway. Listening to these. Hey, I go on panels with Christians. I'm like, I'm trying to build bridges. They're like, man, F your bridges. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it ain't this way, it's the highway. And it's just like, damn, all right. I ain't upset about it, but it's like, damn, okay.
So wait a minute, you going into Christian spaces trying to convert folks?
No. I'm not trying to convert them per se. But I have met some good people, right, that invite me into their spaces, I guess because I come with a different perspective. But then when I put down my different perspective or my out of the box perspective, then I start getting rebuked, and I need to say
because if you're not saying Jesus is Lord, they don't want to hear nothing you got to say. They don't care about what bridge your bridge better be laid in Jesus.
Right, and that's what I find it dandy. But
did you really think anything different? If you go into a Christian space, don't you think it's all about Jesus? Jesus.
That's
what they call him.
Funny stuff. So I'm not going in there trying to change people's mindsets or nothing like that. I tell them all I am is a perspective, and a lot of times I don't invite myself; they invite me. You get what I'm saying too? So I guess it'd be a little bit of form of raise baiting for them. I don't know, but they invite me, and I just put down my perspectives. Some people, minds a little open enough to where they can receive my perspective and still hold on to their perspective. You get what I'm saying? Some people just come with this mindset like, no, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. It's either Jesus or none. So, okay. You know what I mean? I respect that. You know what I mean? Wholeheartedly. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, big sis, I'm a perspective, big sis. I'm not here. I can't do something for a person that they're not willing to do for themselves.
Right.
That's just plain and simple. So that just saves me the energy, the mind, and emotions and all that. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? But
yeah. Well, I guess when you're saying you want something different, how do you think the difference is going to come? What's going to make the difference?
The difference going to come allowing people to understand that everything ain't just so black and white. You get what I'm saying? You're talking to somebody who had my mind. I was fixed. That was my old mindset. I was looking at everything as black and white until I started like getting put in situations whereas it's not black and white. Everything is not black and white. It's just not. You get what I'm saying? This is something that I had to learn for myself. But that's how I was viewing this. I was viewing this thing as everything is either this or it's either that. I'm either swinging on one extreme or the other. You get what I'm saying to you? And it's not. It's not. We live in a 3-dimensional plane, right? They call it the 3D. 3D is black, white, and that's gray, and it's a gray area. That's the third dimension. That's the third paradigm. Respectfully, you get what I'm saying? But I mean, to each his own. I mean, that's something that's a mindset I have to allow myself to experience to be like, okay, I can see it like that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, you know, for the most part, it's just like, you know, like it's just the mind. It's just like, you know, like people are slaves to their own mind. If that makes sense, hopefully.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those who
People
are asleep.
really slaves to their own mind.
I mean, people that are asleep, I don't expect anything differently. Why would I expect them to act like wake folks when they're sleep folks?
I mean, you got some so-called awake folks. So it's I don't know, man. You got some awake folks that's slaves to their mind too. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I mean,
but then are they really? But then are they really woke? Are they really woke?
That's the yeah. Right. So yeah. So, I mean, you know, to each his own. You know, but I mean, I feel like, you know, different is good. Right? Different is good. You know, people talk about these mysteries. Like, I mean, I'm kind of sure ain't no mystery gonna be put in a goddamn box. Right? Nope. To me, in my opinion, anyway, I say I'm not gonna put a mystery in a box. A mystery is actually too big to be put in a box. And yeah. So, I mean, it's just so much. It's just so much that can be had. So much can be learned. So much can be experienced. Yeah, so I don't know, but I digress though. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing. It's your world. You get to write it. We get to write our own story. Hello, Gentle the Just. You can unmute.
Hey, how you doing, Miss Prosperous? Thank you for letting me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Greetings.
How
are you?
Aquarius? I'm good. What's up, Aquarius? What's up,
What's up, Josh?
Divine Day.
Divine Day, guys. Divine Day. I appreciate you letting me up, Prosperous. I've been kind of looking at your page from afar. I've been on your live before, but you actually helped me to understand how to look at the Bible in a way that is conducive for a person who's really trying to understand the esoteric aspect of the Bible and the true meaning of it, right? The idea that God is outside of ourselves and that the Bible is talking about these beings that are external versus internal is the wrong way to go about it, right? And once you start understanding who the Bible is actually talking about, even when Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within you, right there, and him saying, aren't ye gods? You know what I'm saying? We are gods. We are in control of our life. We are in control of anything that we can think about. We can bring it into fruition. That means good or bad, right? We can make our life a heaven or we can make our life a hell. And I don't know, people don't necessarily understand it from that perspective because they always giving up their power to this external being. And as a result, you know, they can't come out of that religious psychosis that Aquarius was talking about. And me and Aquarius and Soul have been on those Christian panels having conversations with those very Christians. But I do agree with what you said. We can't expect them to change or hear us or communicate with us about how we see things and how we know it to be true because they're not living in our experience. Their perspective is not the same. So the way that they're going about the gospel, they're thinking it's an external thing. They're thinking they don't have any power. The only identity they have is in Christ and all this other stuff, which is completely ridiculous, right? Like the only identity that
that you have is in Christ, and you're God's child and all this other stuff. You God's child, but you can't control nothing. You can't bring anything into fruition. You can't change your circumstance. You gotta wait for him to change it through prayer, through begging, and trying to turn God into a genie instead of doing your own self work and taking accountability for your life, and that means the good and the bad. So, I understand where Aquarius was coming from, because it is disheartening to have conversations with those people, especially when you're trying to befriend them and you want to bridge the gap. You want to have the conversation and not try to change their perspective. But the only thing they can see is that you don't believe the same thing I believe. And as a result, you're not like me, and we can't have a connection, or we can't come to, a common ground, because you're looking at things the wrong way. Unfortunately, you have to relinquish power and let them look at things the way they want to look at it. We can't control nobody but us. You know what I'm saying? Once you stop trying to control people, you really end a lot of your suffering. Because that's one of the biggest things. People out here trying to make somebody love them, be their friend, do what they want them to do. If only this person did this, I would feel better. If only that person did that. No, you can't control anyone. And once you stop and you detach from a lot of these, for lack of a better term, these bullshit relationships, these things that's not serving you. When you detach from that, a lot of your suffering goes away, because you know that the only thing you can control is yourself, and you can absolutely control yourself. So you're not going to make yourself suffer unless you want to. So, I really appreciate a lot of the things you say, a lot of the gems you drop, a lot of the content that you give out for free, for real. Like, you really have helped me look at the Bible in a different way. I tell people all the time, I still read the Bible. I was a Christian for over 30 years, but now I know that it's mind science, right? It's not about this external being. This book is telling you exactly how to live your life in the best way possible. Yep. It's basic instructions before leaving Earth. Like, if you really want to utilize it for the way that it should be used, you can really turn your life around and really be in that place of prosperity, right? And abundance. So that's it. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you and all of the stuff, all of the stuff you say, and a lot of the gems that you give out. So yeah, much love.
Oh, much love. Appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yep. And I'm thankful for the people that I ran across that helped me understand the Bible, because I left church back in like 2007, 8, somewhere in there. I didn't come to the realization of what the Bible was talking about till like 2018, when I came across Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, Reverend Ike, Bill Donahue, Florence Scovel, and all of those people that came before in physical form, which are basically just different aspects of my own mind, of my own divinity. But that was the buried comes that I left to remember who I was. And yes, the Bible comes alive when you understand it's a prosperity message. It's telling you how to get to the bag. If the bag is what you want, it's going to tell you how to get to it. And it's going to tell you all you can do is believe that you already have it and you'll get it. The thing is, we get in our own way. We think that we're supposed to try to do something to make it so, but we keep hearing over and over and over again the reiteration of do nothing. Be still. The only doing is mental. The physical is the world of effects. Everything that we see is the world of effects. The cause is your mind. Your mind is a projector, and it is projected onto the screen of space, which we call this third dimensional reality. So even if we're entering spaces that we're calling, Christian spaces, those are just different aspects of you that still haven't let go of the fact that there's something other external to you. Because there is only you, as Soul Leveling was just reminding us. That you're trying to understand this from the part when you'll never understand it, because it's always the whole. There is nothing in this world that's separate from you, regardless of even if we talk about it as being external to us, even if we talk about, well, they did this, and I remember when I was doing this, even if we talk from that mindset and from that landscape, we're still only talking about ourselves, because there's no one else in the world but us. It's just you in the world, and it's different aspects of your own consciousness. So yes, when we go into these spaces and we're quote unquote debating or arguing, trying to get someone to see our perspective or see our side or see our point of view, we're just arguing with ourselves. It's a mirror.
That's why I be having fun in there.
I
entertaining. It's definitely entertaining. I won't say when I first got on TikTok, before I started going live, I did go into a couple of Christian. I think I went into one. I went into one panel, and I told you about that where he told me, well, won't you turn this shirt into a different color? I said, go get some dye, and you will. Like, what are we doing? This ain't, this ain't magic. We know how to change colors. Like, what are we doing? But after that, I was just like, I don't really want to. I don't want to come try to be convincing people of anything. And then even on my live, I got into the whole debating with Christians. My whole thing was just to show their hypocrisy, though. I'm like, y'all talk about this power you have and how, you're supposed to reign as sons of God, and that you're supposed to, but a lot of people struggle with sin. That's their biggest thing, that they're struggling with the sin. And I'm like, if y'all could just loosen, let that mindset go. But hey, everybody got their own path. Everybody got their own road.
You a Jezebel.
You know what? You right. You told them, give me some dye and I can change the color. See, they looking for sorcery. They're looking for magic tricks. And that's the problem. They believe in make believe stuff. This stuff that's why he asked you that question. It's because their frame of mind in the Bible, Jesus' first miracle was he turned water into wine because his mother was at a wedding and they was trying to get lit. And they ain't had no more wine. She bought some dirty sacks to him and said, turn this water into wine. He ain't want to do it. You feel me? But he did. He transformed that water into wine. They think that that's a real magic trick. That's literally allegory for transfiguration of yourself. Yep. It's alchemy. Yep. Turning yourself from one form to another, as simple as that. If turning yourself in the bad ways, was you was drinking, you was smoking, you was partying, you was doing stuff that was, messing your body up, to now maybe you meditate, you eat healthy, now you work out, you know what I'm saying? You do what you're supposed to do to take care of yourself. But see, they looking for magic tricks. And the way that they read the Bible is literal. So as a result, when we having these conversations with them, they think that you about to do you Harry Potter, you about to pull a wand out and you ready to do something crazy. Like, no. You have the ability to do anything you want to do, but you have to put in physical work. Even the Bible say faith without works is dead. You can sit there all day long and say, I want to be a doctor. But if you ain't picking up no textbook and you ain't putting yourself in a position to take the MCATs, you ain't going to be no doctor. It's literally that simple. I don't understand. But, I mean, they still believe in stuff like the Tooth Fairy, the Santa Claus, and all of that. So when you having these conversations, they expect you to do magic tricks because you say that you God. It's not. It ain't that hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, yep. you have the ability based on the resources in your vicinity, and if you don't have those resources in your proximity, you can go out and get them, or you can make them, or you can. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. It's simple. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, things happen in a natural, normal way, but like you said, they looking for. They actually think. Here's the thing: they only think that can happen by one person, even though the person says you can do the very things I did and you can do greater. Them thinking that it is some magic show because here's the thing, they don't really believe they can do what Jesus did, because when we tell them that they can walk on water since Jesus did, they're like, well, no, I'm not Jesus. I can't do what Jesus did. But that's exactly what your Bible tells you if you're going to take it literal. Your Bible most certainly tells you that you can't take a water and make it wine. If you're going to take it literal and tell me that Jesus is telling you can do what he did, which means every miracle he did, you can do it too. And you can also do greater than him. But for me, every miracle has nothing to do with anything physical. It has everything to do mental. The turning water into wine is application of the law. And we apply the law mentally. We never apply the law physically, ever. The law is mental, as within, so without. It first must be held in mind before it will ever be expressed by your body. But June wanted to say something. Go ahead, June, and then you can go Soul after June.
Yes, I totally agree, and I wanted to say what Aquarius was saying earlier when he was saying like the world of change and us bringing the old world into the new world, and but like you said, there's nothing new under the sun, and the thing about that's why I always say perspective is key to everything. And the thing about it is, it's like, no, we say, oh, we're innovating and all this and that, but there were innovators even then. So what I think was really being said is that we do want, it's like we saying that we want to be in this new world, but we're really asking for the new world to come back, and because it's new to us. So we do want to be back in the world of where it was the time where innovators and philosophers and all these people were existing and coexisting all in one space. That's the world that we're asking for. And if we really look at it, we already have the things that we're asking for. That sometimes we have to understand that the vision in which we're saying that we want, we have to allow our physical eyes to catch up with the sight of that vision, because it's happening right now. And if you really think about it, you're in a room full of people with creative minds that think outside of a box. Every time you get on TikTok, you have all these different people. Like, you're able to see, even though you see people that's not authentic, you are able to see people that has originality. We are living in this world right now. There are people that are inventing things right now. We do have great innovators. We are having more creators that are coming out with creative things. We are existing in that world. It's now that we are aware that this is happening. Like, now we shine light on those things. The people that are the creators of this world that are innovating, all the innovators, now we shine light to the things that we want to shine light to, instead of giving energy to the things that we allow to take our energy, like with the news feed and the stuff like that. That's why we keep seeing everything that we don't want to see, because the things that we're allowing to take and consume our time and our mental space. But like, if we allow our eyes to literally see that everything we asking for is literally right before us, and actually take a look back and do what the old people do and watch God move, as Soul Leveling was saying, like, because they sit on that porch, they watching God move. They not just watching life pass by, they are watching the miracles and the happening and the life take place around them, and they're able to have this insight of when understanding meets knowing. When understanding meets knowing, is like a light bulb that clicks on the inside of you, that gives you this spark of life, and you are able to see life, and you see life moving. And when you see life moving and creation just being, that is watching God move. Us being able to be in this room to speak from a free space in our mind, we are living in that free world right now. We are existing. We're doing it. We are already in the B.
Yes. Where is the new world? Where is the new world?
Right here.
Where is
Right
the
here,
new
right
world?
now.
We are the newness. That's what I'm saying. We are that new thing that we want to see, but we
But
still
where
have.
is the new?
Oh, in the mind.
Thank you. The new world is only gonna be in you. The only place you're gonna find the new world is in you, and it's projected. Remember, the mind is a projector. If you're seeing the old world, it's because you're projecting it. Your new world, a new earth, new world only comes from a transformation of the mind. Be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, so you can prove what is that good and perfect and acceptable will of the good, which is God. Go ahead, Soul.
That was
so good. That was so good.
Yeah, but that's why I said what I said. I don't know what people was taking. I don't know. People gonna take whatever I said in the way they understand. They understand. I understand. I understand all this is mental. I understand the mind is all in all. It's the mind. I understand that. So when I said that, that's what I was referring to. But I can't help somebody might take that and take it literal and think I'm talking about a literal world and all that. That's not a me problem then.
Actually, I'm in agreement with you. Like I'm saying, I'm just saying, I'm bringing perspective. Like I say, everything's about perspective. Like, no, I'm right there with you. I'm agreeing with you. Like, when you say, like, no, I'm tired of hearing the same old thing. I'm tired of seeing the same old stuff. But I'm saying, like, but all the stuff that we're wanting to see, like, we really do already have it in, because we already in a room of people that's thinking outside the box. Like, we existing in that right now, even in the midst of it right now, where, you know, when you were saying that, I'm just saying, like, we have all these things, like, right here in our vision, in our visual. It's right here. Like, we already doing it. We already in the B. But I'm in agreement with you. Like, I'm saying, like, we already doing it.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying, sis. I heard everything you said. I ain't trying to, make it seem like I'm giving pushback or not, but that's just my 25 cents I had to put down. You know what I mean? Somebody else might add 50 cents or add 75 cents. I'm just saying, like, respectfully, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. To me, it just start getting boring. I start getting bored. You know, that's why I can have conversations with like soul, right? Because with him, you know, it's like we start from Earth and we be somewhere in Pluto somewhere. You know what I mean? Versus we having the same type of conversation for 3-4 hours. Like, ooh, no. You know? So I do appreciate having good conversations, you know, when I can. And with the people that's open and having good conversations.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Soul.
Oh no, that's why I be saying when you talking about the law or whatever is mine, that's why it says as in heaven, as it is on earth or whatever. Like, so whatever you see in that mind, that's heaven, is going to be projected on earth, the body, and then it projects on the screen or whatever. So this is why heaven and hell is within you or whatever. Like, you can make it heaven or you can make it hell or whatever. So if the kingdom of heaven is within you, the kingdom of hell or the prison of hell is also within you or whatever. And you bring forth which one you want to be in. So when we be saying on earth women come from men, so that must mean in heaven women come from men. So we never seen a man take out his rib and have a woman. I never seen that. So that I don't know, but we had a whole thing about that.
How many worlds are there?
Infinite.
So
I was about to say that infinite. It's infinite amount of worlds.
So no two people are ever experiencing the same world.
Exactly.
I be saying that. And it's hard for some people to even pick up what you just put down. You got some people. A lot of people think that they all are experiencing the same reality. Nope.
No,
we're not. No, I know. Literally, we're not. That's why I be trying.
Literally, we're not.
That's why I be trying to put people on like quantum mechanics and cognitive neurology or whatever. Like, we're not experiencing the same thing. We're not. They even got machines or whatever like that hook up to your brain or whatever. It will fire off certain parts when we do certain stuff or whatever, but what they cannot see is perception. They don't know what you're perceiving or whatever. They just know, when you think about, blah, 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 this part of your brain heats up or whatever, and the machine shows them what part of your brain. But what we cannot see is what you are perceiving. Like, that's what we cannot see.
Yeah.
Like, there is no machine to tell us what you're perceiving, what somebody else perceiving. This is why we don't know what these colors we talking about. We don't know. We just agree that these are these
I was just thinking that. Did you see that video about the Mandela effect about chartreuse? And he was saying that chartreuse for him was green, and then people in the comments, some people were saying it's a type of green, and then somebody else was saying no, it was a type of red. So they were calling it Mandela effect because he was like, well, it changed to red, but he remember it was a type of green. And then people in the comments, it's always been a type of red. It's always been like a magenta type color. Somebody was like, no, I remember we were watching Blue's Clues, and they were saying chartreuse was green and yellow. And, it's just like, I'm just like, but that just show you, when we talk about these Mandela effects, right? And I know they talk about CERN is messing with people's mind, and that's the reason why we're having this manipulation of memory and what we remember in these different, spaces. But we know that, yes, you can change things digitally, but if it's in print, I don't know how you're gonna mess with what's in print versus what is messed with digitally, right? Because they're saying, Disney is changing things digitally, but if you can find it in print, they haven't been able to confiscate everything that was printed and try to manipulate that. But then you're giving Disney too much power because people don't understand that we live in a world of make-believe and we live in a simulation. And like we just said, your reality is going to be vastly different from mine. Our memories and our experiences are just different.
And so I reposted a video on my page or whatever, but apparently CERN is not. Well, just off topic, but apparently CERN is not what we think it is. CERN is a machine, quote unquote, for the aliens or whatever that's trying to take over. Did you see the bourgeois? Yes.
That's what it's
Listen.
for.
You seen the that show that just came out on Netflix, with the old folks in the old folks home? Or whatever?
I saw that video.
Yes.
No, I haven't seen that.
So it's aliens coming and taking your cerebral fluid or whatever from the brain or whatever, and so this is how they power up. This is how they power up themselves or whatever. And then if you look up, there are data centers that's run on brain cells or whatever. Did you know that? And they need new brain cells every day.
They built a data center right down the street from me.
Yes, the data centers need brain cells to power up or whatever. And so CERN, they say CERN is pushing particles together or whatever to try to like outdo them or whatever because they have technology and blah blah blah. It's a whole thing or whatever. But just what I'm saying, our perspective is being towards one way or whatever while something else is going on. Or it's just a whole thing or whatever. But this is what I'm saying. This what we're doing, whatever we're doing, this thing that we're doing is so awesome, like so ridiculously awesome or whatever. And to sit here and say, oh, we should all be doing the same thing. That's crazy. I can't say the R word. That's my favorite word. But that's crazy that you would think that this is supposed to be done the same way. Like, that's crazy. That's literally crazy. But yeah, it's a whole thing. And so now going back, let's just say to World War II. So the Germans figured out how to do anti-gravity or whatever from a girl or from a lady who was in contact or who channeled these beings, and they taught her anti-gravity technology, and then that's how the Germans got it or whatever. So when they be like UFO or whatever, we also have that technology. And so my point is to say this, that consciousness moves with technology, right? And so now I think it's the point where we are no longer consciousness is trying to expand. So like the movies that they just came out with, like Disclosure and The Bourgeois, they are what is called dripping. I don't know the word, but they are letting information come out slowly so the mind can get used to what's really going on. Do that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So when we realize, like, oh snap, they're like, this is some crazy stuff that's happening. They are dripping us to a new way of being and experiencing or whatever. Because if I was to tell you, hey, aliens exist and you can do this with your mind and blah blah blah, like, a lot of people will go crazy. We already know. Just look at what we just said when we go on Christian lives. No, it's not. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. No, nigga, you're your own Savior. But so coming out with this is what you really can do or whatever, and you've been under a spell, people will go insane. So they have to drip it out slowly so you can get alchemated to what this really is or whatever. Like that thing that's called the DMN, the down regulatory default mode network or whatever. If you was to give this information out to all the people at one time, that would break, and some people would go crazy because it's too much. Like, it's too much because they don't have anything to compare it to. They can't compartmentalize it in their brain or whatever. So this is what I think is going on, and the more we like have these topics and stuff, that people will begin to have these experiences that we have, and then we'll be moving, quote unquote, towards this, quote unquote, new world or whatever, or people's minds will be open, and then who knows what the possibilities are.
Interesting.
No, I think that goes all the way back to what you said, T, that people just don't want to think for themselves. And then I think that if all these things get exposed, that people will feel like they will be forced to think because their eyes will not be able to lie to them no longer. And that's all I was saying when Aquarius was talking. That's why I was saying when he was like, conversations get boring, like you said, like, we are not living the same. Like, that's all I was saying in agreement as far as, like, why do you want to be sitting with somebody that's doing the same exact thing with you, like, that's doing the same everything you doing? Like, why would we all want to be just doing the same thing? Like, part of what makes this world interesting is that people got different ideas, that people live a different life. Like, that's what makes people interesting. That's what makes people connect, draw interest towards other people, to even want to experience different parts of the world and different sides of themselves. and experience them different sides of other people. Like, that's all I was saying. Like, yeah, that's all I was saying. Like, conversations will get bored if we was all doing the same thing, or if we was all living the same life, or we was all trying to see, if we even seen everything from the same perspective, like, it wouldn't be nothing.
No inventions or nothing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be nothing capturing or mind blowing about that. Like, that's the purpose. And then, like, even with Soul giving us all that information, like, if they using our brain cells to invent their technology, like, come on now, this common sense of showing us how powerful our minds is and what we could really do with just us existing as beings if we chose to use our minds and think.
But who is they? Who is they?
I'm saying the majority of the people that's not awakened
But
yet.
who is they? There is no they if you're the only one that is.
No they.
There is no they. They are not doing anything to you. It's your reality. It's your reality.
It's the reality.
It's your reality though. It's what you're perceiving. It's the script you're writing. It's whatever you're engaging with. You're deciding to engage with this information and you're accepting it. Because you can easily just reject it. But the moment you give your attention to it and you justify it, explain it, take on the belief of it, guess what you're doing?
Accepting it.
Creating it.
Right.
You are the creator, nothing else. Either you're the creator or something external to you is creator. Which one is it? Can't be both.
That's why I was asking Gemini. That's why we're asking Gemini or whatever, just to see what other people is see what's already out there or whatever. Because since I know what I'm perceiving as just icons of the underlying code, I was like, okay, so how can I make my mind see the code or whatever? It was like, we don't have that technology or blah blah blah. I was like, well, I'm gonna figure it out for myself or whatever. I don't know how, but I want to see the underlying code. So I'm seeing stuff. So I don't know if you. Well, obviously, you know, but like pixels, right? So what I'm seeing is like pixels or whatever, and they come together and they form what I'm seeing. But I'm like, when I just stare into the infinite, I'm seeing pixels make up this, if you can picture or imagine what I'm saying or whatever. So in video games, today's video games or whatever, all this code you're seeing, those are all triangles or hexagons, and all those triangles and hexagons make up what you're seeing. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So what I'm seeing is when I concentrate, quote unquote concentrate, I'm seeing pixels. I'm not seeing like the objects themselves. I'm seeing the pixels that like make up, that conform the objects. I don't know. It's weird. It's not weird, but that's what I'm seeing.
When you ask, it is always given, and everything already exists. We're just coming infinitely aware of it. That's all that's happening. Creation is done. You're just becoming infinitely aware. So the moment you ask, oh, I want to see it, I want to know, consciousness went to work. Your wish is my command. Your wish is my command. I'm going to open up to you. I'm going to give you exactly what you're asking for. It never says no, ever.
Like when you asked about the almond milk, Toyia. You heard me?
What did you say?
Like that almond milk.
Right, yep. I said that it wasn't real milk, and my algorithm said, yep, Toyia, you're right. It's not real milk.
Let me show you something.
Yeah. And it showed me how the almond milk was made. I just was talking about it on here, and I saw it yesterday. Go ahead, Gentle Just.
Y'all said so many good things. I wanted to backtrack a little bit to when you was talking about perspective, right? So I'm a pantheist, which is just the belief that the universe and God are one, right? But so sometimes when the interpretation, when I'm talking to somebody who don't have the same talking, the same mind frame or talking points that we coming from, it's like, you know, they understand that the universe, they know about the 9 planets and the Milky Way and all that. So the universe and God is one. That's true, because the universe is constantly expanding. We know that scientifically, and it's giving way to all the planets, all the galaxies, all of that. But the universe, right, and God are one. You are your own universe, the YO universe, right, and God are one. So we are
maybe a microcosm of that macrocosm, which is the universe, right? Because we are physically on this plane, at least we think we are, right? But the YO universe is you. It's you. You have control over that. So you are God, and you can, you know what I'm saying? Like I was saying before, bring things into fruition. I was sitting in my house the other day, and I was just in awe, because I'm like, yo, I was literally sitting inside of a building, which is, I mean, obviously it's a structure, but this came out of somebody's mind. They figured out, okay, I'm going to put how many bedrooms in here? I'm going to put the bathroom here. I'm going to use this tile. I'm going to use this carpet. Like, everything. When you go on the market, everything that you touch, somebody created that in their mind and they brought it into fruition. When you start really looking at stuff like that, you're like, oh shit, we really are gods. You can't deny it. All of the things that we interact with on a daily basis are things that other people created, because we're gods and we create and we continue to progress. In addition to that, you know, when you were saying so about, you know, asking it shall be given, right? When you do start saying things, or you pay attention to things, it does start coming up all the time. Just like when you buy a car, you feel me? You might not have never seen that car before, ever focused on it, but now that you got it, you see it all over the highway. You see it all over the road that you at. You feel me? That's the same thing when I be talking in these Christian panels, and they be talking about how they see the demons. The reason y'all see demons because y'all bringing them into fruition. I ain't never seen no demon.
Me either. Me either. Even when I was a Christian.
Right.
I never saw one.
But they are creating those demons. Those demons are nothing but a projection from their mind that they created. They are literally having auditory and visual hallucinations.
Because here's the thing, is all is mine or not?
Correct.
All is mind. So even when we're talking about, oh, they're creating this and they're doing it, no, you're creating it because you're the mind. It's all your consciousness. You're just becoming increasingly aware of your own consciousness.
That's correct. And on a deeper level, I heard what you were saying. So about now, you know, about them, you know, slowly, whoever they are, with
we can't hear you.
Right, we can't hear you.
see a lot of shows and movies and stuff like that.
We didn't hear nothing you said. Gentle, we didn't hear nothing you said.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I was just saying what you were saying. So is it true? Because a lot of, as far as when you were saying that they are kind of giving us these, you know, this insight slowly but surely, right? Even though they is us, but you know what I'm saying? I agree with that. You feel me? And then when you start, like you said, you into quantum mechanics. Now you starting to see the pixelated parts on. You starting to see shapes and all that, because that's where your mind at. My wife is definitely afraid of bugs. She afraid of bugs. Bugs always land on her. They don't never land on me because I don't give a fuck about them. Like,
that part, yeah. But you resist what? Persist.
Exactly. So it's like, and I be saying that, I be even conjuring stuff. Like, I think about something, the next thing I know, I got an email about it. Or I got, like you just said, about the almond milk. Like, we literally are creating all this stuff. And when you know you got the power, you got to be careful with it, because now you really are in control. And now you know you're going to get your hands on the driving wheel. So where you staring at? You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'll scare yourself if you'll be like, damn, I got power. I'm really conjuring stuff. I'm making stuff happen. Like, you are things that you were already doing, but you just coming into the realization that you actually can do it. You feel what I'm saying? But it's just interesting. Like, the more and more we wake up to this this reality, right? The realness of where we are, and everything that's happening is just happening in our mind, right? Everything that we touch, feels, and you know what I'm saying, the surfaces we walk on, these are all projections of light and you know, things that we are seeing. So you're right. So it's everybody saying something different. Yeah. Somebody saying one color, somebody saying another color. Like I said, my wife's saying bugs. I'm scared of mice. I be saying, you know what I'm saying? If I see a mouse, she cool. She like, oh, all right, the cat gonna get it. I'm like, no, now I'm looking for the motherfucker everywhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the things that we focus on, especially those fears, you feel me? They will come and really plague our life if that's where our focus is at. But once you take your focus from it, now you don't think about it no more. Now it ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's just like what they say, that what we see is not what's really there, right? Because we know in a mirror, what is it? is turned upside down, right? How whatever the eye is doing, right, is reversed and upside down, right? It's like a whole nother. So even when we look at ourselves, we're not seeing ourselves, right? And they say when we look at a color, we're actually looking at every color, and the color we see is not the color it is. That's like that's trippy. It's like, oh, so this red light I'm driving on, I'm not real or stopping on, I'm really not stopping at red. I'm going on green, but green is really not the color we're seeing. It's like,
wait, so I could be white.
Like Tiffany Haddish said, she said she was what? She's a white man. She was
might be a white woman.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. I am Janae, because I am streaming on YouTube too. She said that's from your, no problem. That's from your reticular activating system. It said it filters in everything you believe and filters out everything you don't. Like the car example you gave.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? When Soul was talking about that, right? That stuff that she was talking about, Soul, that can make somebody real scared, right? When they thinking that these conspiracy theories happening and stuff like that. And I used to be like that when the whole Illuminati shit was coming out and all that. I used to be, because I was a Christian at the time, so I'm thinking like, damn, everything is evil and da. But you really, if you take your mind away from it, like that's not necessarily something I'm interested in no more. I overcame that anxiety when I realized, like, if they do exist, they don't give a good damn about me. You feel me? I'm just going to work doing my thing. You know, the things that don't actually matter in my everyday life, I don't take in account. What I'm trying to do is fully focus on abundance. You feel me? I know that those things exist. You feel me? What you were saying. So, but I'm using the God in me to block that out. I can't focus on that, because for me it's not of interest, and I know that it used to make me anxious. So as a result, I don't pay no attention to it. So I don't even, you know what I'm saying, interact with that type of stuff no more. But I understand what you're saying when you were saying what you were saying. I definitely know that is true, but I just don't choose to interact with that type of stuff.
Because our brain processes 11 bits of information per second. Guess how much the conscious mind pick up? Your brain is processing 11 million bits of information per second. Guess how much your conscious mind is picking up? 50 to 60 bits of. So do you see how much information that you are not aware of or conscious of? Your brain is processing 11 million bits of information per second, and you are only conscious of 50 to 60 bits of. Come on, bro.
So you ever looked into Freud? Freud said the tip of the iceberg, that comes from Freud. The tip of the iceberg is your consciousness, and that is all he says you're aware of.
Yes.
And everything else is deep below the surface, and that's why when you get under the influence of different things, your real self is exposed, and all of those inhibitions and parts of your personality that get buried below the surface.
That's real.
And you know what Freud talks about the id, the ego, and the super ego. And the id is your basic instincts. The id is that part of you that wants to do everything. The id is the God complex part of you. He makes that the evil part of you, but it's the part of you. He said the id is bad. The id is I want what I want. The id wants instant gratification. The id is demanding. The ego is the executive, makes all the decisions. Your super ego is where your morals and your values and all those things, your beliefs are buried.
That sounds like the shadow self, what she was talking about before.
So, Freud, psychology, but they used Freud because Freud talked about, he discovered defense mechanisms. Freud talked about denial, repression, regression, projection, displaced anger, displacement. All of that came from Freud.
Wow, that's crazy. And you know what? I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get up out of here. Like I get what y'all was saying, and I agree. Those things do exist. My son has taught me so much. My son is on the autism spectrum, right? And the thing I love about him is he only focuses on the things he's interested in. He only focuses on them, and as a result, because he has this intense focus, which most autistic people do, he's really great at those things. Like autistic people, if they like to draw, they can draw their ass up. Or if they like to play an instrument, they can play it really well. You know why? Because that's all of their focus is given to that one thing. So what he taught me saying the God in him, it's like, I can focus on whatever I want. And I can make that my sole focus if I want and build it up. and get as good as I want, whatever skill, whatever I focus on. I don't have to focus on anything else that I'm not interested in or I feel like it's not serving me. I can give all my time and all my focus to the things that are fulfilling me and are adding to me, and I can make those things grow. And that's how he is. He good at playing the piano. He good at swimming. Those are the things he interested in. He ain't interested in coloring. I done tried to make him color. He like, man, I don't like that. But put him in a pool, he gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he really taught me some stuff, and that's how I move through life. That's what I was saying about like the conspiracy theory stuff. I've learned I don't have to pay attention to certain things that I'm not interested in or I don't feel feed me. But I do know that they did. So you definitely was on point about that. But I appreciate y'all letting me come up. I'm in this mug that I gotta get up out of here because I gotta cook dinner.
All right.
So
Thank you for joining. Appreciate you too. Thank you.
But she's saying exactly what I always say about my babies with autism. They are function based. They do not care about what's not important in the here and now. What is going to help me do exactly what I need to achieve right now? So it's very hard to make them care about the social world if it's not socially relevant to them in the moment. So it's just like those little guides. That's so, yeah, I love them.
Love it. All right, go ahead, Soul Loving, and then I'm gonna get up out of here too. I've been on here for a minute.
No, but I'm just saying it's so much. Basically, light is everywhere, and light is information. It is so much information. This is why your brain filters stuff out for you to have the experience. Because if you're not able to hold all this, you can go psychotic or whatever. Like, you can really go insane because it is so much. And if you don't know how to, regulate that, ground that, this is how electricity works or whatever, you can be unalived or whatever. It's the same thing with information. And so we don't need to know it all. We don't need to know it all. We just need to know what we want to know or whatever and focus on that or whatever. Like when I was on, some substances here in Peru or whatever, like, this is why I be saying it's nothing or whatever, because nothing is everything. And in that nothing and everything, there is no experience because there is no object subject. So if there's no object subject, you're really not having an experience. You exist, but you're not having an experience because it's no subject object. So that's not an experience. That's only existence itself. So we need to be able to filter stuff out to have an experience. That's the whole point. So when people trying to, we don't know that, that's not the point. The whole point is to experience, to have an experience, is to be limited in the information that you're taking in. You don't want to know it all. Like that's not an experience. That's only existence itself, and that's going back to the quote unquote the formless. We're not here to do that. We're here to motherfucking experience whatever we want to experience, and you got infinite possibilities to do whatever you want. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
That's what makes you the right. That's what makes you the operant power. You get to choose. That's why you told choose. Make a choice. The reason why a lot of people don't get to even experience with the things that they want is because they give vague instructions. How do you give vague instructions? You talk about what you don't want. You focus on the very thing you don't want to experience and then wonder why you keep experiencing it. You're giving your attention to the very thing you're wanting to deny. There's no such thing as denial. No such thing.
Like when you said that.
There's no negative though. No, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
No, I like when you that hit me when you told the story. I don't read the Bible, but when you told the story of Job or whatever, you said that was the one thing he feared or whatever, and it came true.
Yep, the thing I feared. The thing. Yep, you gave your attention to it. Anything you give your attention to, that's a yes command in consciousness. Consciousness is never going to argue with you and say, "Oh, you shouldn't really be thinking about that. That's really detrimental. That isn't the very thing that you don't want to experience." No, it's going to say, "That's what you want. You got it. That's what you want. You got it. Just give your attention to it. It's your wish is my command." Bye, soul leveling. Adios. All right, yes, it's almost been 6 hours. Woo! Another lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Beautiful. Yep. Get your focus. Just focus on what you want. Gotta have tunnel vision. Single eye. If thy eye be single, thy whole body will be filled with light. What is light? Understanding. And all thy getting, get an understanding. Knowledge of self. You're going to know yourself. Trust yourself. Believe in yourself. And just command your reality and say, yep, I want that. Be like you scrolling on Amazon. Amazon, bring me that. You don't go to Amazon and then become a worker in the warehouse and get to picking your own product. No, you let Amazon bring it to you. Right? Thank you, Mia. Right? You let Amazon bring it to you. You don't try to go out and drive the Amazon truck. You don't go to the facility and become an Amazon picker and sorter and all that. No. You sit there at your crib and you let Amazon do its job. Same thing when you go into a restaurant. When you order, you don't go now become the chef. You don't now become the cook. You don't now become, right? Like, you don't do that. That's not what you do. You sit there and let the waitress or the waiter bring you the things. You let the cook up whatever you're putting all your trust in the behind the scenes, right? You have no idea how they're cooking your steak, how they're cutting it, how they're searing it, what seasoning they're using. You're just trusting the process. Same thing when it comes to your desire. Trust the process. All right, guys. Have a great night. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Oh, tomorrow was Manifesting Wednesday, so definitely 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Bye-bye.